Hey people, how's it going? Well, I'm back. Somebody else is here. You want to say hi?
It's me.
Who's me?
Oh, yeah, it's Foley. Irina.
As Irina. For people who don't know Irina, she edits some of my videos. She is a cool dude, and all that crap. Actually, wait. Should you explain what Irina, in your own words, what do you do for me?
I edit about negative percentage of Ritro's video.
All right. Technically, 0% of them.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
well.
hilarious. But yeah, yeah, I contacted you like late last year, and then ever since then, like, basically we've been kind of in like a partnership almost, and then you got busy with school.
Yeah, focusing on our career.
Dude, career's fucking cringe.
I know, dude.
Stop working, play video games.
To be fair, I know it's like 6 months late, but I am happy with what I've got so far for the next one. Like,
it is true. You guys don't know what Irina's cooking, but she's cooking a great video, I swear.
Oh, it's got parsley, it's got onions.
It's got time. Like, literally, it's like 18 minutes, you know? That's a lot of time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Okay.
Alright, what are we looking at?
So we are looking at the Doom 0% run, which I go back and forth on what exactly I change titles all the time. It's currently now Doom, but I can't get any upgrades. But, yeah. So
that's actually a good title. I like it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Everything's a good title, but you want the best title, right? I want the statistically average title.
That's like the same mindset as there are no stupid questions. There are definitely stupid questions. There are definitely stupid titles.
And also stupid comparisons.
Okay.
Alright, so this is the first vid you worked on me. I think I remember, like, I just gave you the footage and you said, oh yeah, cool, yeah, sure.
Oh, this is. I thought the Doom 3 one was the first one.
The Doom 3 is the second one. You also did like a 2-minute edit for me back when I ran.
Oh yeah, that one makes me mad watching it now. Oh, that one makes me angry.
I feel like there should maybe just at the ends, just as a quick rapid fire. We don't have to pause, but we watch that just to hear your cringe noises.
It will just be for 2 minutes me pointing out everything that's wrong with it. I'm gonna be honest. But...
I've been doing that for 8 hours. I feel ya.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah, I've been live for 8 hours. Now.
Yeah. I'm an early boy today, but yeah, cool. So without further ado, anything you want to say about editing this, or
nope?
Just hit play.
No thoughts.
We're hitting play.
Just Premiere Pro.
Just Premiere Pro. Just the PP projects, you know.
Just the PP project.
Okay, a weird thing, completely besides the point of anything, but I literally, whenever I title something, I always, in editing, I always add PPP afterwards for Premiere Pro project, and it just sounds funny.
That's good, I want to start doing that too.
Trendsetter. Alright, let's just get into it. Hit play.
Alright, yeah, okay.
Great start. This is something called 0%. It's actually an official speedrun category. Basically, I just can't get anything. I'm only allowed the base weapons, and that's it. Plus, like, the double jump power-up. Anything else is basically, can't get it. If I get it, that is invalid, so I will have to reset mission whenever that happens. For people who don't know, the 0% category was pioneered by the quote-unquote purists of the community, which means typically there's no glitches used. There's no fight scripts.
Zoom in and out.
You just do quote-unquote
with
everything as intentional as... To be fair, I was talking about this. Zooms and a little bit of motion add just like a freaking lot to like keeping you visually interested.
Especially because the transitions are a lot of the time when I zoom in or out, it's to mask a transition because I can like, you know, if I transition it mid zoom, so they have the same zoom line, then you can't tell that there's actually like seconds between it. However, I do that with pretty much every clip, so it's because it's just motion sickness, right? I kind of upset. I'm literally the edit video I'm making for you right now. I'm constantly watching back like, okay, did I zoom too much? And I'm like, yeah, I did. Cut that out. Normal cut.
More zooms, more. No, but yeah, so this is just a rant with me explaining stuff, which I get why it's here. I think what you do now when you do the editing, like you get like straight to the point all the time.
Yeah.
Like we're 40 seconds in. That feels almost too slow compared to your current editing, where like you get to the point in like 10 seconds.
Absolutely, because I remember when I videos for example myself, I do you know it's a very quick. Only the clips used that are I think are actually so the videos are like 1 minute. But for you, that's why I told you. Like I feel like my editing is too fast. And you were like,
I
okay,
remember
if
I
anything,
told
it's
I told
slow.
I told you do some
And then
slow
I looked
editing.
at it.
I remember
Yeah.
telling you, it's like, I'm fine with slow editing. You don't have to do that. And you just, like, go full hog wild and be like, nah, I'm going to do my regular editing, but for a 20-minute video. Why not?
Yeah, no. Didn't work out.
Mhm. Hey, it worked out. I like
Last
this
time I
video.
did this fight was casually.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't remember how to do it.
What the hell do I do?
I love this audio track. It's so perfect.
I think this is
for
what to reset people. I should
like
probably
figuring
reset that.
things
Fight
out.
just didn't go at all according to plan. I
Yeah.
need to get my time down on my first
uh,
one.
Fire
A mouthful name for
Spirit
what it
from
actually is.
Hat in
They
Time.
call it 0%.
Oh, that is a Hat in Time thing. Ah, okay,
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I found that track by like searching through game tracks, and I was like, this is perfect for pretty much anything.
I
And
use
so
I use a Hat in Time all the time. I should use that track for something. That's
yeah,
actually
no, that Train Rush, I think. No, what is the one that you used? Was it
I
Train Rush?
use a bunch. I use Nyakuza Manholes, what's it? Your contract has expired.
Oh, that one's good. Yeah,
Killing Two Birds. Like, there's a lot of good
I got
songs.
that one in my
Yeah.
file too.
Kill-
Yeah, honest.
Killing Two Birds has no right to be like a full-blown metal song with synths, but it is. It's great.
You have like a big collection of game music that I really wish to sift through one day.
Wait, want to right now? Hold on, give me a half a sec.
Okay,
Here,
all
let me-
right.
I'll just okay. So I recently did this, so I have no problem showing. You'll get a little file structure, but I don't think it's anything doxy. Here I have a whole file. I sort my music by genre.
Oh
So
wow.
I have
What do you
background.
do if something is both?
If something is in both, I usually put it in both. Like, here are some music I used in my latest video, and I haven't sorted yet, so I just put it at the bottom. And I just go through. I'm like, okay, this is a little bit of a calm area. Go to the background, look for one of these that fits the mood that I want, and
Yeah.
because I used to have it where basically none of my music was sorted by genre. It was sorted by artist. And I could never find the fucking music I wanted for the situation, so I spent an afternoon and resorted through all of it.
Yeah.
But noted. Okay, moving on.
Because it's basically 0% that you can do quote-unquote glitchless. On the official leaderboards, it's called 0% all combat rating. So, crap, that's
I forgot about
idiot.
that.
I nearly jumped up there.
I remember I
100%.
specifically asked for that because it was not what it said. So, like, you should probably say I'm a fucking noob or something.
Yeah. No, you
Brain
did.
is getting to
That was funny.
No secrets, no field drones. We did
More
it. Fight the
zooms.
explorer. Okay. As long as I don't.
Are you
so
sure?
weird.
What? You can't say more zooms, Irina. Your full editing style is zooms.
Yeah, I know.
Hmm.
I wonder if
Glory
it's
kill
better
and
or
don't
worse
double
than
kill.
Doom 3.
It's all right, I think.
Fine. Didn't get the map, did I? Did I get the map? I didn't. Okay. We're good. We're good, people. If ever was a time to gaslight me, this is like the perfect opportunity.
Okay, I didn't think about this before, but that's an engineer that explodes from
Yeah.
a gas leak. Like it
Yeah.
fits so narratively.
It's pretty funny. I only just realized that too. Oh, that's funny. I like that timing anyway. Like even if what you said wasn't really.
What do I do? What do I do?
Well, here's the thing. I'm talking about is like, just because gaslighting lines up, I think that's what makes it. But yeah, just
I just think finishing a sentence and then immediately dying is always just perfect.
It doesn't matter. I could be talking about anime tits or something.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been fine. It
That
would have
would
been
be
the exact same.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I can't glory kill him. I can glory kill you though. Take that. I guess you do this? Question mark. I don't have the yellow
In
key.
hindsight, I
Wait,
think I would have liked
this
this
way
video
takes
better
me to the
without
secret,
background
right?
music.
No, I go up here.
I think I'm just so
Okay,
used to background music that without background
I
music
don't know
it
how to
feels
play this game
empty.
casually.
Yeah, I kind of get that. However, with gaming, like, a lot of the background noise does kind of fulfill that need of just having something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I was just talking about, like, how in my Hugo video, how underneath the whole audio track, like, at, like, negative 35 decibels, where you can barely hear it, I have the Doom, at Doomsgate lo-fi remix playing the whole time.
at Doom's Gate, you know, E1, M1.
Yeah.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
No, I mean more was that you haven't played so low. That's
I haven't
interesting.
Well, I haven't placed so low because I don't want it to be distracting. However, there's definitely times where if you can zone out on people's voices, you can hear the background music. I wouldn't want pure silence for that to happen because whenever that happens to me, I'm just like. Okay.
Honestly, I quite like the edit of putting music that's so low that you can hear it subconsciously, but you're only aware of it when someone points it out or when you really stop to think about it, you know, instead of it being like, oh yes, there's music here.
Yeah,
I quite like that.
When I want music to be heard, I usually keep it around like a -30 or something like that. But yeah, that's behind the scenes editing, folks. Okay, hit play.
Here's the one thing that's weird about this run, people. I will actually have to do. The zombie literally spawns right in front of me. I actually have to do a little bit of a clip here because there's an Argent cell in there.
Yeah. You know what's coming. Yeah, we both know.
I actually do one paper clip in the route. It's something like. Gonna just freaking.
If there wasn't like Animal Crossing music here, this clip would be so awkward.
Skip. Let me get
in
a little bit.
That took quite some time to figure out how to do
it
properly.
Getting in there, people. Have faith. Oh! I think I'm in it again. Oh! Oh! I'm stuck. I don't want to say how...
It gets me every time still. Like
I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, that's good.
How long I've been here, but I bet it's been a while.
That is debatably one of your best edits.
I accidentally clicked that, I think. Aim more right and spam jump. Okay, thank goodness I have Blaine here. The one time I watched Minnie and a couple others. Oh. Okay, I guess it's just that easy as soon as you get what to do, huh? Okay, easiest trick of my frickin' life. All right, here's the fun level. Now, this is the first one where combat rating's checked, which means I have to do everything. I think what to do first is grab the rocket launcher. That should be first priority.
Just keep
and then
zooming.
after that, we can.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Thanks
for stopping by, dude.
Huge help from this.
Thanks for the congrats on 4 years. Hope all has been well.
Why don't you miss? Yeah.
That isn't even missing. It's hitting him. It's just not killing.
Could you
Yeah,
that's real quick?
Yeah, no, that's
Hold
true.
on.
You didn't even miss.
You'll eventually. There we are.
First right
Perfect. For those who don't know,
I don't remember that. That's funny though.
No, because how do I put the reason why that happens actually is because like this arena specifically has it, or excuse me, this level specifically, it doesn't count like full auto damage the same way as like regular stuff. I guess regular pistol fire works with that too. Because you notice, like, you won't kill unless, like, it's a direct headshot. But I guess with the pistol, it's so weak that even a headshot can't kill it, so...
Interesting. Yeah,
Either that or a
I
big
was
rocket.
wondering why it took so long, but...
Yeah, no, that's just the game being wonky. Foundry has been known to have this bug. We actually account for it in speedruns, the funny fact.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I specifically finish off enemies with rockets in some areas because, hitting them with a headshot is unreliable.
The rocket launcher is a secret right there. But the secret's only triggered if you walk through that door. If you jump through the window...
See, I had no idea about that.
So you just get the rocket launcher early, no strings attached.
That's my value being added to the video.
I am fine. Boop.
I remember this combat specifically was added in just because for variety.
Because there wasn't enough combat, yeah.
Yeah, so we added it specifically in because like, hey, this is a game where I shoot things. We need to have footage of me shooting something.
It's hard to remember that when you have
rockets
without scenes like that.
Okay.
You're not going to kill me today.
All
Tomorrow,
yes, Doom
but
just
not today.
16 stressed me out.
People. You know what we gotta do, right? This is literally just for swag bucks. I was at barely too little health. I'm gonna get it. Eventually the damage numbers will be fine. Okay, people, I'm giving up. This boost is consistent when you have 90
You had
health.
to put
I
the
had
thing
77,
and then
so I was
the
like, okay, only 10 off.
counter
I can
there,
do it,
because
maybe.
if I didn't, you couldn't tell that that wasn't just 3 clips. Well, 1 clip repeated 3 times. Because without that, you would literally think like, okay, well, it's just repeating the same clip. No, it's not. It's just the exact same death. You know?
I feel. I just realized. Is math related to science? Does pi equal? I didn't even realize.
No, big freaking.
That scene just goes so quick. I didn't even notice. I know there was the
Yeah.
other one, but that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I like doing edits where you usually only can tell what the joke is when you pause it and then go like, wait, what was that? Like, kind of like, you know.
Well, it definitely adds to rewatchability if like you miss things.
Yeah.
So it's smart. and what
Yeah,
it's
I
doing.
like
Hundo
doing that, even if it goes
is
over
we dip
people's
our
head
heads in,
easily.
fire a few
Worth it.
rockets, and you can just farm this encounter. Alright, that's enough farming. Challenges here are, okay, so no back glory kills on imps, no finding secrets, and I can't grab quad damage. No, there's 3 quad damage power-ups in this. Okay. That's gotta be rough. That's gotta be rough, dude. I probably should have saved that chainsaw for a, an imp kicked a barrel.
You
at
have no
me.
many times
The
how
humanity.
I've died in the
Man,
exact
goodbye
same way
introduction, and
during
I can't
runs.
grab the
Yeah.
quad damage. The heck do I do? Wait, I could have picked up the super shotgun. Fuck, I
Fire
missed the
Spirits
super
is
shotgun
back.
pickup. Too late. Too late to go back. Hold on, let me load checkpoint. I can still go back and grab it. I can still go back and grab
Nope.
it. No.
No.
This was a fatal flaw I have
this build.
made.
Yes, I put a lie in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, welcome
Peace
back,
out.
Rembo. How's it going, dude?
This will give me enough combat rating, I think. It will. Okay, just survive. This is fine. I have one request in this cold, dark world. Please don't kill me. Oh, wait, I have
I
quad
like
damage.
that.
I
That's a
didn't
good
realize I
line.
picked up the quad damage. Okay, I still didn't kill anything. I'm fine.
I just am a
Don't
little
shoot
flamboyant
anything.
with language
Don't shoot
sometimes.
anything. All combat, none. We got it. First try, baby. You can't kill me. No. Yeah, your Pathian ain't good here, ain't it? Take that, sucker. That might have been a little bit of AI abuse on my part, and I do not regret it. I'm using every tool at my disposal.
Every tool at my disposal.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Verbally
That run.
abusing a
Hey, hold
Hell
on.
Knight.
Nothing's preventing
is-
me from going back up, right? I'm just gonna go back.
Okay, well, if the Hell Knight didn't want to be insulted, it should have wore something different. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like,
Oh no! Oh no!
but yeah, no, that's just a. I don't know. I like to play up the ego, I guess, in these challenge runs a little bit,
No,
just
it's
because
good.
I think like it's funny if I
It is
fail with
funny.
such a big ego. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's funny if you
Back up.
succeed
I
as
think
well
there's ammo
because
up
it's,
here,
it's
right?
so stupid. It's a video game, so talking big game is just funny. I don't know.
No, one of my favorite things to do is to act like it's hot shit when I do the most simple thing in the world. That's also
Yeah, exactly.
how do I put it? When you act like you're doing hot shit, when you gaslight gatekeep and girl boss is hard, like everything just becomes more entertaining. That's just how it be.
True. True.
Or shotgun. Wait. I forgot. It's time for the pistol to shine. Oh.
I love that reaction. That's
just
good.
despawn? I think I.
All right, hold on one thing.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me pull up a picture. Trust me. You need to see this.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I'm looking for one specific picture.
Hurry! I'm kidding.
So, these are the exact same face, I think. Look at that. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that.
Literally. But
Look at
he's
that.
less muscular.
Literally the same. The exact same.
Quite literally, yeah.
Yeah, I know,
Did
but with
I
a few
just
years, Dwayne The Rock
despawn?
Johnson can catch up to me.
I think I just
Yeah,
did
that's
a
what I'm
despawn
thinking.
strat.
There's hope for him, yeah.
Get hecked on. Easy encounter.
Hecked on. That's so funny.
See, now I can just waste some shotgun
That's
ammo
such,
by
like,
unloading in the face because I have
Kid
invulnerability.
playing Fortnite
Don't care.
slang.
Don't care.
Get heck.
Hecking die. Challenge.
Dude, I just like saying heck. Heck is just a fun word.
It is a fun
Phantom
word.
Swing's just power-ups in general, right?
Caught on to
It's
it.
power-ups in I thought it was quad damage. Okay, fuck. Well, from the top. From the top.
That's a big jug or whatever that was. What was that? Is that like a cinema cup?
Hi there.
What, Irina, do you not like
Yeah, do
big
you wanna
jugs?
come up here? I bet you do. Freaking self.
Like, what's the issue here?
I
Are you hacking me?
I prefer not
Until
to
we
answer.
implement restricted. Or...
No, but I actually have a bigger. If you're watching stream right now,
Yeah, I have it up.
I have this big thing. This like a big bottle of water that literally like for if your
Oh.
if your average weight, which I think for a man is 70, 180 or something, it will provide you all the water you need for the day in just
Is that
one
2
thing.
liters then?
About freaking hell. Here's the weird thing with this. I don't know if I can get this. It measures it in time. Like this is how much you should drink before you before
That's like-
this increment in time, so you can keep pace with it. Oh wait, no, there's
Yeah.
a small
You got
divot.
imperial system. You got, and then you got time. You can also measure
Why-
water. In
why-
time.
Why am I measuring my water supply by
Dude.
11 a.m.? Like, what the frick does that
What
mean?
about the 5th dimension? Love. Can you measure it in love?
I swear, don't get me on Interstellar rant, Irina. You don't push my buttons. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Dude.
Okay, but
Ugh.
it's about 2.27 liters. That's what it is. I found the label.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have a 2-liter jug at home because I also thought it would be useful to know how much water I should take. It does not look that tiny in my hands as it does for you.
It
I'm
looks
gonna be
tiny.
honest.
Are you calling me
Yeah.
fat?
No, but I don't remember my bottle being. I remember it being giant. Like I have to carry it on my back, you know, like.
I do have to. I guess I can, but like,
Yeah. I
shout
don't know.
out to all my fellow wide boys for making girls insecure about their water bottle sizes. Enough water after one workout, dude. Yeah, if you drink that much water, I drink a lot of water during working out. So much, I go through a bottle or two.
Yeah.
Something. Oh, what the dude? This is why you don't
Montage.
mantle. This is why you don't mantle. That's like 8 minutes of time save, maybe.
Pierce into the fourth wall.
Yeah.
Hecking, I did it. Oh my lord. All right, I spent 30 minutes on the first encounter, people. That's kind of me.
Why do you
That's kind of me. I love that line.
Forgot to pick it up in tower. I don't know where the next SSG pickup is. Honestly, I don't know if I'll ever find it. There's one in Cadiger. Awesome.
Well, that was resolved quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. I've never had this guy
That's like
spawn
some modern
casually.
like TV writing right there. I would expect that
Yeah.
to happen in
Oh,
Fallout.
there's two. Wait, there's 2 geckos?
Dude, you got
I always do the
decimated.
speedrun strat, so I didn't know that they...
I did get flanked. They did a pincer maneuver. That's classic.
I hit myself with a rocket, and I also got... He is coming from out of bounds to kill me.
Okay, I'm just curious. Hold on.
Coming from out of bounds to kill me.
Okay, that felt like that came from my mouth, but it didn't look like it did. But am I just a master like mouth manipulate? Like how the fuck did I make those sound? Like, did you use
your
did,
hand?
did you use this audio from another clip and supplanted it on this one?
No,
And I also
No,
got-
I.
He is coming from out of bounds to kill me.
Yeah. I don't know how those sounds come out of my mouth.
So there's honestly, if you pay attention, there's a lot of time where it doesn't really sync up. At least from what I could find, because a lot of the time I would edit. Maybe you're right. There's a small chance that you're right, but a lot of time I would edit and I'd look at your Facebook. I'm like, that doesn't match the audio, and then I would check if it was lined up or if I fucked up the audio. But it was fine. So there was some kind of desync issue. I swear.
Nah,
But there is a small chance I messed that up. But I think it's desynced. Yeah.
I just want to think that every lip reader, like I'm the villain, like for them, like I am the super. Just, like, you can't do it. You can't. Sorry, you can't interpret me.
So I might go back into
You
the project
in
and check
particular.
to
Doing
see
a
if you're
glory
right,
kill
because I'm
just to
kind of
flex
curious
on
now
them, you
too.
know? Okay, now it's just this dude.
Oh, this is like completely meaningless. It doesn't matter. I just think it's funny.
Hi there. I got hit. That is bad.
See how it, I don't know.
Easy.
I
The
don't-
easiest encounter,
These things
honestly.
for
I am
me.
out of ammo.
Sorry, what was that?
But if you start paying attention, whenever it's zoomed in, pay attention to the audio and your camera and see if you can see it desync or not, or if it lines
Yeah.
up. Because I feel like maybe I'm crazy.
To be fair, I'm not that well in focus. I think this was okay. I had a bug with my camera during like the early parts, but like this happened for like literally 2 years, where it
Yeah.
where my camera would autofocus and its autofocus was jack shit, so I'd be blurry all the time. I fixed that now. I'm a little bit more in detail, but yeah, that's what's going on here and why my webcam's just like super low quality with some of these zooms. It's just cameras thinking I'm blurry.
Yeah, I like what your setup is now. It looks very clean.
Yeah, the only issue is like my fingers disappear because I'm not using a green screen, I'm using AI. But I move next week, so I might be able to bring out this green screen again. So
You're using broadcast?
yeah, I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast.
Ah.
It's actually not bad. It only really F's up if I'm moving a lot. Or here. So okay, wait. Actually, I don't think you were around. But if you look at the stream right now, I got a big ass balloon here that says 4 on it. It was a gift. You can't see it because it's big, but it was a gift from my sister for happy 4 years on YouTube. So.
That's adorable. I love that.
I know, yeah.
That's fun.
Special guest? Yeah, this is the ironic Irina. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello, hello. Oh, Irina, I said this earlier and I need to run it past you. If you ever get more popular, you get famous.
Okay.
You need to change your name to Iconic Irina.
Wait, you said this before? When?
Earlier today. Like we were
Really? Wait.
We were I was talking about like you in editing came up because I was talking about editing this whole time. So then when I said the ironic Irina, like oh wait. That would be very there's if you're famous, it's icon because I was talking about how like you need more subs because your YouTube is like what? You only have 400, which is criminally underrated.
I mean, you think so? I mean, I don't upload.
Okay, Irina.
I have not touched any editing aside from the occasional short because I like being able to. I literally make the shorts because I'm like, you know what? It's very easy to be at school and be like, hey, I remember that funny moment with my friends, and then I just go to a fucking 15-second clip. It's good.
Exactly.
Because they take like those shorts take like 10 minutes to make. I'm gonna be honest, shorts are so fast.
Depends. Like some of my scripted shorts have taken like upwards of like 45 minutes, but like I need to grab footage, script it.
I mean, yeah, but those are
yeah.
No, but you're talking about like the sausage skip one, for example, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but that one is well put together. I really like that one. I think I said this before, but the way you rotate it, they'll make a rotation out of it by saying like, and that's because
Irina discovered TikTok via me. I think that's what I'm hearing because like you have to see that.
What is a TikTok?
Oh,
Kesha?
You wouldn't even know it. That's banned in this country.
Whoa, wait, is it actually?
Well, the bill passed to ban it. TikTok has 9 months.
It never did, right?
No, TikTok has 9 months to comply with U.S. regulations, or else it will be taken down.
Ooh, that's weird. Okay.
So yeah, either they sell it or they get an American branch or something like that. But yeah, TikTok's look, we don't like the Chinese government, but I'm a patriot, and I say it's your God-given right as an American to be spied on by the Chinese if you wish to. That's just freedom. All it is. All right, so let's continue. Okay, there's a little bit of health here. I'm gonna risk it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Wait, there's shotgun ammo here. Perfect. Am I gonna deal with a bear with just a shotgun and it can instantly kill me? Find out next time on Dragon. Oh, rockets. We're fine. On Dragon Ball. Oh, rockets. The new anime from Akira Toriyama. No codexes. No codexes. Reminder. No codexes. No shooting the rev in the air. That too. Anything else? Let me check the map.
The mental notes you need to make with runs like these.
Yep.
How the hell do you do this level without chainsawing?
Like so unintuitive to not do what you usually do without thinking.
No, there's a good moment later where I do this in like one of the later parts of the level where I just autopilot, and it's man, it's frustrating.
comes off the
I feel
ground.
bad.
Well, from the top. Any health over there? Oh, there's ammo. Okay, I'm gonna grab that ammo real quick. I say that and I immediately waste more ammo. This is fantastic. Exactly what I planned. You don't need ammo. You don't need ammo. Yeah, how does that feel, huh? Yeah, better think twice before speaking again. And now.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite moment of the whole video.
It's just so
so
because here's the thing, I
funny.
throw it back like it's a big insult, but it's the most innocuous statement.
Like it's a your mom joke, but it's just you don't need ammo.
I mean, anyone could attest who's watched. Like, I do that all the time, where I just snap back at people because I have no tolerance for weird comments. But
Yeah.
I think it's
No,
best
that's
when
really
I snap back and it's not even like snappy
Offensive
or a
in any way.
or a
yeah.
like someone going in chat. Rytro, should I eat my dog? That I did not make that up. That is a real comment in my chat right now. And I said, you know, it's not cannibalism if it's on yourself. That would be my response. Thank you. See that joke's what we call a thinker, right?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. If it comes to you in a minute, it will come to you.
You'll just hear fate.
I'm just waiting for the awe to come like 5 minutes later, but yeah, we'll see.
Now what we're gonna do is skip this little trap section. The nifty little trick called a Gauss boost. And I can use a BFG a lot in the last encounter because there's like 3 pickups in there. What's the challenges here? 4 kills on possessed soldiers, 8. Oh, so I practically can't BFG.
That was the
Wait,
sun
frick,
though.
that's the secret. What?
Anime booba on screen.
Wait. Oh, because of your splits.
Like
I didn't even
hold on.
notice
What's the
that.
challenges here? 4 kills on possessed soldiers, 8. Oh, so I practically can't BFG.
Oh yeah, that was a little bit. I think it's
Wait,
because I
frick,
like stuttered or
yeah.
something, and you combined both
but I
words
still
together.
What
Yeah,
what
but
did I
there
do
wasn't
that's
enough
not
of
I
a
guess
fade between the two. It was too harsh. Ooh.
I've never done this before.
Yeah,
not
you don't want your
once.
letters to be too hard, you know?
That's how you do this casually, huh? Are they just hiding down there?
I like how that's the theme of
Like,
this
they must
run.
have
It's just
been
like,
stuck in
oh,
here
so
for
that's
ages.
how they
Like, look,
intended
the
to
Yep.
do
destroyed,
this.
so they didn't crawl.
Also, the plot analysis of these imps
Yeah.
being stuck in the elevator.
Story.
Like, they had
Like,
no
go
way.
back.
These are just enemies you get after going, but like, no, there's a story here
Yeah.
of them being
Yeah.
trapped. Like, it's.
I wonder how many people picked up on that and have thought the same way you have just now.
I don't think anyone has. I think it's literally just me.
Yeah.
Through it. Like, if I didn't come along, they'd be there forever. These kill all these things. Speaking to my guns as if they're people, I find that helps. Hi there. That is a... An imp was directly behind me. How the... Ooh, this is gonna...
I
This,
feel
this
death
might be a little
montage
bit of
incoming.
a... little bit of a thinker.
Sorry, what?
Is there a death montage or is there no in this one?
A death
Because
massage?
I think there's like a death montage. I don't remember.
Oh, there's maybe, yeah, there's probably a death montage.
We had one. I think there was 2 or 3 in this.
Oh, doing it for the
yeah.
glory kill. I gotta repeat this section now. It's cool. It's cool. We're fine. Wasn't that bad of a section anyhow. All right, back to the fun part, aka the I die a lot for an hour. Grab this. Grab this. Ah, dude.
There it is. Okay.
I got hit by 3 fuckers. I want a BFG so bad, but I can't in this heckin' fight. Oh, dude. Wait. Come on, dude. I don't have enough combat rating.
Okay,
This is,
that
no.
zoom that you do, that's like,
Yeah.
because I had to give you footage for that. That was just so clean, and I can't picture how exactly you did that with like a
Okay,
cross
wait.
resolve or
Come on,
something.
Oh!
I don't have enough.
Because you just like, you act like you zoom through the chat, which that isn't an effect, but maybe, yeah.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was talking about
Oh, dude.
earlier. Is
Wait.
when I have 2 clips that have the
Come on,
same
dude. I don't have
like. You can, if you hold space, right, you can go frame by frame.
Oh.
Basically, I said there's 2 clips, right? You cut it between the footage that we were looking at, and then the footage you gave me with the, you know. And so you give them both the same zoom effect
Come on, dude.
at the exact same keyframe, the same timestamps, and then you just
Combat
you get the
rating?
exact
This
same
is,
zoom, you know?
Do I
Mm.
care enough?
So that's
Fuck
how
it,
you
I'm gonna
transition
say,
that.
don't care.
Okay.
That's how I do most of these shows.
Fix
Like
this issue,
right
I have
there,
to do another
it's
run
zoomed
from
in,
scratch.
but
I
that
think
was
that's a
not
line I
immediately
draw
after. It
where
was like
I'm
with
not gonna do
footage
that.
in between.
Get
You just
hecked on,
yeah.
Cyberbeam.
But I do that with every clip because I think it looks clean, but because of
you.
that, it looks very distracting.
I-
If you're
I think
you
I'm
know?
going to steal that sometimes, because like I think in certain scenarios where it's like a
makes
single
for-
where it's like a single conversation topic, that seems like just overpowered.
it's very easy to make footage look like there wasn't time passing between the two clips. It's very easy to make it look like that was immediately after, and you don't think about it like, oh, is it a distract? Because jump cuts can be very distracting. A lot of the time they're fine, and if anything, they make the footage feel fast, which is why I'm trying to do it more instead of just focusing on the zooms I keep doing. But when you have like something that should be a continuation, however, you're cutting stuff in between, so it becomes a jump cut. Doing that zoom effect, it so easily makes it flow very smoothly, and the viewer won't have to think about like, oh, there was time in between, because it seems like there isn't. It just, even though if you really think about it, clearly there is, whether it's a few seconds or a whole long time. But it makes it very clean. But that's why I obsess over doing it, because it's just my habit to do it with everything now, because I know it works. But then it becomes distracting that it's just that, you know?
I talked with this with some of my videos where I do montages, but what I've been doing with montages is I look for the same frame that the weapon is in the same animation but in a different area, and then have it to where, you know, basically you just hard cut mid animation to the other thing, and it makes it seem seamless, which is...
I've done that once in the new one,
like,
because there was a combat cut, and so I was like, well, one way to make the combat feel smoother is to cut it mid animation, so it seems like, you know.
Yeah. I think what's it? Doing that with like a 180 ballista boost just feels slick, which is, you know, the best part of it.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've never done it in that, but I can imagine that is perfect. Like that. That reminds me of something Ari showed me. One of his early edits. I think it was Halo or something. I don't know. Or Quake, but basically he made a video and the transition was him going through a portal, but it wasn't just like the Doom Eternal portal. It was actually kind of solid, and that made me think like, oh, I don't know. I'll have to find it sometime, but it was really cool.
All right. Well, if you ever get Arrhythmia Portal or that joke I told like 10 minutes ago, just let me know.
Oh yeah, the joke.
Whatever will I do?
I remember seeing that. It was just like...
Yeah.
It was just like, dude, I haven't seen a Telltale Games reference in 15 years, so...
Yeah.
I don't even know. What Telltale game did you steal that from? Walking Dead?
Probably. But do you know what's my favorite part is
Oh no,
the fact that you look up. It's perfect.
I think...
It's so... It's so perfect!
Okay, so that was back... That was back at my old setup where I had 4 monitors. I had a 4th monitor mounted upon my right monitor on top of it. So I was checking that, because that's where I kept all the stream stats. So I was probably checking stream stats and then making sure, you know, stream's up and running, and then works out.
When I saw you look up, I was like, I know exactly what I'm doing here. That's perfect. That was really fortunate. I love that.
Yeah, half of editing is just creativity, is basically what I'm learning.
Yeah, but also like, yeah, source material is like, I don't know. For me, it very much depends on what you're working with, because I'm not. It's funny. I don't feel like I'm not creative of an editor. I just very much go off of what I'm given instead of making
Irina,
something out of nothing. You know.
Irina, when is the ironic cut of Dune 2?
Dude, I've been thinking about making videos like that where I just get something I really like or I think is funny and just taking movie scenes and editing them. I'll have to send you something after
Irina,
after your stream.
Dude, there's a whole suave. There's a whole swath of people doing that on TikTok. There you go. Free movie clip. There's no copyright on that system. You'll be fine.
Oh, nice. Well, I got my hands full.
All you gotta do is add a slight blur filter behind the video, and then like it can't detect it. It's great. All right, moving on. Cyber Demon, he remembers things.
I didn't realize he did that slice attack. What are the challenges? Okay, so I can't use power-ups. I can't rocket Lost Souls, basically. And I cannot kill Aaron. That got me trick shot. Okay, stupid hacking game. Note to self: don't blow up that barrel.
We should have added a heck counter because there's so many in there.
Yeah, we just need upcoming.
Okay,
Oh. Okay, funny thing in the video. Okay, but this could work in a video pitch idea. Feel free to use this in whatever. At the beginning, when I first say a word like for example heck in this, I keep saying heck, and you're just like suddenly a pop-up's like, guess how many times Retro will say heck by the end of the video.
Oh, that's kind of good. Yeah.
And then you just have the number at the end.
Yeah,
like a short
Pokemon
montage or
review.
something.
Yeah.
Gotta catch them all.
I'm gonna save all of this ammo for the summoner whenever it spawns in. Where's this Hell
Once
Knight?
again, the audio is not
Okay, so
transitioned
it looks
properly.
like the Hell Knights did not expect you at all to come here. So weird how this is a
Audio
developmental
is surprisingly
oversight. They
one of the
just-
hardest parts
just
of
put
editing.
pathing for them up here.
You think so?
Making things sound right is so hard.
Fuck.
Like,
I thought I could close it. This is
Sound
fine.
right enough to
Gotta
like
kill
pass the
summoner
sniff
first
test. You
priority.
get what I mean?
I think I've just not had enough challenging
There we
footage
are.
to work with, I think.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier, but my task video,
Yeah.
because I had separate audio tracks and everything, there was a lot of people talking over each other, so I had to cut out so much where I like spliced in background music from the level in between those times, and then would fade in everything, and it took forever. It took forever.
With 9 ammo to spare, I am creative, let's say that. Mancubus with pistol, oh, it's okay. I'm never gonna do that. Academia with 1 shot, never gonna do that either. So basically the main one is just don't kill anything with explosive barrels. I'm gonna have to, oh. Looks like this guy's a pistol. And now I have super shotty.
Yep. And
Never
this
wanna
is
get
where
in
I
close
die
with
on the
super shotty,
inside.
'cause the super shotty is
Oh,
I'm probably gonna
yeah.
take damage if I'm close. Oh, you know.
You can see it just...
That's what I
A realization
Every
across
lie.
the face.
Yeah, that was perfect. Oh, so funny.
get hacked on.
Oh,
Didn't
there
even see
it
what was
is!
coming
Wait,
there.
we
Frick.
can
Yep,
do it!
there is a hack counter. It's just it took a while.
Yeah.
Hacked on. That was slick. Honestly, yeah, I'm kind of surprised about myself. That's like a top 10 retro gaming moment right there.
Oh,
We
what the
grab
hell?
haste,
I don't
we go
remember
into the
making
next
that.
room,
That's
and
fun,
we
though.
I think you just took an
easily.
IGN
It'll be
article
that
and just
simple.
Yes!
like
Nothing
cropped me into
100%.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Oh, wait,
there.
go back!
You need to
Go
I
ahead.
wanna...
Back
Can you
to the next
pause
room,
it on
and then
it?
we kill everything.
Because there was
easily.
text
It'll
there, I
be
wonder
just
what
that
it
simple.
said.
Yep.
Oh wait.
Speak
If it was
so
actually
that
an
was,
IGN or if it
that
was...
like a top 10 retro game.
Unforgettable
Gaming moment,
retro
right?
gaming moments. First sub 7. Completed 100% UN. Retro has some insane gamer moments over the years.
There.
But do any of wait, hold on. I need to go frame by frame. Back up. I need to read the rest of the article. I'm that egotistical. Hold on.
I wonder if I must still have the original. I wonder if it's just that size or because it goes down. You don't see the bottom of it. So knowing me, I kind of just made a whole web page and I only used the top part.
But do any of them really beat chainsawing a pinky? Such a fucking see like that's too much effort for this small little scene. I don't get you, but goddamn, is it appreciated?
Yeah, worth though, worth.
Worth, especially when you
grab the
pause.
haste, we go into the next
Curious, is
room,
that a?
and then we kill
Oh, frick! This
everything
video isn't
easily.
giving me like
It'll be
the
just that simple.
the analytics of where
Nothing
people pause and
bad can go
whatnot.
here.
Yeesh.
Good
YouTube, get your
there.
game together.
You need to die now. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I need to destroy this. If a demon hits
Dude,
that,
I'm pretty
not
sure I
gonna
was
blow up.
planning on having an owl fly across the screen there.
Oh.
I am fine.
Yeah, because you just go, oh.
I've done that before, where I've had like a video
Minigun
of like a
face fires
balloon like
fast enough to
getting
almost peek.
while I laughed
It
one
hurts
time.
because it's
You
so
played it,
true.
yeah, that's funny.
It's just a classic thing. Yeah.
Get the glory kill. Get the glory kill.
Once again, adding in some footage for variety, I think.
As you do.
Don't you? Yeah.
He was spot camping my glory kill.
That was
It's
so
just not
rude.
fair. All right.
Yeah, he was using bitch tactics in Modern Warfare 2. What the
For
hell?
real.
The last 2 levels. Don't chainsaw.
I bet he
Gecko,
never
don't
even
chainsaw,
1v1
and
someone on
don't
Rust.
throw frag
No
grenades.
honor.
Can you actually take these elevators? You can actually take these elevators. I haven't done this in ages. Let's take it down.
Catch you later, Loose Nut. Thanks for
Alright.
stopping by, dude. Have a good one. Just enjoying the ride.
Oh, really? You could just skip an extra fight down there. I didn't know. You can literally just go straight there. Do I have enough combat rating even for this? Nah, I guess we gotta go back up. I actually had no idea you could just go directly here. That is kind of awesome.
Need the elevator music again. Yeah, we're gonna watch these full. I know we didn't watch any of the combat, but we goddamn need this full elevator animation.
2 combat scenes. 2 like.
You know what? Literally, because I just don't want to take the elevator section, we're gonna do a cool little skip for you.
Oh, I love this one.
Whee!
You'll have to explain to me one day why you have to open the
Let's
menu
skip
for that, because I
20
can't
seconds
understand
from the
it.
elevator ride, and that's it.
Oh,
Alright, last
I
level.
can do that right now. Actually, it's
Yeah?
not. It's a buffer input. Basically, think about it this way: if you were just timing it, no pause menu. If you just jumped and held forward, your W and your space and could be a few frames apart. Even if you do it
Yeah.
at the same time, because human biology. So what we do is we hold W and space during the menu, so that when we exit menu, they both make sure we jump and hold W at the same possible frame.
Okay.
That's the technical reason, so we can get consistent boosts if we are in a consistent spot. There's your fun fact.
That is a fun
How
fact.
long does this take me? I guess let's find out. What are the challenges again? 2 Barons of Hell, 1 shot, BFG. Okay, so basically it's just don't BFG.
Why the heck is the timer stopped at the top? I never noticed this.
Oh.
It's just stopped for some
Yeah.
reason. It's glitched. Oh, there we are.
Kill him.
Okay.
Can't kill me.
I think you may have been like alt tab, so it was still going, but it was like.
Yes, you can, I
Maybe
guess.
like something was
Is
wrong with the
that-
window capture or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. That happens sometimes. Oh. Oh, you made a short out of one of these,
I
right?
did, yes.
Side
I
note, don't
used
worry,
the footage.
This is all good. This is all good.
The Infireball was
Yeah.
it? Exploding the
Right.
barrel?
Where it just like shot a barrel right in front of me.
Yeah, that was mean.
Can I get
Mhm.
the arena soft lock? For some reason, sometimes the fight does not trigger unless you go to the left path.
Repeating the first 5 seconds of the song over and over to make it seem like it's a stalling music.
I tried not dying. Good
I've
point,
done
good
that
point.
before.
I'll try to work on my not dying.
Because I was stalling. Like
Yeah.
I wanted the drop of the song to be in a certain section, and
Yeah,
the song's
so
too
you just
short.
repeat-
So I just
Yeah.
splice the song,
That-
crossfade it together, so it's a little longer before the drop.
That's solid editing. That's exactly what I did here too. Yeah, just literally the first like rotation of Train Rush, and then just whenever it's in the background, lower the volume and then repeat it until you cue up the normal music again.
Yeah, it's freaking in my Doomsrayers achievement. I had to do that so often to where like
Yeah,
I just had to time out beats, look at the sound form as a listen back 15 times. Is
but
it
it's
indistinguishable?
so good.
Yeah, if
It's
here's the thing, the best
It
if you do your job effectively, no one will notice, and
Yeah.
there's just a little trouble with me hearing that. Just like, why am I doing all this
Yeah.
work if no one will notice?
yeah,
Like me painting a canvas white or something.
yeah.
Easy. Never played an easier game in my life. Grab this,
Mm-hmm.
punch the heck out of a cyber demon, and punch the heck out of everything else while you're at it. I don't want to kill the cybermanx too quick though, because otherwise dude,
Okay.
that ledge. The heck was anything in that ledge?
Collision
That is a
working as
question.
intended.
Thank you.
The heck was anything in that
All
ledge?
skill of avoiding that. I saw that I was going down too quick.
Hey,
and I
hey,
doused-
I'm just letting you know. I grew up with a
Mhm.
stuttering problem, so you saying that is hate speech.
All I'm saying is I cannot wait for the Retro merch store to open and to have that printed on a t-shirt.
What would fucking even be on my t-shirts? I don't even know, honestly.
I think just
Just get
heck
out of the
and then a
damage.
period.
No, it'd be an underscore. It'd just be the underscore character just on the t-shirt. That's it.
Yeah. All right. That's actually kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
That was on me. I will take credit for that. There's a Baron that spawns. Just not spawn. I know that can sometimes happen, but I never have it happen in a place where I didn't BFG. All right. I think we got her in our last phase, so we're good. Fire your rock. Fire your rock. She's supposed to pick up a rock soon.
It's a rock.
Oh my goodness, she summoned a pillar to block
That's
that.
unfortunate.
Oh my God, she's a gamer. Hell, that
She
was
is a gamer.
right there. He tried.
I just that's my favorite. I go to that even when I'm watching like sports and somebody gets a touchdown. I'm like, oh, what a gamer.
That's funny.
Part at the end.
She's a gamer.
And time. Oh, 6 hours. You know what? That's a fun run. I'll give all the 0% runners this. That run, you can't really abuse a lot. And that's kind of the fun part. You just
Me in relationships.
have to play on a knife's edge the whole time. Obligatory UN run when on this? Never.
That was so real.
Ain't a dick, no. He's not the villain of the story.
Wait, no, but Irina, you're missing the scene.
Oh.
Ain't a dick, no. He's not the villain of the story. He's saving humanity. Look at him. He's off to save humanity. And that's an energy crisis. Think about it. I think saving humanity's energy crisis is a good thing to do.
Morality politics 101.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, posting.
Orcs in 40k are the best race to ever exist in any game ever. That's all I'm saying. Don't take that out of context. Retro.
Wanna see because this is only on screen for a split second.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I like doing the very quick time. You only notice
no, all this here is like custom text, which is weird. You even made a joke thumbnail, like.
Did I ask you for your character, or did I already have it?
I think you would have asked me for it before. I don't know if it was this time. Also, this is unrealistic. That's way too many likes for me.
Nah, this is like this video is ahead of its time.
Ahead of its time. Okay, hold on. Breaking news. C-tier streamer says one race is better than the other. Are they a bigot?
Streamer, YouTuber, writer, Reddit.
Hey, that's not an issue for me.
Uh-huh.
That's not me.
Is there anything above that, or is this it?
I have no idea, but regardless, I'm glad that they banned Rytro. He's been hogging my username for so long now. I could finally get it back, maybe.
Streamer.
Yeah, no, it stops there.
It says that one race is better than the other. Are they a bigot?
Nah, I'm a smallet. Only a little. All right, so that was like your first big project for it. Honestly, I'm super happy with that product. It's just a good vid. It's good. Yeah, do you have any closing thoughts, or are you holding 0% of them?
I haven't seen it since you uploaded it. If I'm gonna be honest, so that has been what, nearing a year now.
A little.
So
yeah.
honestly, a lot of the
7
stuff
months.
I didn't remember. 7 months, okay, same thing. I don't remember a lot of it, but I think it holds up.
It's solid
enough for a amateur editor.
For an amateur yeah. Don't have to call me out.
Wait, you didn't even... Okay.
All right. Okay, we're on to the Doom 3 vid.
Ooh, yeah, that one's a lot shorter, isn't it?
Well, it's only 3 minutes shorter.
Oh, wait, that one was 20. Oh, we just took a while. Okay.
Yeah, it took a while, I remember. But yeah, Doom 3 was accidentally... I was trying to find a title for this video for so freaking long to properly encapsulate what makes Doom 3 like what the playthrough is. I came in here expecting a bad game or to pleasantly be surprised by a good game, and I got a comedy. Like, I just laughed way too much. Like, there was too much shit that went on here. Like,
yeah, honestly, editing this was going through the footage for this, because this was the
I imagine it was a slog. This was before
It was funny though, like watching you unleash terror onto certain individuals. It was pretty good.
Yeah, what's it? I remember I used a clip for this for a short too, so there's been some funny things, especially when
Wait,
you're a
did you?
psychopath like me and like shooting.
Honestly, I don't know what clip you used for Doom 3
It
for
is-
sure, but I kind of want to like, I always want a montage short of you, killing what should not be killed.
Okay, cool. Next project.
Yeah.
A quick montage of Rytro killing every innocent person in Doom 3.
Yeah.
But no, this video, I imagine it was a slog to like watch through all the VOD, because I remember there were some points where I was just dying in this VOD, like holy.
Because it was what, 9 hours, the source
This is a
material?
9-hour stream.
Yeah.
Hey, that's about how long I've been going live now. Hi.
You're crazy. I could never. 3 hours for me is more than enough. Like.
Weren't you the bad guy in Doom 3? No, you aren't the bad guy. You're supposed to stop the bad guy. You're not the control or the damage, unfortunately. Oh, speaking of which. Today. Doom 3. What the frick was that?
So today.
Is there something?
Kangaroo, because you pronounce it like an Australian. Have you never noticed that?
What the fuck did you put there? I'm sorry?
A kangaroo.
Why did you put a kangaroo there?
Because you sounded Australian on last today. You went to die.
To
So I was
die.
like, alright, I'm putting
To
a
die,
kangaroo
mate.
line in. Yeah, have you never noticed that? That's
Okay,
funny.
you should have put a freaking emu. Because if there's one thing that the Australians know what not to do, that's kill emus.
I don't know what an emu is.
Oh, well, it's a style of music that isn't quite punk, but it's still a little more whiny.
Get out.
Okay, well, let's just get into it. Doom 3. People say that this game is the worst Doom game. Other people say that it's a good game, but a bad Doom game. And some people say that it's a good Doom game. And I don't know who to believe. So I guess we're just gonna play through it and find out.
I'm tired of running damage control every time he makes a mess. Right. You're the control. And if that fails, I'm the damage.
Okay. Another thing for Rytro merch. Getting that. Yes,
Yeah,
I would want that line on a shirt. Are you kidding me?
When you die later, and then that had me die for like I must have rewatched it like 20 times editing, and every single time I laughed or scoffed. Like
I remember you got very excited once you finished that clip, and I remember you sending it straight to me. Like,
yeah, it's so funny to me.
Good.
If that's what it takes.
Can I parkour? Also, the jump feels very weird. And I'm out of here. You can just do that. I thought it would stop me. It didn't. Wait, no, do I have to watch that whole cutscene? Please, skip. No! I was punished for doing a funny.
You're the
The game is
control.
stupid, I
If that
swear.
fails,
I'm the damage. You know, the real problem is that they called the remaster of BFG edition. They should have. We're running damage control. You're the control, and if that fails, I'm the damage. Called it remastered edition.
Ain't another. No shit.
Oh my goodness, I can close the
Point
shutters.
of that.
Game of all time. Puncher?
That's such a
Can I play
random
this?
detail to put in. I feel like that's like first level design of like, okay, what can we do? And then that detail just disappears.
Well, they're
know?
well, they're basically saying like, let's make this immersive. We want them to get involved, make them feel like they're in a Mars colony.
Mhm.
Mars colony would have shutter switches. So you gotta. It's for immersion. Same thing like they would have Super Turbo Turkey Puncher 3. You know?
True, they would.
Yeah, they would
they?
on a Martian base. They also. I've got to start thinking about the plot of this game again, and I'm gonna get angry. But I'm still thinking. We'll get to that scene. We'll get to that. There's a specific scene I'm talking about. I think it's actually in this video. But moving on.
Super Turbo Turkey Puncher 3.
3. Oh. Yeah, okay. We found the game, people. We found the gameplay. This is gonna be the stream, people. This is gonna be the whole stream.
What the hell is happening over there? Beats me, man.
Okay, more foreshadowing that we're about to get overfilled with demons. It's fine. We even bring up the PDA. Oh my goodness. We're so immersive in this game.
We really are.
We are so immersive.
That guy looked like he had a good day.
I'm gonna need you to grab some armor and secure your pistol before I can pass you through security.
Oh, only a pistol?
great.
You can't give me a gun there? Like, what the heck, dude?
Hey,
Hi.
You're looking for the scientist.
Was this supposed
Random
to be
German
scary?
in your corner, you know?
Listen to me. Never mind.
I didn't expect the game to let me do that. I'm so sorry. It's time to be what
you're
video
not.
games journalists think video games turn you into. Where's...
Okay, well, I'm not sorry. However, I want them to feel that I'm sorry, so I'm not lying.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
the other engineer? We'll find that scientist, don't worry.
I always think I always think like that's like a buzzer him going off when he ragdolls, but like I always think that's gonna be the start of like a song or something every time I rewatch this. So this game is so stupid. I love it.
Listen, Scotty.
Oh, hello.
I've done this a million times.
I'm so angry.
Hey, what the hell's going on up there?
Here's the thing, because I want to kill them, but only on my terms.
People,
Yeah.
just for perspective, I hit control there. Control is by default shoot in this game.
The garage area is right through that door. Now stop bothering me.
Yeah, I'll stop bothering you.
You're that new guy headed for the old
Hi,
center, right?
I am. Looking for a missing scientist.
That
you.
helmet did nothing.
Yeah,
This is
what's the
bad
point of a
guy
helmet if
playthrough,
it isn't
people. We're
bullet
not the
retardant?
good guy
Like,
here. We are not. Doing them a favor so they're not killed by demons? Yeah, there'll be less demons because they have less people to infect. It's that simple. So really, this is the good guy playthrough. Oh no, it's starting to go to shit. What you do? What you do? He started the whole invasion. I had to. Wait, guys, this is a horror game. Should I turn off my light?
all right, that's a funny one. Hold on.
He started the whole invasion. I had
How to justify murdering someone in cold blood. The perfect WikiHow article, you know?
to. Wait, guys, this is a horror game. Should I turn off my lights? We're dark now.
This is a spooky stream.
Ow! What the heck? Heck you! That guy just did half my health.
When my mother has the controller.
Oh my goodness, I'm so startled right now. This game kind of feels like it wants to be Half-Life a little bit. I do get that
Like, just a
impression.
little
Are you
bit.
alive?
A little bit a lot.
It's basically it's like what's Half-Life if it's not a horror game? Because
Yeah.
if Half-Life was a horror game, because Half-Life's more focused on the moving and shooting and all that jazz. But
Yeah.
this game's trying to be like, oh, it's actually horror. But do you want any action? No. Point and click.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, the funniest jump scare I've seen. Wait, is that an imp? That looks
Those are
nothing like a
freaking
fucking imp. This looks like
beefy
a
imp.
Doom Retribution imp. Okay. Assault rifle, baby. Oh my goodness, it feels like absolute garbage. I love it. They did not figure out first-person shooters at this point, I will say.
I'm staying up here.
It's weird. I got a comment that they did figure out first-person shooters, but they made Doom 1, they made Doom 2, and other hit games like Doom 64. And then I remember just being like, yeah, but if they knew how to make it, the game would be good, right?
I mean, that's
Right?
a good
Like,
point, yeah.
it
That's an accurate
doesn't matter
response to
it doesn't
that.
matter their previous experience if this game right now sucks.
Yeah.
It's the only safe place. You can't get me down. I'm staying here.
Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. I think I should raid through every PDA. I'd rather do an entire Sudoku.
The
puzzle
way I
blindfolded.
just realized this as
Oh,
well. It's when they die, it's not like it's like ooh. It's like this weird grunt instead of like an actual death sound.
It's almost
It's like
and-
they're lifting something that's a little bit too heavy for their biceps or some shit.
I was thinking that they were enjoying dying just a little too much, but I think that's my interpretation.
Hi there. You dick. That was
See
my
that? I was
kill.
like,
UAC is here to help you.
What the fuck even was it? What is this scene supposed to do? I remember
so weird.
this is just like one of those scenes where it's just like you just do something random and hope it scares because the lol XD random, right? Like
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, it's like
These are
loud
not
equals
jump scares,
funny,
they're jump
random
laughs.
equals
Oh my
scary.
fucking goodness.
There's nothing you can do for me.
Oh, this is the death. That's the short.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
There's one thing I could do.
Because that's just so cold and callous.
Oh yeah.
You know, sociopathy does well on TikTok, as far as I'm concerned. Hey, I mean, you gotta fake your Tourette's tics somehow, you know. Wait, is that a pinky? Well, it's not a pinky. It's like something completely... What?
All right, come through. You're gonna get absolutely dumpstered on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had to reload I didn't reload the shotgun. I was staring there with the
You
shotgun,
lived!
but I didn't have it.
You somehow lived!
That's because this game is poorly balanced, not because I'm not an idiot, okay?
That thing is supposed to one-shot you.
On Doom
100%.
2016, yes. In this game, they're like, it's like, they're like imps, but they walk on the ground with all four.
Yeah.
Ugh. A Doom speedrunner, people. I think reloading is a sin. It makes sense why I wouldn't consider it.
I'm gonna try and get this thing stabilized. I'll head to the science office when I have this under control.
Yeah, no problem. You can get that under control real quick.
They work slow, they
Real
don't follow any of the
Real
standard
quick.
operating procedures, and they can't even remember basic things that I tell them. For example, I changed the cabinet door codes here to 1, 2, 3 because I thought that was easy enough to remember, but they still forgot it.
I do like that.
I love that. I changed the. That is a funny way to contextualize like why do people have codes on PDAs everywhere? Like when that's against procedure. Don't get me wrong. This game does some stuff well. Some stuff,
for sure.
Some stuff bad.
Like the shutters? Did you see that?
No, the shutters were fucking fantastic. Don't you ever dare insult the shutters, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm saying they were good.
Yeah, no, okay. I brought up bad things, and then you're like, you know what that reminds me of? The shutters. The shutters know what you mean. You can't hide from the shutters,
I just
Irina.
said that this game does some good things, and that's why I said, the shutters.
No.
Alright.
Code to 1, 2, 3. Time will prove me right. That's all I'm saying. Because the people they keep sending me are idiots. Like, times 50 million, honestly. What? I got sandwiched. I didn't even know one spawned behind me. The fun game. Not even in the fun way.
I'm trapped in here. Release the door locks and get me out. What? Hey,
I should have capitalized that. Or whatever.
How do you even get trapped there? What the fuck is this thing? It's Quaylash. I can't believe this game ripped off Dark Souls. Grenade out. This is the Dark Souls of first-person shooters. Grenade out. Grenade out. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. All right, let's. The grenade is like the wimpiest grenade throw ever, though. It's weird.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like it's a hazard for yourself because it lands on your feet.
Like, it's literally just to hit something around a corner. That's about it.
To kill them. What are you doing?
Hello, Elena Richardson. Okay. But just saying, like, if I kill an imp in 8 bullets, why the fuck don't they kill an imp in 8 bullets? Like, I don't get.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, again, story criticisms of Doom 3. There's many. It's a lost soul. That's on par with the Spider-Man 2 We're All Gonna Die. I'm going to die. It's just a classic clip. It's a meme for a reason.
Gargoyles. Hi there.
Hey kid, want to see a body?
Well, if the gargoyle didn't kill him, I would have, so. Oh, it's a Caco. Hi, Caco. Oh, what the fuck? That pinky or whatever sticking its head out of the door, that was quite hilarious. Why is there a guy with a chainsaw in a Doom game? Oh, so I can get the chainsaw. Why is there a chainsaw on a Mars base? There's no trees to cut down. This game is just riddled with plot holes, people. Absolutely riddled.
I never thought about that until you said that. It was like just a click, like, you know what? Yeah, what the hell? What did he use it for? Everything's made of metal.
So I figured this out from like literally day one. Somebody posted a comment on this video that's like, having chainsaws on Mars isn't actually a plot hole. There's a PDA log you can read where they got a mixed up shipment where they were meant to get like sledgehammers and like power saws, but instead they got chainsaws and they were complaining to the company about it.
That's kind of fun. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, I didn't see that email, but like, it's not a plot hole. Like, don't get me wrong, people. It's just unlikely that a chainsaw would be on Mars. But like,
yeah,
I don't know. I thought I was joking there. I was just like, I don't really care if a chainsaw's on Mars. It's inconsequential if it's a plot hole or not. Like,
yeah,
I'm just saying it like, oh, it's like when a game slightly stutters and I say literally unplayable, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing satanic stuff. We might be Satan, or I don't know, we might be getting closer to Satan. Woo, dude, we have
That's
the
my
Half-Life card
religion.
section. Why would I ever go to the left? Let's do it. This was such pain. This was a good use of my time, indeed. I need to go up there, I think, but how the frick do I get up there?
Murder.
There we are. What the hell am I missing? Where do I need to go? Literally says lift control. Wait, you can move it up? Oh my goodness. And it was just right here this whole time. That UI, I will say. Okay, maybe it's a little bit on me being dumb, but these are not similar to this whatsoever. I would have never gotten that. I would have been here for years, people. Gotta be real. What the hell is this? Oh my goodness.
Only Berserk power-up in the game and both DLCs, by the way.
Goodness, they brought Berserk into this game.
It feels so empty without the cool glory kill animation.
Yeah, because Berserk is basically just like, see these cool-ass animations, bro, and this, like, don't even have that.
It's just, they just fall over or, like, crumble apart or something.
I would get it if they gave you, like, difficult demons to go up and punch, because it actually matters for one-shotting them, but all those guys died to one shot from the pistol anyhow, so, like, why?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it feels very weird to one-shot things and not get the heads ripped off or
Uploading
worse.
this section as the many plot holes of Doom 3 featuring ironic Irina and @Rytro_. That's the segment.
What? I can't go to maintenance? I have to freaking find the thing that will let me go to maintenance. Oh, I'm out of sprints too. This is the worst day ever. Ow! Dick.
Not dramatic at all.
Motherfucker. Okay, I quick saved right before I got hit like that. Is that even avoidable? Wait, no. What am I doing? Grenade. Fire in the hole.
Frickin' the world's weakest grenades cannot go beyond 2 feet.
What the frick is this? Yeah, you're right. This is an OSHA violation. Nearly got my head taken off by that. Oh, look. No safety railings over here. Another OSHA violation. Add it to the list.
Do not call for reinforcements.
Why?
Cancel that transmission.
Can transmit or cancel it? Fuck you. We're transmitting it.
You have no idea what you just did.
Why didn't you tell me this before I made the decision? Because, you know, what has anyone ever been convinced by the argument of don't do it because I say so? Oh, dude, it's a rev.
Argumentation 101.
That rev is so fucking stupid. I think this is the first design that's just, like, absolutely horrible. What the fuck are these baby demons? The people who were making the enemy designs on this game were on crack or something. Sheesh. Who would have loved that as a fodder demon? Imagine chainsawing a baby to restack. We're gonna
About
move
to get
this
canceled.
up from rated R to X. Oh, is this a
Wait, isn't X, like, explicitly sex? I thought it was just, like, anything too gruesome. Which I think
No
chainsawing
idea.
babies would be.
I have no idea. I
Boss
feel
fight? This
like,
one's boss
yeah.
fighty. Oh my goodness, it's a Mancubus! Oh, if Mancubus was a Cthulhu monster! Oh, I got a cycle to vents, I see. Dwa! 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 Yeah. Well, let's ride this tram. Oh, wait, we got a person back here. You were just there the whole time? The game specifically does
name
not
him?
want me to shoot him. This is so
Trying to
sad.
know.
Wait, I didn't save since the
hold
tram
on.
ride, so I actually should save right now.
You gave him a name.
'cause
I'm
I
trying to
just don't
remember what
wanna
it
die.
was. Steve?
Oh, frick.
It's
I
in
don't
the
wanna
video.
do that whole
We'll get
tram
to
section
it.
frickin' again. Oh, did I give myself a bad spawn? I guess we're going back. I didn't realize a guy was right there. They ate him. Why do you get out of the tram? The tram's bulletproof. No. How could you, Charles? His name was Charles. At least I hope it was. I'd look stupid if I got that. Charles. That wrong, you know?
It's a TCH, Charles. Okay, that's what the Charles, you know.
Of course.
Oh, that was just unfair. I guess this game has played the unfair card many, many times. It's been a while since I saved. Wait, is there health back here? I don't want to repeat all that. Okay, I'm repeating all that anyhow. How many times have they done that trick of where you just open a door and something jumps out at you? I feel like it's been like 15 million. Like, you know, as a conservative estimate.
Over here.
Over here? Hello.
Mildly annoyed. I still don't know what they were trying to do here. I still don't know what the point of that
I
was.
remember this vividly. You included this clip because I remember we were talking about it in call reviewing this. You were like, why would you just jump down an elevator shaft? And I said, like, no, I'm not
you were like,
crazy.
"You
If they're
whispered
talking to me.
Yeah.
Like, you just thought
They
I was
told
going
me to,
crazy.
the places told me to.
You must thought I was like the biggest psychopath at the moment. Like, what do you mean? And then I remember listening, and I had to prove it to you right then and there.
Yeah. And since then, I'm no longer a skeptic.
I think what they tried to do here was like, oh, here's a creepy little thing telling you to kill yourself. Isn't it creepy when a little girl tells you to kill yourself? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not like you'd relate, right?
I don't think they accounted for you actually going near the creepy voices and listening to them.
I think they totally did.
You know,
they totally
it's a
wanted me to.
estimate.
They totally did.
Over here? Hello.
On the
I
cloud.
thought the voices were telling me to jump, and I just wanted to see if that did anything.
You sound out of context. You sound so crazy.
Out of context, I actually sound like a psychic. That's what.
Yeah.
Imagine if you didn't put subtitles here, how many people would think I'm actually crazy?
Yeah.
Oh. The game not being nice. Example 15,000,005. Waste weapon, just use chainsaw. Does it malfunction? Yeah, it's because there's a box there, idiot. Oh, this was the one. It was 942.
Fucking door panel.
952, 982, 972, 962, 951. I don't care anymore. The chairs disappeared now, but he's still there. How often can you say that you punch someone into a skeleton?
Dude, that
Wait,
looks
are you
gross.
telling me
Looks
the
like you're
bat
going through
included-
someone's intestines, I'm gonna be honest.
I wasn't
Like,
thinking.
the teleportation is true, just, you know.
Who the frick is the guy who makes the, like, he just throws paint on a canvas? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes, but I don't know his name.
That's what I was thinking of, where it's just like a red paint on a white canvas, and he just like tossed the
Yeah.
brush everywhere, and like they rolled into a tube, and you're through that.
Didn't cross this
Yeah.
gap, so what I had to do was teleport here. Like, they couldn't have gotten some like grates off the wall and plywood and make a makeshift bridge or something. Like, why did I have to teleport 5 feet? What the?
Yeah, it's weird because like you have to use that teleport. It's like you're literally just doing that to teleport 5 feet. Like, I get it if you're teleporting across the base or something, but 5 feet?
It's weird. It's very weird.
The code is
People say this game's good.
624. Gotcha. Thank you. You've been a great help. Oh,
How
hi.
the fuck did those two miss?
That helmet, I don't know if they missed, but that helmet could withstand 2 bullets before dying, whereas that military grade helmet at the very start couldn't even last through 1. That's all I'm observing out of this.
No, you see, the medics are more valuable, so they dress them in more protective armor, obviously.
Of course, yeah,
Oh,
clearly.
hi. There's a little
Because you did not miss any of those.
Nope. Oh, this is the part I was talking about earlier.
And study the extra-dimensional beings.
Why did they make this video? This is a top secret facility that not everyone on Mars has access to. Why the fuck did they make an introductory video for people, like, as if we're giving tours here about this shit? Or maybe it's just...
Yeah, because like that's the conflicting. Like you got a tour guide video at a top secret lab. I feel like that's just inherently contradictory.
Yep.
Like, what do they have to get? Like, in a high military ranking officer to voice act and edit it? Did they not just have regular editor? Like, no, you need to be at least Black Mesa rank 9 in order to get access here. By the way, we also have heavily produced video essays that so you could trust Jim the editor. He totally he can keep a secret.
Anthony Hopkins did the voiceover, as a matter of fact.
Anthony Hopkins.
Oh my goodness, they're dead by the conveyor belt. This game just earned a few bonus points. 372.
Okay.
Open with caution. Good one, game. Kudos. This is how the flashlight recharges. Oh, you can climb the ladder from the back. That's actually kind of cute, because, yeah, you can do that in real life. A little weird from a game design perspective, but, you know, realism, it's there. Suffer.
Like the shutters.
That grunt voice light is just, it's so wonky.
How's
so
that
stupid.
past quality
no,
control?
No, this is a Hell Knight. Boss fight.
I was just like the sound of an
two Hell Knights. That's why I saved all my rockets. Can I miss more shots? The answer is yes. Oh, when I got transported into hell, that's the level. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, people. I didn't think that Doom 3 actually had a hell section. I must say, I do like their version of hell. Like, look at this. It's like a ethereal
Yeah, it does
space
look
that
really
you're
cool.
floating on
It
rocks
is
in,
very
like,
it
it's
looks
cool.
like that looks like a Black Sabbath metal album cover,
Yeah.
you know? Like that's the cool part of it.
Nah, the design of that is really good.
was
Honestly,
gonna
the
say-
level design, it looks good. Like, the game looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, if every section was kind of like the ones in Hell, it would be a 6 out of 10 rather than a 5, but you know.
I was glad I quick saved.
Burn in hell forever.
If you could teleport me into hell, why didn't you teleport me over lava or something? Just, you know, just asking questions. Should have mentioned this.
Because when I care about something, it's like I'll actually get angry at emotion. But with a game like Doom 3 and like I just noticed something very like blatantly bad, I'm just like, okay, yeah, quit asking questions, moving on.
Yeah.
We're fine. All the
When
Doom
I-
games are like that a little
I
bit.
turned the light back on because I thought it was actually
Yeah, what's up,
too
Baldy?
dark
How's
when
it
I looked
going?
at the screen. If you liked dark,
Hey, Ember,
Brightro,
who we
but
chatting
now
with?
we're
This is
bright
Irina. She's my
Brightro.
editor.
We're Brightro. Ha, hilarious. Oh wait, what the fuck is that? Oh my goodness, it's a hell dog. Am I in hell? Yes, I literally went to hell. This is what my Twitch chat looks like, projected into a 3D space. Get hecked on.
Hold on, this is very important. I'm just staring at my chat right now. If I look into the camera, that makes the joke funnier. There we go. We're good.
What the heck is this? Oh my goodness, we have a soul cube. So wait, every time you go through a teleporter, you lose all your equipment. Does that mean I'm naked? I can get it if they want to do the rules as like, yeah, only organic matter can transfer through teleporters. Like, okay, sure, fine. But like, I have to be naked then by that logic, right? My full headcanon is from this point onward, not Doom Guy. It's just free balling it this whole time.
I mean, it makes sense. It's consistent.
It makes complete sense, yeah.
Like, imagine you had to be
Weird.
fighting things naked until you got your suit back or something.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Like, that's what I need. I need more naked protagonists in my life. I don't care what any cutscene tells me.
Places to find out.
What the hell what is that? Is it just like an insta-kill on something? Yeah, I think it's just an insta-kill. Don't worry. I'll let you out of your misery, my friend. You won't have to live in a world filled with demons anymore. I wonder if this is like a Steam achievement for killing every civilian you come across in this game, because I fucking want it. Pointers to remember when opening sacrificial
but there's a
portal.
speedrun.
Can I actually read that?
Speedrun
I
to
wanna
kill
know
every person in the
pointers.
game. Timer
I
ends
must
on
say,
blast
for this
death.
being a horror game, it's like completely
Oh.
lost its...
Okay. This
Read
this
that?
scene.
I want to know
There's something.
pointers.
So it said no if there was a PDA on something. That PDA actually does exist. I had a commenter
You didn't
point this
pick it
out.
up, did you?
I didn't pick it up. So that's the whole thing. I was looking for it, but I never picked it up in the first place.
I must say, for this being a horror
Okay.
game, it's like completely lost its horror element. And this is like a full-on action game without any of the action stuff at this point. Gonna be real.
Perfect timing for this criticism, by the way.
For real.
Okay, never mind. I tested the fucking game and the game accepted it.
I did like the animation of it crawling out. That was good.
No, that's like genuinely like the best jump scare in the game.
cannot
But
stop being unfair
it's just
even if
plain.
I tried.
It's playing off my
Yeah.
arachnophobia though. Like that's the only why.
I think the jump scare at the start with the guy hanging off the railing who then fell down is by far number one. Like,
Yep, totally. Yeah, that guy falling really did what can I say?
dude, I
Did
still
work,
wake up
man.
cold
I-
sweat thinking of that.
Yeah, like what if I fall 2 feet off a ledge? Like what would happen?
Don't think
No.
about it, Retro. Don't.
Sorry, it's just the ledge gets closer every day, and I have to resist myself from jumping. 2 feet.
He's got my gun.
No, your BFG's gone. You get Soul Cube charge off killing people. That's great. I'd classify this as, I think this was good for its time, but it's not too good by modern gaming standards. What the frick is this thing? Oh my goodness, it's a Doom Hunter!
Oh. Just your typical, And every Mars facility comes equipped with a battle arena with lava at the bottom if anyone loses.
Yep.
Completely ethical Mars colony.
I mean, it is Doom
Oh, it
canon.
fires a BFG? He's using a BFG against me!
Oh, yeah, just doesn't see the electricity. How does one do this boss? I don't get it. Wait, I can soul cube it. Soul cube, do your work. Oh, soul cube is the strategy. That's a quick kill. Do I have a BFG now? Where's my BFG? Thank you. The soul cube in Doom 3 is better than the Crucible because it recharges and has a use in the combat loop. People are gonna be angry that Doom 3 did this better than Eternal, but it's true. Wait, I have a BFG. I always love throwing Eternal under the bus every time I can, you know? Like responsibility as a speedrunner, right?
Yeah.
Just realized I need to use it at some point. Try it. Okay, BFG is pretty strong.
If I'm correct, that cube is our only chance to stop this. No time to explain now.
Boring.
Okay, I need to make a montage of your NPC kills. That's
honestly
amazing.
After watching it, like, hell yeah, I'll pay you for it. Like, do it, please. That would be such a good like short / TikTok actually.
That's funny. The snoring, boring as shit. That's really good.
That could be. There are so many death clips where I'm shooting someone. It's like that could be the final death clip, and I'd be happy.
Yeah.
And there's like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, because all of them are backed up with really shitty one-liners.
Hey, no. Throw enough shit at the wall, it eventually sticks, Irina.
I have a few pretzels.
Oh, wait. This is a funny thing. So this elevator scene.
Watch this whole thing, huh? Luckily, I have a few pretzels.
So the whole reason why that scene is included, this is chopped footage. I don't know why you took it out, but regardless, it left the cutting room floor of Irina found it very weird the way I eat pretzels. Do I have an example? Okay. So here, I have a Q-tip here, so this will be bland and tasteless. Whatever, you'll get the thing. So one thing is I do, like, I kind of slurp it, I go, then start chewing, because I, like, slot it into my mouth, you know? And I remember you took fascination with that, and I was like, why?
Yeah, because it's strange.
How is it strange? I put the pretzel in my mouth and I chew. Man, that Q-tip was harder than I gave it credit for. Actually hurt my tooth a little by biting hard on it. Ugh. But yeah, that's the whole reason why that scene's there, if you're wondering why it's a little out of place, because I think this missed the final revision, but yeah, there's no context. You just have a contextless scene.
Because I took it out of, well, not out of, but I focused on the way you ate that, and then you were like, "What's wrong with that?" You kind of gaslit me into thinking it was normal.
It is normal. Shut up. Like, I'm not. Okay, Irina, if you think the Earth is flat and I tell you it's round, that's not gaslighting. Okay, that's the truth.
It was weird. I'm kidding. I don't care. You eat your pretzels the way you want to, right, Joe? It's okay.
Yeah, no one makes it.
I'm not elitist about eating pretzels. I've never had a pretzel in my entire life, so.
Haven't had a pretzel your entire life?
Nope. I've never had a pretzel.
Thing, huh?
Yeah.
Luckily, I have a few pretzels.
Well, how the hell do I respond? Like, that's like someone saying I haven't had potato chips, you know? Like, really, not one chip? Absolutely spawn camped. Again, with this open door and then imp stuff, the game just, like, likes to play that note, like, 15 million times. 15 million, right. 6, actually. I think I still gotta grab this, right?
Yeah, that's
whatever
this
boss is. Hold on,
Oh,
this one's pretty
speedrun.
good. I think I still gotta grab this, right? Speedrun. Whatever this boss is.
That's the last clip for sure. That will be the last one.
Speedrun. I've eventually went from regretting each kill to slowly be like, yeah, get it over with, speedrun. This is not gonna mean shit. That's the fall of humanity. Wait, there's just a hole that drops you into the magma there? Oh, I see. Some of the.
Oh, this gave me
died the exact same
mental
way again.
aching watching this.
Why?
Because it's so because it's kind of just, I don't know. It feels like kind of just a shitty mechanic. Maybe.
Oh yeah, it totally is. It is a shitty mechanic.
But it just looked really fucking annoying. Like, it didn't look fun. It was like, oh, you gotta hurry up. Because even when you hurried up, you fell down.
Because usually when you're about to die, you want like a visual cue or something. But like, no, that section just didn't allow it.
it just disappears outside of your vision
yeah,
without
notice-
any kind of warning.
Notice this 1% wobble, and then you can escape. But
Yeah.
what?
What do you mean? Look forward to where the enemies are. No, look at your feet. You gotta know what ground is gonna fall apart.
Exactly.
Don't worry about the im's about to shoot you. Don't worry.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. You can just look at 3 locations at once. The game again? This looks fun. It is fun. Totally. Well, this will definitely kill me. No, it won't. I'm good. Smile. Oh, fucking Archvile. Get a job.
Get a job.
Fucking never. I think I say that because it's kind of like how I say Olivia Pierce is a gamer.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
yeah.
Olivia Pierce is gaming. Okay, well, get
Really
a job.
out of place.
It's like in a PvP game if somebody like outperforms you and is like just have such a high skill and is dumpstering you. Like, get a job is the insult I use. So like that, me implying that an imp trained for this, that it's a gamer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
Fine. Oh, this is like a Martian dig site. Okay, cool. Now there's Martian society. They worship demons or whatever.
Audio.
Cool. There's some world building. Something aliens. Oh my goodness, it's
Transitions
it.
are
Them
non-existent.
referencing themselves in their own games. Transitions
What
are
egos,
stupid.
am I right?
To be fair, if I didn't stutter, you wouldn't have to edit the transitions.
Yeah, well, fuck you. It's your fault.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, it's a huge. Holy crap! That is a huge cyber demon. Damn.
That looks sick, though. They nailed that.
It is pretty cool.
BFG, son.
It's a different design than the other Tyrant, but it's fine. I like it.
Woo! Get soul cubes. Fucking did it. I finished it, people.
That was a 9-hour stream. Fuck, I finished all of Doom 3. Let's go.
Wait. I got an achievement. People. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. I got an achievement.
I feel like...
Beat the Doom 3 single-player campaign in 10 hours or less. That's a speedrun achievement. What? That's a speedrun? Is 10 hours or less? Damn. Did not expect that. Oh my goodness. 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 It's the end of the video. Bye.
I scored that. Yeah.
Yeah, you asked
That's
me to
fun.
record that last one.
Yeah.
but- See, like, this is why I'm saying, we said, guess how many times Retro says, oh my goodness, instead of me saying, it's bye, it's like, it's 24, bye. Or it's 24.
Yeah.
And then just cold end.
That's a good idea. We
But
should do
yeah.
that sometime.
But yeah, I refer to this video as my best edited video on the channel, so congratulations.
What?
No,
Really?
no, I would say that. I think, like, pound for pound, this is one of the best videos on there.
Huh. Interesting. I am humbled.
Definitely top 3.
Ooh, okay. I am definitely humbled.
That's not humbled.
I appreciate it. I
No,
don't know.
humbled is
English
when
is not my first language.
Humbled is saying, like, I think your editing is shit. You'd be like, oh, I'm so humbled because, like, you thought you were good, but you're actually, you discover you're not.
Humbled means
You discover humble is like you
Okay,
discover you're
I'm
worse than you
egoed.
actually
I'm
are,
egoed.
or basic, kind of like egoed. They're similar. These are similar. We're basically. I know what you meant. I'm just being a dick.
You really are. I'm kidding.
Well, you are what you eat, so.
Oh, okay.
Irina, thank you so much for joining me. It's late for you, right? You gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully I have work at 5 p.m., so we can sleep in until 4 p.m. And we're gonna.
Okay, Irina, I don't want you here. Okay, like,
No, I'm
don't
going, don't
make this
worry.
difficult.
No, okay, bye.
I never even liked you in the first place. Get out of here. No, stop it. Okay.
Now I'm just sad.
Well, goodbye,
Okay,
sad. So I'm hiring new editor. Anyone wants to apply? Yeah, just send it to my. Okay, people. That was very good. Thanks, Irina, for joining. She's a delight. Good friends. All that jazz. You dick. Okay, but I was funny. You'll take the job for only $80,000 a year. So, such a deal. Can you accept $4? Okay, so here's how we're gonna structure the last part, because the structure was really depending on when Irina would get off work, so we could do that. It was fun. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the Ultra Kill video, and then we're gonna finish it with Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds I'll do in one take, so let's try to get the Ultra Kill done, and then I'll take a break. So, people, Ultra Kill. It's the new sensation across the nation. It's the video I released literally yesterday. And we're going to go through it, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to do everything. Like, this video. Why Ultra Kill? The answer is quite simple, because Doom got boring. When you put, like, thousands of hours in a certain franchise, like, it can, like, believe it or not, take a toll on you. Hold on, I gotta change the category to Ultra Kill here. I didn't change the category to Doom 3 when we did the Doom 3 video. I'm so sorry, people. Clickbaiting stream, my bad. But, I just rushed to end this. I did most of the editing in, like, the last 3 weeks. I have a lot to comment about it because it's all fresh in my mind. But, yeah, there's a little bit of drawbacks because I know, like, I was on a time crunch trying to get this out before this, so there are some mistakes I know about. But overall, I'm pretty happy with this. Could you do this chat? I'm so... My bad. Hey, yo. When it comes to first... See? Like, we were just talking about my openings. I made a longer The Icon of Sin is on Earth joke, a quick cutaway, and then saying hi all in like 5 seconds. Like that. Is that not just not the best open? So good. Hey, yo. When it comes to first-person shooter speedrun... Oh, fun fact. Brian Otto saw this video. He left a comment. And he actually pointed out a funny thing in the script that was not in any way intentional. There is one Titan that sits above the rest. So there is one Titan that sits above the rest. Brian Otto is most famous for speedrunning Titanfall 2, where he held world record uncontested for like 7 years. So, me saying Titan while Brian Otto on stream was... It's a funny coincidence. At least according to speedrun.com. And hell, pun definitely intended. It ain't even out of early access yet. I actually timed some of the shots to a little bit of the beat there. Transitions, I probably could have selected a few better clips, but I'm happy with that. Just as a... It's like, it's not like a 9 out of 10, but it's like a solid 7. We take those. Ultra Kill is a movement shooter so complicated, so depthful, and so fun that is perfect for speedrunning. For those wondering what this game is about, you're a vampiric robot named Vioni. So, okay, to explain this joke. V1. Or Vonetta Flowers, that's who I was looking for. No, but V1, just spell out 1 and pronounce it, it's Voni. That's what I'm calling the protagonist all the time, it's Voni. Who's traveling through Dante's Inferno to get more fuel. That's a small thing. That's my little transparency thing that I have for chat when I speedrun, for my splits. I had the wrong scene. Noticed it last second, really didn't care, because it was only like 3 seconds, but whatever, it's fine. That's about it, as the story is just icing on the cake that you can ignore and instead focus on the wide variety of guns to help you throughout the journey. Oh, and also money. So that footage was taken from before the previous update, and that previous update effed up a lot of the script schedule and whatnot. I'll get into it later, but yeah. I cannot exaggerate how much I love this game's gore combat loop. Okay, gore combat loop is a great pun. Fantastic. I'm so proud I put a subtitle on the screen, you know? Every weapon has its niche use, and the run has so many interesting strategies and mechanics that it's a lot to take in, at least when you speak about it in totality. So rather than do that, I want to give you all a taste of Ultra Kill by covering only one level, the best level in all of Ultra Kill speedrunning, a 100% brutal run of 4-2. Bam, bam, bam. So one thing you'll notice, the background of this level is not the background of the thumbnail. The thumbnail's background is 4-1. I just photoshopped some of the environmental design in there because I really liked like the sun overlooking the pyramid look of the first one, because I just thought it was more iconic for the thumbnail. But yeah, I actually did get the font and stuff for the game. I did do a lot of text in that. It's nice. So, baseline. 100% is a category that requires all secrets. See, like, if you look there, I think I photoshopped this exact picture into the into the thumbnail.
Found, and each level to be P ranked. I know what you're thinking. It stands for perfect, not for piss. You're in trouble if you think that.
You're in trouble. That's a good one. Come on. That's witty right there. It's a little gross. People don't like hearing gross words. At the same time, like, I like the joke enough to keep.
This game ranks each level you play on a letter grade. A P rank is the max rank you can get for S rank enemies killed, style, and time, while also getting 0 deaths. The S rank for kills in most levels is every enemy defeated. However, in levels where there are secret enemy encounters, the S rank does not account for these enemies. After all, it's a secret. Not really a part of the intended playthrough by definition. 4-2 is one of the levels with secret encounters. This means we don't have to kill every enemy, just enough to get an S rank. So encounters that are really slow will obviously be skipped when possible, as we'll make up for it later. An S rank in style is just getting enough swag bucks for each level.
Does anyone remember swag bucks? Anyone? It started off as like a phrase, just saying like, hey, you've got style. You got a lot of swag bucks. Like, it was mostly meant as an ironic. But then there was this idle game. It's like one of these websites where basically you can play a game, watch advertisements, do stuff to gain like these little currency points. And then you could use that to like buy like actual games on Steam and Steam codes and whatnot. I remember having one when I was in high school because Swagbucks wasn't blocked on my high school computer system. So what I did was I would log on to that on our Chromebooks and I would generate stuff, and over the course of like a couple weeks, you know, I think I got like Batman Arkham Asylum or something, and I got to try that out. Don't like the game too much, but I got it for free, so thanks, high school, for letting me do that.
Style is just the arbitrary point meter in the top right that rewards you more points for playing, well, very cool.
Just saying, I specifically chose this. You do get a style rating for doing en passant in the chess minigame. It's the game of all time. I don't know what else to say.
Cool, like things like swapping weapons constantly, shooting enemies while in the air, liking and subscribing.
Ayo! Saying that liking and subscribing is stylish content is great, honestly.
Killing many enemies at one time are all things that award more style than just regular shooting. So in most levels, you have to play fast and stylish if you want the P rank.
So I did this thing here, which I'm actually kind of proud of. I lined up my VO with some of the actions. Like, whenever I put emphasis on a word, I usually try to have something major happen on screen. Like right here, how I hit this core eject snipe as I say and.
Shooting. So in most levels, you have to play fast and stylish if you want.
Because I accentuated that. So I've been paying a little bit more attention on where to cut clips relative to how my VO is doing. So
P rank.
It's a skill I think I would worked on in this video.
And last but not least, an S rank in time is just meaning beating the preset S time for each level. Self-explanatory there. So in summary, get all the collectibles, shoot everything, but with style, get the level challenge, and beat the par time in every level without dying. Sounds easy, right? Well, no. This run is ran on Brutal, the highest difficulty currently available. And just cause it's not going to be the absolute highest difficulty, it's still pretty darn hard. The higher you go up the difficulties, the faster the enemies become, the more attacks they have, the faster their attacks become, and the more damage you take from said attacks.
Okay, so I really like using the Mandalore example and like the faster their attacks go, because his specific attack lines are full auto and fuller auto. So I'm like, this lines up nicely. I like this. I like this edit. I like this small edit.
If a single death happens, the level will have to be restarted and attempted again, because the P rank is then impossible. For those who know Doom, and based on my previous content, I know that most of you do, it's like playing Ultra Nightmare, but for a single level at a time. Alright, now that we got all the prerequisites out of the way, let's see how we have to do all of this.
Don't forget to subjugate all of Mongolia for me, please and thanks.
In 4-2.
By the way, I have no ties to the Chinese government, just wanna clarify. I'm not getting undisclosed dollar bills in my bank account every month. Say pro-Chinese stuff, that would be silly. I just hate Mongolia. Making them build the wall. Think about it. Imagine if you were such a dick that someone built a 7th Great Wonder to, like, stop you. Saying you wouldn't want that on your record.
Starting off, you'll see a quick way to gain movement in this game is to dash and then jump. This effectively cancels your dash and lets it...
Little thing that I don't like, I found out later that I can disable UI, so these clips are still with cheats enabled. But we were getting close enough to where the stream was only like a day or two out, where I'm just like, fuck it, I don't want to footage. It's fine. It's only for a few seconds. Nobody cares.
V1, keep the momentum to, well, go fast. This is actually an intended mechanic that the game teaches you in the first act of the game. Ultra Kill is fundamentally a movement shooter, and ever since Doom Eternal, every movement shooter is required by law to have a dash mechanic. This is because a fast-paced action game, being able to suddenly change direction to avoid attacks is just an easy and simple way to keep up the action. However, this is limited by the stamina mechanic. You have 3 charges of stamina, and using a dash will take up 1 pip. However, doing this dash jump will take up 2 pips of this meter. In most scenarios, it would be worse to dash jump as it's too costly in stamina, and you'll just stop as soon as you hit the ground.
Unironically, me doing dash jumps to try to die and then not being able to die, just, I don't know. I found it very hard to die by doing dash jumps, so it wasn't the best footage that aligned, but you know, it's demonstrating a point.
Ground. So you'd really...
I'm just too much of a gamer that it doesn't apply to me, you know, because I'm better than that. You know, you get me?
Only casually use this when dodging a really big attack, or from a high surface to use that speed for a long time. However, in speedrun we have a technique to conserve all that speed known as slide hopping. How the slide works is that when it's initiated, you'll gain a small burst of speed and then approach the slide speed. So if you slide for a split second when you hit the ground and then jump out of it, you conserve your speed, and in most cases, get a little bit of a speed boost. That's exactly what's going to go on here.
Okay, I only have this pause play mechanic in a few places, and I don't do this everywhere in the run, because I wanted to lead in or lead out of a topic. So, like, it's inconsistent with it, so maybe I could be totally consistent, make it like a small thing in the corner or whatever. But, big, just being like, yeah, we're on pausing here. That's basically it, and it communicates that vibe pretty well.
Whoa, what happened there?
Also, a little bit of a joke that, like, okay, we're gonna play to talk about the next thing. The clip literally lasted half a second. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of comedy in that. I like the joke. I take
spawns of enemies. However, they will die quite quickly because the hot desert...
Also, the joke does not hit as hard without, like, the clicks, I would argue.
What happened there? There's an initial few spawns of enemies. However, they will die quite quickly because the hot desert sand deals as much damage to anyone's physical health as college did to my mental health.
Yo, so true there, bro. Whoa, that's, like, incredibly based, man. Like,
It also deals damage to V1, but luckily, V1's fast enough to only take a little bit of it. And the next thing that happens is capitalism. The green variation of the pistol is literally just a fanny pack filled with quarters, and shooting one of the coins will direct the bullet to the nearest enemy's face. But why shoot a big enemy when you can instead shoot the small target the size of a freaking coin?
Xbox game mic for emphasis. You know, you ever just bring out your Xbox mic just to pull a fast one on somebody? Nah, there's like a filter you can do for that. I just needed something a little silly because otherwise it, like, how'd I put it? That scene just seemed to drag, so it's like, okay, audio effect, here's some good variation.
When you can instead shoot the small target the size of a freaking coin. Better yet, if the coin is shot when it flashes or when it's on the downward part of its trajectory, you'll split the shot so that it'll hit 2 enemies instead of 1. Coins are a big part of the speedrun as you don't need direct line of sight with enemy. Only the coin does. It'll also hit enemies behind you so you don't need to turn around, and there are even more uses that, trust me, I will get to
by the end of the video.
Alright, so
foreshadowing is a literary device used to make I can't tell. Dude, I made that joke, like, I think in literally every video. Every single video that I've released, I made that joke.
So now that V1 successfully flashed their wealth on some enemies, it grabs the first secret, a mega health pickup. This will just fill V1's health to 200 instead of the typical 100. Doing this will spawn in a super secret Cerberus that will try to attack us. However, it's in the sand, and will most likely die. So instead, we dodge the first attack it sends our way, and then do an Ultra Boost. A classic staple.
I think the music lines up pretty well here. I did spend a lot of time trying to do that up. I tried to focus on having a variety of effects going on while the video essays thing was happening. So, like, you know, small music sections, small meme, small stuff. I just tried to diversify, like, small breaks from the main story because, you know, you can keep more attention that way, and at least, you know, works for me. I like those types of videos, so.
Speedruns is damage boosting.
Also, Doom 3, we just talked about that. Basically, think throwing a grenade at your feet and piggybacking off the explosion shockwave for a small speed boost. That's exactly what happens. This, of course, is silly and not realistic at all, but we're also a robot fueled by blood, killing a bunch of demons in hell, so... People unironically have used that argument as a defense for when I have criticisms in Ultra Kill. I remember some people in chat saying that. I was... Okay, yeah, we're all just a bunch of space wizards using plasma swords, right? All that really doesn't matter. What does matter is that I like my silly knockback and nobody will take it away from me. But now imagine a damage boost, but with a really, really big explosion. Dude, it's been a while. I'm officially a YouTuber. I made a what the fuck boom joke. Like that is some YouTube pip golden. Like anyone remember the 2000s YouTube? Every video had that sound effect in it. Every video. Bam. The core eject variation of shotgun sends an explosive projectile outward to, well, blow enemies up. Now here is where a lot of depth comes into the seemingly simple mechanic. Shooting the core eject with another gun will blow it up, with increased explosion radius and damage. And the railgun is a hit scan weapon that charges over time that has a few variations. The important one for this trick is the red variation because it causes an explosion at the point of impact. Combine the core eject and the railgun together and we practically get the damage boost of 2 explosions at one time, allowing us to fly all the way to the next encounter. Alright, well that was cool, but we have no time to waste as we have a Malface named Maurice that's Malface Maurice. I don't know, it just sounded fun to say. I mean, everyone calls him Maurice anyhow, so I basically like the community like, I'm hip, I know some of the lingo that you call enemies. Who uses the screwdriver? Cybergrind, it has uses and certain boss strategies, so you're actually not too far off there. It's just, it's in the speedrun we have more effective strategies. It spawns in. Now, this level introduces a mechanic called sand. Unironically, I was not joking when I said blood is our fuel. It's how V1 gets health back in the game. Gibbing an enemy and letting the blood shower. There's a few spots here. I wasn't able to audio edit as good as I wanted to, but I can definitely hear my breath sometimes, and I just despise hearing breathing noises a lot. Outside of, like, I don't know, live streaming, I somehow built up a tolerance because I accept that you can't live audio edit your streams. But yeah. In any edited video, if somebody has a lot of mouth sounds, I'm put off from it. I'm just very put off from it. So I can't clean that up myself here, which is, it's just unfortunate. All over V1's robotic skin is the only way to get health back outside of mega health pickups. And now, if an enemy is covered in sand, well, the sand will just absorb the blood, so we can't get it. And that's what Maurice has around them here. Luckily, Malface Maurice is killed easily with 2 point-blank shotgun blasts and a melee. And then moving on, V1... Okay, that little trick. I didn't feel like that was enough of transition. This is literally just the clip continued. I just put a push filter on there because I wanted it to be like, yeah, we're moving on, new section. But yeah, so transition effects just to accentuate that. It had no purpose. I could have not had it, but I don't know. The video just feels visually more up pace if I do that. Mouse sounds? Is there mouse sounds? I don't even think they're mouse sounds. Attempts to kill another. You're talking about a click. There's sometimes a click. I think that's from me hitting my keyboard. I do that sometimes when I'm, you know, moving my hands around. I think it happens a couple times in this, and I just wasn't able to fix it because it was mid-word. Maurice by blowing up its attack. Using a weapon that can explode projectiles, like the red pistol, you can instantly kill Malfaces if you hit them right as they're firing their attack. After dispatching the Virtue, an enemy I will not explain because we kill all of them instantly. V1 grabs... Yeah, because here's the thing, with audio recording, I can't do a mouse sound, I can't do any of that. That doesn't, like, work. I have to, what I do is I have my script and I have my hands out because I'm, you know, I'm moving my hands because I'm trying to feel natural and stuff. And so, like, most of this is just when I, you know, stuff like that. Oh, I muted it stream. That's basically why I know it's not a mouse click, because I never hit my mouse. I do occasionally smack my keyboard. Not explained because we kill all of them instantly. V1 grabs one secret ball and moves onto the front of the temple. There are other enemies to deal with, sure. However, luckily, the hot desert sand has our back again. Thanks, Sans. And in the next encounter, we get introduced to the Stalker enemies that carry a bunch of... Oh, B1... Okay, the only reason I have that there is because I needed something to break up my audio so that it didn't sound so weird. Because I think I recorded this next line the next day, and, like, I didn't want to change my audio quality, so I was like, fuck, I need a transition here. I'm just like, okay, robot meme. We can just robot meme this. One just kind of skips it and goes to the encounter to the right and pick up a secret. The dual-wielding power-up. Yeah, this is a power that, well, gives you twice the guns. Except then, yeah, V1 then goes picks up another dual-wielding power-up and... Okay, they could have just, like, doubled the duration or something, but, like... Using the tri-wielding power-up, it's relatively straightforward. We instantly kill Malface with the blue pistol shot, then use a railgun to kill the other two, to where the final wave spawns in, where we shoot a Virtue to kill them instantly. So, I think a lot of what I do here, like, you'd understand if you're anywhere, like, near, if you've played FPS games or something, like, just in general. I don't explain some things, like, for example, I'd never go over what a railgun is. I just kind of assume if you're watching an FPS speedrun video, you at least know the concept of shooters enough to know what a railgun is. And now that all that's left is a bunch of fodder running around everywhere. Now that we're done with that, V1 heads back to the first encounter, making sure to chuck some spare change into the air to kill enemies on the way. Remember, 3 guns means instead of 1 coin tossed, it's 3. Meaning, if a split shot window is hit, that's 6 enemies dead. So we coin when we're moving towards the arenas, because that's just free damage real estate. Oh, that's a copy of the ballista. That's Gauss cannon. Fuck. A really big nail gun. Yeah, that's what the R stat. Yeah, place the end with an R. Oh yeah. The first encounter was started early because we have to wait for fences to drop down so that we can combat the Maurice within him. So while all that was happening, V1 head to the right encounter in order to, you know, do stuff while we were supposed to do nothing. Downtime optimization. After more, I really like the editing of this video, at least up until this point, because, like, you know, I'm out of the project. I'm done with it, so I can look back a little bit more. I think this is, like, there's no, like, bad edits here. There's just, like, scenes that relate. I think pacing in terms of my scripted content, like, this is probably the best paced, like, I've been, period. More coins. Definitely not my best video. That still goes to Doom's greatest achievement. However, like, you know, you could. The green variation. I'm hitting my stride here. This variation allows you to pump the shotgun to deal more damage with the following shot. But if you pump it too much, the game punishes you for your hubris by literally blowing up in your face. Uh-oh. An explosion? I know where this is going. Oh, look at this here. Another mega health pickup. So all that damage that V1 just took from exploding themselves is now gone. While also, first railgun in FPS was probably Quake 2? Really? Okay, so it's like 2000. Wait, Quake 2 was like 1998, right? I don't know. I was 2 when that happened, so I don't remember. Doing damage to the 2 Cerberus that just spawned in. But combat doesn't stop. 2 Malfaces spawn in instantly, so we overpump the shotgun, use that to get into the air, and start tossing coins like we made it big on crypto NFT stock exchanges. This is true. V1 has a lot of money from a lot of shady accounts that you wouldn't want to mess with. 1997? Okay, because I know Quake 1 came out in 1996, because that's the year I was born. The stream joke is that I'm as old as Quake. Let's quickly rewind back to Malface Maurice's. The explosion here is not what kills them. Explosions actually do 0 damage to Maurice's because they're immune. Because, rocks? Rocks. It's good as reason as any that they're immune, you know? Remember, robot fueled by blood running through hell. Explosions in Ultra Kill reflect any projectiles that get hit by them. So what does them in is actually their own. I like Quake 1, but not the biggest fan of Quake 1. I think it's a good game. I think I take the hot take of I don't like Quake. Would I call Quake bad, though? I think I would call it middling. I think I would call, like, Quake mid. Quake 2? I don't know. I don't play Quake. I never play Quake 2. Reflecting back at them. I don't even like Quake 1, people, so that's who you're dealing with. So regardless, we explode ourselves up into the sky to reflect 2 Maurice projectiles, killing them instantly. And back to coins. The coins here are used to kill the remaining enemies from the tri-wielding encounter and the Cerberus beneath us, and maybe also the Malfaces if they are still somehow living. Ideally, we will crush so many things by our wealth that we will become a part of the 1%. Moving on. I am a communist king, officially. My capitalism joke. Let's go. This stream has a game called Devil May Quake. Yeah, and I've played one of them, didn't like them. Haven't played a Devil May Cry yet. I'm tempted to play a Devil May Cry on stream at some point. V1 completely ignores something like DMC5 or something like that, because I'd be interested to try those games, especially since this takes inspiration from Devil May Cry. Might be a fun playthrough. The inside of the temple to, well, go back to the right encounter to pick up the skull used for unlocking the end's level door, and, well, afterwards... that is a 3 times Ultra Boost. But in reality, it's really just the equivalent of 1 Ultra Boost, but having 3 weapons just makes it feel a lot cooler, and that's really all that matters here. Like I said, I like my most modern change where I start lining up like major moments to stuff in music. Like I feel like that just comes more naturally to me, which hey, I'm happy with my improvement as like a YouTuber / editor. I feel like my style has really improved and I'm like doing a lot of things more better. I always think my core has been strong, but I've just not got the how to put it, the cute little ribbons on top of presents where you talk about things, where you how to put it. It's like I have had a good cake base, but not good icing on it, if you get what I mean. I fucking love icing, so no. Probably better that I know how to ice a cake. After plugging in the red skull, we has to grab the blue skull all the way over there. And I decided to make that a little jovial section, mainly just because I wrote it in the script that way, and I laughed so hard with how bad that was just grammatically by like every rule that I just had to keep it. Yeah, that's it. V1 does this by slamming into a nearby launch pad. Slamming is exactly what it sounds like. Hitting the slide button while in the air pushes V1 closer to the ground. Holding the slam key gives a power slam that sends a shockwave that deals damage around the landing spot. However, just slamming to the ground does deal damage, just in a much smaller radius. This will have extra effects when combined with other mechanics. Like, on this launch pad, slamming into it will give more height and more distance than if not slammed into. But I actually trusted myself here to not, like, put letters at the top, because I'm just like, you can tell what it is by what happens. You just tell that one goes further than the other. Like, you don't need the text there. I'm a big fan in video essays and stuff that you cut out all unnecessary text. You could just know by the effect which it is, so it's just like, not there. Not there. Yo, Orion, welcome. Thanks for the raid. How's it going, dude? Blue skull equals happy, red skull equals also happy. I don't know if I agree. Yo, what's up, Cyrano? Did you do my Doom video? I've been hooked since. Yo, nice, dude. Glad to hear it. Happy to have you here. Back to the run, we shoot out the windows, and V1 finally gets into the final combat encounter where it gets another dual-wielding power-up. Yep. Every time you pick up a power-up, you gain another arm, and you also get the dual-wielding power refreshed. This effect continues ad infinitum, except you'll only visually see a max of 4 weapons. Oh, I know what I would want in a future update. After V1 just having dude, that gun stock sound effect, stock image is so good, just for like those types of scenarios. So the rest of it's followed upwards, and as the coins begin to fall into their second split coin window, V1 fires the pistol. And then we get into position for 2 Malface and 2 Virtues that spawn in, and with with 4 rail shots, yeah, deleted. Okay, one thing you won't see here is I actually had to cut to a different scene in like for that, because this section is the most inconsistent thing to get optimally. Like this railgun shot, the Virtue can move slightly, some of the enemies can't die to coins. I had to split and splice this section up to fucking smithereens. You can probably see that with some stuff. You need a break? Alright, catch you later, Rembo. Have a good one, dude. V1 picks up the blue skull and makes its way over to put it in. But yeah, filming this section was hell. I had to Frickin' I had to splice the crap out of it just for demonstration purposes to get the essence of what a run of this level is like.
And its neat little altar. You can helicopter there by spinning the pistol. Yes, spinning a pistol generates lift force in this game. Now normally, one pistol's lift is barely noticeable, but 4 makes you a full-blown helicopter. Normally you need to go to school for that. This level ends with a boss fight before V1 goes. Or at least, there is supposed to be a boss fight. The challenge for this level is to kill the boss within 10 seconds. And this
I can't believe it. I decided to put this menu on a SAS screen, not a P.
strategy makes that feel like too much time. First things first, we set up a quick nail trap using the nail gun magnets. This is a weapon that I don't mention often, because it's really only used for setting up damage on enemies that's about to spawn, like right now. And then we get slam storage and jump. Slam storage is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, I wish this footage I used a little bit more different scenery to demonstrate slam storage, because I kind of just used this whole one area. Makes it feel a little bland. I mean, there are cuts enough to like make it like visually change enough, but like more variedness probably would have been good here.
This is done by slamming at the same time we jump off a wall, which confuses the game. The game considers us slamming, but we have a full range of movement until we hit the ground and jump and... Yippee! Now,
I just like how many yippee memes I can use. That one's from Senna from Xenoblade 3, mainly just because Coma, frickin' she has that on a soundboard, and her playing that in Discord just like was like, okay, that's just too good of a sound effect. I need to use this for something.
This happens because the game tries to mimic conservation of energy somewhat. You know, much like a bouncy ball, when hitting the ground goes to about the same height it was dropped. If V1 jumps after a ground pound, it'll try to go up to the same height. The game, for some reason, thinks that you just ground pounded from an insane height. So, it gives you a bunch of speed upward.
So one part, a little bit, that maybe it isn't an issue or anything, but it's like one thing I'd like to go in depth and like know why when you slam storage it thinks that you're at an insane height. Like what in the code? Like is it an underflow value or something? Like is it just default to like the height? Like I want to know like specifically why, but that would require some extra information, so I didn't go that detail.
Why this slam storage is so important is because of coins. When you throw them, they inherit some of your momentum. Newton's first law and such. So
it just times how long you are in the air. Oh, that's for the height after the jump. I mean, what I said is correct still. It's just not the method. I didn't say the method. But yeah, if it just thinks like, if, I don't know, if you're the slam storage, it thinks you're going for infinite time, or does it think you're for 0 time, and there isn't like a 0 defined, so it goes to the max value. Like I said, it could still be an underflow or an overflow. I just want to know that. That's all what I'm saying.
So, we slam storage and then use the jump speed to throw our coins way up in the air to prep for the boss. Now, we swap to the blue variation of the pistol here and fire at all the coins, instantly killing the boss as it spawns. Okay, but how did the boss die? Should the first shot of the pistol go to the coin and then go back to the boss? Coin priority is key here.
In case you're wondering, this low quality JPEG of the coin, that's the official coin. That is literally, Akira has been on the record of they stole this coin image off of Google or something, and that's just the one they've been using. So I was just like, I'll get the same image, just use that here.
Coin has
so it is shit. However, it's narratively fitting shit, so it's good.
Certain logic to what it targets when you shoot it. The main priority is other coins. Whenever a shot goes through a coin, its damage is slightly increased. So the pistol shot goes through 16 coins, gaining a damage increase each time, and then instantly deletes this boss's health bar. And now we are done with the level. Just kidding. All the enemies might be dead, and V1 might be by the exit. But this is Hundo, and V1 will have to grab the rest of the secrets. So, slam into that launch pad again, goes all the way to this button, hits it, and then goes to the door that the button opened, grabs the last secret and this moon symbol, and then slam storage to the top of the temple for when we place it.
Oh, one thing that's obvious if you do that, I didn't use new game files to get the super blue secret orbs because I thought that was effort for not a lot of return, so I just let them be the gray orbs and just demonstrated the route. That's basically what I decided. Not really a flaw, but it's more like a tactical laziness.
And whoa, dude, at like
unlocked nighttime. Sick. The sand no longer hurts V1, and this night change makes it possible for us to find the secret exit to the level, all the way back to where V1 spawned in. So, one Ultra Boost and some bunny hopping later, we're done. Where we get to enter the secret level and play some Crash Bandicoot. I wish I was joking, but no, that's basically what you do. I'm kind of proud of this edit just because it's just a simple edit. I'm a raging Uncharted fan. I love the Uncharted games. So like I know when there was a Crash Bandicoot section in one of the games, I'm like, okay, I gotta use this scene for this. With that all ended, it's not even that relevant, but I just had the idea of the edit for so freaking long that I had to do it. I hope that came clear that there is a lot of depth, complexity, and just sheer awesome factor in Ultra Kill. Every level has its weird spin on the sheer number of mechanics, where other strategies can become more dominant. And if you're playing this casually or routing it, there are a lot of variables to consider in order to be fast and or consistent. I love it so much. Which is why the issues with this game pain me. Yeah, here's the pivot! Why is there a pivot in this I don't know. I feel like I wanted my original vision for this video would be like something like why Ultra Kill speedrunning will be amazing. In fact, that was the that was the entire premise. But then it came into a breakdown of 4-2 and like, okay, so I want to kind of invert this video a little bit and be like, well, okay, well, where can it have pitfalls? Let's talk about the opposite stuff. And I think I'm testing out both titles to see, you know, how Speedrunner's 100% Ultra Kill's best level, or Ultra Kill's speedrunning will be pieces of art, or whatever the fuck I decide is the best. I think I like this one slightly more. But yeah, that was why there's kind of a plot twist here, is because I originally had a separate, like, kind of the same-ish tone for the video. But yeah, had a different, like, overall theme, I guess, from the title. See, there's a reason why there's 15 more minutes in this video, but there are issues with the speedrunning scene, and I really want to talk about them. Some are major, some not so much, but they should definitely be addressed before 1.0 happens with this game. Now, the first one is that every game that's released to PC typically goes by in-game time for speedruns, as loading screens and lag can cause unevenness between people's different hardware. So this is the most fair timing method that basically every game uses. Now, put in a bunch of games. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I guess the question is, why is there a twist in this video? Why did I feel that necessary, I guess? It's because Ultra Kill, despite being a great game, has some stuff with how it's speedrun moderated, with how the game works, that is just fucking backwards in terms of how literally every PC game runs. I was so surprised that people weren't talking about it. So I know I brought this up to a few moderators or stuff and they lost me, but like the masses should know. So like I'll also talk about it in a video. I think it's important because every suggestion I give here, well, except for the Deadcoin case, is basically to increase fairness across the leaderboards for everybody, so that the person who's truly skilled, the person who, you know, put in the most work, got the best time, and put blood, sweat, tears, and cum into that like run, like they would they would be on top. So yeah, that's kind of the I don't like unfairness, is in other words what I'm saying. So like if I see a system that's inherently unfair, I'm like, this needs to be fixed. I guess it's as simple as that. That's kind of the need aspect. But in this video, I just shortened it to, I just want to talk about it. Because I wanted to talk about it. Keep it simple there. Of course, there's a reason why I want to talk about it. But that's just additional context that will get in the way and ruin the message of the video, basically. When submitting runs to speedrun.com, they go by Ultra Kill's in-game timer by default, which is neat. However, not all game time is counted by the in-game timers. The timers start in each level when the spawn-in door opens and stops when the exit animation for the level plays. Now, this timing method incentivizes runners to use methods to build up speed as much as possible before opening that door. You'll see this in top runs for individual levels. Runners will set up a slam storage to gain massive speed through the door by combining that with a slide hop. To make sense of my issue with this, look at this analogy. It's the 100-meter dash, but you're allowed to start behind the starting line to get full speed by the time the timer starts. Doesn't that feel a bit weird? After all, there is skill in setting up speed quickly and efficiently. Why are we not testing for it? Whether you Yeah, that's kind of the, like I say, you compare speedrunning to kind of like track events, I feel like, where it's just like, it doesn't make sense if, like, they gave, like, the first 10 meters are free, and then we time you after. It's just like, there's skill there, dude. Let's test for it. Like, let's have them start from 0, everybody. Equal playing field. Nobody gets, points for having a slow build-up speed, but a great, top speed, you know? Like, it's overall. Gotta have both. The slam storage slide. Try saying that 5 times fast. Quickly in the first few jumps, or if it takes you 5 minutes, you could both have the same amount of time on the IL. This timing system allows for 2 runs to have the same time, but a major disparity in skill. I do like how they had their like UI flipped, and then I just 50% of this. I saw this just after looking through a few runs. I'm like, that's a neat edit. You know what? Sure. From building up speed. I'm gonna be real. That behavior is not something I think is healthy for the game. So what needs to happen is for this time in the spawn area to count towards full game runs. The Ultra Kill community fixes this by timing 100% runs using RTA. 100% is the category that spends the most time in the spawn room because we have to, you know, buy everything on the terminal. However, again, this timing method includes load times, which, as previously said, increases the disparity between runners with different hardware. So what's ideal here is a Goldilocks zone, where timing in the start rooms is included, but loading screens are not. Because we are speedrunning the game, not the timer, you know? I had that line planned since ever I had the script. I originally had a bit in here talking about an issue where weapon wheel slowdown also applied to the in-game timer. You can see that in one of the clips. But it unincluded that because it was patched out in like the Layer 7 update. Yeah, I remember Travis, who's another 100% Ultra Kill speedrunner. He fact-checked my script. And, yeah, made that comment. I'm like, oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, it's been patched. Cool, don't have to worry about it then. We'll just keep it out. What's up, hey? What the to you? Which, don't get me wrong, I don't think this timing method should be used for casual players, as the shop, codices, and the menus are available in the starting spawn room of every level. I wouldn't want someone to fail their casual P rank just because they spent too much time looking at their Pokemon bank beforehand. Wait, that's what it stands for. Solution. I did not plan that joke. I had the Pokemon bank joke, and then I was like, wait. I had made a P rank joke. You know what else starts with P? It's such a throwaway line, but it's a callback. That means it's funny. It's really just simple. Just do what literally every other PC game does and make a custom live split auto splitter that does these 2 simple things. To which I want to say, just because a game has an in-game time doesn't mean the speedrun community is held to it. Take a game that I'm quite involved with and quite love, Ghost Runner. The in-game timer is inaccurate. Strimmer, when Ghost Runner video? When releasing Ghost Runner? You said you'd be working on it, Strimmer. Where is... I will eventually do it. I will do that video fucking right, I guarantee you. Accurate in this game due to transition effects and the timer not including any menuing or skipping pop-up boxes. So, the community opts to go by its own timer, programmed in live split. But that's enough of the Ghost Runner discussion. I'm saving that behemoth of a video for another time. Frame rate limiting. Fuck it, that's a transition. Ultra Kill has no F. So there was originally no transition. I was just like, let's make a joke about, like, I'm creatively bankrupt, because I was creatively bankrupt at, like, for some of these visuals, because I put a lot more work into the visuals in this video than I typically do. So I don't that's just the true statement of me just saying, fuck it, I'm done. And you know what? I hope it appears genuine, because I was a little bit. FPS counter available in the game, nor is FPS limiting required for submitting to SRC. Now, normally, PC games have frame rate limits in order for people on different computers to have more of an even playing field. This is done because some games have physics tied to frame rate, while others have speed tech directly linked to frame rate. In Ultra Kill's example, it's the menuing. Menus and dialogue can be skipped as fast as your frame rate, which doesn't matter for most runs. However, in 100%, there is a lot of dialogue because of one level. Yeah, by 100% rules, we have to play the visual novel level.
that's just how it be. There are also levels
I
like
still... It's like... It's weird how literally a frame rate dependency is like the worst issue on the fucking visual novel level. That just feels crazy to me that it's that way, but you know what? Ultra kills a game.
Layer 5's secret level, where the fishing minigame, yes, that exists in this game too, has its speed determined by frame rate. Or in Layer 4's secret level, where lowering the frame rate actually allows Clash Bandicoot here to spin more often. Even if there's nothing known that's FPS dependent, it's just good practice to have a frame rate limit in case there is something.
Oh, that was a big poof. That was a big poof of me talking to the mic. I should have that, but I didn't notice the day of, so
that will be discovered later. Because we, as speedrunners, aren't aware of every mechanic in a game. So, there could be some FPS dependency we discover at some point later. It's just good practice in case of such an event, especially in early access. Hey there, Rytro in editing.
Yo, Rytro in editing, my favorite guy. This was me literally like 3 days ago. 2 days ago, something like that.
Turns out I was right. When this script was mostly finalized, a new update rolled out that added Layer 7's secret level, and the power washing mechanic is tied to frame rate. Freaking called it. Also, why is frame rate only a factor in the secret levels? Anyways, moving on. Another thing is...
Yeah, why is it? Which is weird, because Hakita programmed most of, like, he programmed at least the visual novel level, so, like, it's not like a developer thing. It's like a... I guess it's like for both of them. It's just everyone has that issue.
Is that there is low FPS dependent tricks for gaining speed called faux check jumps.
What the hell?
Of which
that sounds like the what the hell, oh my god meme, you know? GG Games. Great Southerner.
Properly explaining them would likely be its own video. So I'm going to give you the TLDR. It happens when trying to dash jump while not having enough stamina for it. The jump input has to be on.
So originally an explanation of faux check jumps weren't in here because I didn't think I could get footage of it. And then I tried using my frame rate limiting stuff to get it to work and it worked. So I'm like, okay, fuck it. I got to re-record for that. So you can notice a little change in audio. Not like too distracting, but it's fine.
On the frame that the second stamina bar becomes empty. This confuses the game in such a way where you get massive speed compared to regular dash jumping. So in other words, when you have such poor performance, it actually makes you go faster in some ways. So this could be abused by an outside program artificially limiting FPS to swap to low FPS, do a faux check jump, and then swap back to high FPS when the trick is over, and then you can do everything else with that high momentum you just built up. This is problematic because I'm not a fan of manipulating frame rate to be the optimal way to play the game, rather than just playing the gosh darn game.
Yeah, I guess, like, some may argue, like, I think, like, that argument's pretty ironclad. The only thing that you can make, really, for a defense is, like, but nobody does it. Well, you gotta prep in case people do it, because, like, it's like if you're a soldier entering combat and you don't wear your bulletproof vest, like... Sure, like, you could not get shot. You likely won't, but you'll want one in case you do get shot at, like, right? Like... Joke's on you, I play the equivalent of potato, so this doesn't affect me. Yeah, okay. So you just have a 15 FPS computer naturally, and that's how you get all the speed. Uh-huh.
Out of spirit because this tech is not easily accessible without frame-limiting software. Now,
I guess hypothetically, you could have someone just playing at 15 FPS the whole time to get these frame-perfect inputs. But at the same time, they have to do 15 FPS for everything, so I think it would actually even out over time.
The community could force FPS to be displayed via Steam or another program like Rivetuner to enforce a max frame rate, and then just ban the arbitrary manipulation of frame rate, and then pow, bang, gadzooks. This problem would be easily solved. Okay, but what I'm talking about...
So yeah, the main reason I wanted to talk about these two things in particular is because these are such, like, leaderboard / PC gaming / speedrun fundamentals that, it's wild to me that there's no ultra kill rule. Wild to me. So it's like, come on. 15 FPS visual novel, please, I'd rather die. Be so awful, I don't think anyone would hate themselves so much for a PB. Okay, hold on. Speedrun.com. There's a category extension that you guys might be funny that I was... Okay, right here. Okay, so there's this category called PS Max. Now, there's 2 rendering modes. There's PC, which renders 8-bit, and there's PS Max, which I think emulates like a PlayStation or something like that. And what you can do is you can modify settings in this run using these options to make the pixels way less than they exist. You can have like 16 pixels on screen. You can have them color not be too differentiated at all. You basically do stuff to like give yourself motion sickness, basically. So like, let's look at a run real quick. Look at it. So that's what happens when you have the PS settings at max. Like, it's like borderline unintelligible. So, like, it's kind of like what you're thinking is like the frame rate equivalent of that. This is such a great experience. I know. Isn't this game awesome? But yeah, this explains why it's a category extension, because it's a fucking meme. And, like, honestly, I kind of want to run this. It just seems so stupid. It seems like it'd be a good video. That I'm definitely, like, if 1.0 comes out, definitely would do that just for the clickbait and the fun of it. 15 frame rate in the PS. Oh, Onyx, give me ideas, please. That sounds horrible in, like, a good way. Of those previous points were meta problems with the game. So let's swap it up, and I want to talk about one mechanic in this game that I don't genuinely like. And I don't think it makes the speedruns better either. Dead coins. Remember I said that shooting a coin will increase the damage of a shot? Yeah, so this is the one mechanic that I'm not a big fan of. Fun fact, Travis, person who fact-checked my script, is actually arguably the founder of Deadcoin. Like, he found this during testing, and he, as the founder of this, basically hates Deadcoins and wants them patched out. Or wants, basically a way to play the game where Deadcoins are not viable whatsoever, at least. But, yeah, so, the game. You know the history of them and they're just dumb? Yeah, I do go into explaining it in this video a little. Well, this has drastic ramifications. Well, it turns out if you melee a coin, the coin will find an enemy as if you shot the coin. And every time you do this, the coin will get knocked into the air where it can be punched again. This interaction shares similar properties as shooting, and the damage of the coin increases as you punch it. Hell, the damage increase even transfers to your shots when you hit it afterward. See, when the shot, when me shooting lines up with the word shot, like, oh, like video essay perfection. You can't get much better. There is no cap on the damage of a single coin as long as you are continuously hitting an enemy with said coin. But if you hit a coin against the surface, the damage is capped after 3 punches. And the shot can bypass this damage cap by use of a dead coin. This is done by shooting the live coin as we throw a fresh coin into the arena. I had to do dead coining to gather footage for this because I didn't want to see people like actually doing dead coin setups, because that means visually the screen's just fucking close. So I was just like, okay, gotta learn how to do a dead coin somewhat consistently for this footage. It'll be my sin to bear. It's fine. You also dislike dead coins? Yo, nice, join the club. Arena. There is a grace period where the fresh coin is in a dead state for about 1/10 of a second after you throw it. In this period, it cannot target any enemies. But the dead coin can be targeted by the live coin. So if you shoot the live coin during this grace period, the shot gets reflected back to the dead coin. And since the dead coin can't target any enemies, it just keeps the damage built up from the previous coin and the damage boost from the pistol shot. One thing's when I learned dead coin, I wanted to make a diagram and a clip to eloquently explain it, and I think I did a good job here. Of course, like, you know, it's not perfect art. These things are perfect. It's not like a 3D modeler, but it's like, this is like a whiteboard video editing where, like, you can completely understand it despite its lack of detail or its lack of quote-unquote quality. I mean, I was a physics TA for, like, 6 years. Probably more than that. And I got used to whiteboard explanations all the time, so that's usually where I go basis. I'm thinking about, like, how would I personally draw this on a whiteboard, and then I just do it in video editing. The power of this trick means that when you have some downtime before a boss fight, you can build up as much damage as you want by punching, shooting, and throwing coins. And bosses in this game love to monologue before they try to beat the ever-loving Nikon out of you. The issue I have with this mechanic isn't that there's a setup to reduce the boss's health bar. Dead coin strategies never existed. There are still setups to get a lot of damage as soon as the boss spawns. And that will always be a part of the game in some way. My issue with dead coins is that there is no depth to the mechanic. You either do it right or you do it wrong. If you time your punches, your shots, and your coin throws properly, you'll get the trick and be able to melt bosses quite consistently. And the dead coin setups are consistent, according to some speedrunners that I've asked. And yep, that's just literally screenshots from Discord from me just asking people. Do you think Hugo Martin would say dead coins are the opposite of the fun zone? Yes. But if you're a fan of dead coins, you're a fan of Ultra Kill. Demonstrate my point. Take, for example, Sisyphus, the hardest boss in Act 2 of the game. Without the dead coin setup, the max damage you can do is set up saw blades near him while he's monologuing, throw coins in the air right as he spawns, and then hit that with a blue pistol piercer shot. Combined with the shotgun combos you do early on, you can get him to half health before he even makes his first attack. And then from then on, you basically have to fight him casually until he's dead. Meaning you do the entire second phase. And now, here is how the fight works if you use dead coins.
You shall do as an appetizer. And die. That's
My man just... Men, when they're 5'11", you know? Just that easy to take down. Now, admittedly, there is more skill in this particular setup as you have to juggle Ted Coin and the magnets at the same time. But the point I'm making here is that this strategy makes it so you don't even have to fight the boss. You lose all the skill from executing the proper counters to his attacks, proper saw setups to deal damage while fighting him, and from just pure reaction time and mechanical skill. Nothing can really go wrong if you execute the setup properly. But in the non-dead coin case, there is always the possibility of an attack pattern throwing you off kilter, you getting hit by an attack and having to refill health, even if you do the pre-boss setup perfectly. In the dead coin case, the pre-boss setup is the fight, which is the issue. I guess at the end of the day, it's down to preference whether you prefer a run where hitting the setup is the main factor in determining speed, or the depth of the base combat loop. It's my perspective that the latter is far more enjoyable, to the point that my runs, I don't abuse dead coins. How do I put it? I'd say that I don't think I'm offensive to people who like dead coins. I think this is just a way of eloquently describing, like, what I don't like about them, you know? Like, it's not too deep of a mechanic when compared to the base combat loop as the main thing. And I know there are other runners who work by the same mantra. And to give credence to all my dead coin lovers leaving an angry comment right now, some bosses are just that easy to insta-kill, so you can never get a true fight pattern all the time. See cases like V2 or the Sisyphusian Insurrectionist, and really, these bosses just have low enough health that insta-kills will kinda just happen. But quick kills in the previous two cases use intended mechanics, just pushed to their extreme, while dead coins purposefully subvert a cap placed on coins for when they do not hit enemies. Okay, like, I get the Sisyphusian Insurrectionist setup uses slam storage, which was not at all intended, but it's known by Hakita and was purposefully still left in. But if slam storage wasn't a thing, we'd just use an explosion boost to get a similar amount of height for basically the same speed of kill. So if you ask me, I'd like it if this mechanic was unincluded from runs in some way. Oh yeah, also the fact that this isn't intended is totally like how do I put it? A big one for me. I think intention is pretty great with the with how, because like the argument is for if a glitch shouldn't be included in a category or a thing or something, is a factor you need to consider is how easy is it to do, and is this intended behavior. Dead coins aren't easy to do on accident. You have to do a specific setup for them. And if Hikita came out tomorrow saying, yeah, I intended for dead coins, it's a mechanic I like, I'm keeping it in and I won't change it at all, it's just like, well, fuck, that's intended. I guess like that would shift perspective a lot on what would be allowed. However, I'd still think they wouldn't be fun. So I get it. I wouldn't be less upset, but at the same time, like, my comments about the depth and the funness of it would still be the same. This could be done by it being patched, or just by us speedrunners not doing it, Lamau. There is no dead coinless category on the SRC leaderboards at the moment, as this exploit is really only applicable in like 7 levels. And the total time save from dead coining at every possible circumstance will net you about 36 seconds of time save. And hey, if there are enough people who just dislike it, we could just go over here and form our own categories.
With blackjack and hookers.
Futurama reference, mark that on your bingo sheet. I use that line all the time that I figured like I'd use it with a meme clip or something. That it just is, it's a nice interlude, you know? Several runs do this when strategies are too dominant. Doom Eternal has restricted, Ghost Runner has the inbounds category, and hell, if you want to go back in speedrunning history, Ocarina of Time has no major glitches. It's actually called glitchless. I got the name wrong, and I knew in editing that it wasn't, but I didn't want to do the video because I didn't want the there to be as much audio difference as possible. So I was just like, yeah, just put glitchless. Nobody cares. It's not like it changes my like. Point is that like glitchless. Look at how much stuff glitchless bans in Zelda. Like holy shit, dude! I literally copy pasted the SRC list and changed the font size down to like 2 to get this all fit. Hell, even Ultra Kill has inbounds where they ban any out of map navigation. Out of bounds is an arbitrary distinction at the end of the day, as to who's to say what's exactly out of bounds or not. Which, maybe that's the distinction where inbounds runs could act as an NMG style category. Just thoughts. And don't get me wrong, I know it seems weird to ban literally only one trick in 7 levels of a category, but hey, we're running a game as fast as possible here. That's an arbitrary goalpost already. What I basically say is when people say the word arbitrary, it's like, everything's arbitrary, dude. So like, yeah, why are we speedrunning? We're speedrunning because we find it fun. So when speedrunning's not fun, like, we gotta do something. That doesn't mean we throw objectivity out the window or something, but we can be arbitrary with our objectiveness in sort of spans where we do definable traits that we know for sure bans. So yeah. I think that's a point. I'm gonna act like it is. V2 sounds like a Finnish swear word, and the dev is Finnish. That sounds like something Hikita would guess. So I think when we're forming categories and speedrunning, a lot of us can consider the fun factor of doing runs, since we're already in the realm of arbitrariness. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what all speedrunners are doing, right? They're speedrunning because they find it fun. Another solution would be for all speedrunners who like dead coining. The game could just be made in such a way where dead coining doesn't work on the highest difficulties, which haven't been released yet, but hang with me. 8% speedrunners could run on a lower difficulty to use dead coining, while the future Ultra Kill Must Die runners just have to go cold turkey on it. For example, UKMD could just have it that bosses have much shorter introductions. V2 could not take a bow before fighting you, Sisyphus could come out of that flesh panopticon swinging, and every other boss could have a similar change made. Hell, this kind of solves the issue of setting up damage before the boss in general, now that I think about it. This, of course, would require working with the developer on this, of which I tried to avoid talking about in this video as much as possible, because I know it's impractical for speedrunners to ask a developer to make such specific changes for a very niche part of their audience. But hey, I'm just shouting to the void in my YouTube what my dream changes to this game would be at the end of the day. So basically just saying, these are my ideal changes, this is what I want, all that stuff, because I feel like, you know, I'm gonna demand it, Hikita, listen to me! Like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. Like, do it, like, I would like if you were to do it, but it's, like, it's not that serious at the end of the day, so you gotta keep it in perspective that, you know, gotta keep it in perspective that it's not, like, how'd I put it? It's not worth the effort. It's not worth the mental toll to like piss and whine until that a change gets made to your game or something. Take a step back. We're playing a game here. This is what I would like to happen. It's not like it's the end of the world, but I'd greatly prefer it, you know? Not necessarily expecting change, but outlining what an ideal speedrun would be. And I hope it shines a light on what you all as viewers of speedruns want in a good speed game. Regardless, I'm going to go back to running Ultra Kill because this game just has 6 speedrun, despite the few issues I bring up in this video. The amount of depth and complexity is only paralleled by Doom Eternal. But the difference between these two games is that Doom Eternal's depth comes a lot from unintended mechanics being used effectively. While yeah, Ultra Kill, like, don't get me wrong, like, Doom Eternal would probably still be a 6 speedrun if it didn't even have any unintended mechanics, but in the speedrun, those unintended mechanics is what makes it fun, like lurch hopping, double destroyer blade, fast destroyer blade setup, meat hooking, all that stuff. Like, that's what makes the run of Doom Eternal, right? is the fact that it is programmed with toothpicks and bubblegum. And if it wasn't programmed with toothpicks and bubblegum, it probably would not have stuck around with us as long, because then it'd just be a less deep experience, because all these bugs added the depth, you know?
Nearly all of Ultrakill's tech is somewhat intentional and effective. And that fact alone elicits a lot of respect from me. All that is needed, some small tweaks in the game and or moderation. As you know, Ultrakill works with such a strong core already. It just needs...
Could have said strong gore and made full circle with the first joke, you know?
A little polish. And when 1.0 drops, this is still probably gonna be the sickest speed game of all time. Thanks for watching, sub to the YouTube, watch me on the stream, pay to my Patreon, crawl through all 9 layers of hell for me. Peace.
Great intro, great outro, great outro. Just want to point, special thanks, I put a couple jokes in here. Travis is the genuine thanks, Ultrakill Spillion community, several people helped me understand mechanics. Hakita for pushing out a patch and making me change half this video. Thanks again for that, really appreciated. And then my back for all this.
Donkashen.
People, we're almost done. We're almost done. We only got one more video. It's the Outer Wilds video. It is the Outer Wilds video. Overall, great video. I'm very proud of it. I think my editing has really shown that it's improved with that video, and that's what I... Got one more video.
To the other...
A physicist plays Outer Wilds. This video is controversial for me. It's my most disliked video, and you'll see why by the end of it. But to hold you on for a thing, why Outer Wilds? Why this silly little space game from a Doom speedrun tuber would cause a firestorm would be horrible? What could cause that? Find out next time after I come back from this break.
If you want to complete UN for free, boy do I have the trick for you. During a reward screen pickup when playing the DLCs, if you pause the game during this cutscene, you will be unable to take damage until you reload checkpoint. It's just that easy. This could be done on PC by alt-tabbing out of the game, and on console when you exit the home menu or whatever the heck console does. This trick can literally trivialize every encounter. I mean, you don't take damage. So, yeah, that's why it's here. Infinite Crucible is a glitch that lets you use Crucible as much as you want. This is a consequence of silent mod swap tech, to where you can swap mods without seeing the information. If you press the swap mod button, swap to Crucible, swap mod button, and then bam. You'll be able to swing wildly at everything until you reload checkpoint. This isn't allowed for the potential abuse it has to trivialize a lot of combat encounters with just one-shotting everything. Special Fish is a glitch state where the game considers you to be between states of motion, the mantling and the swimming state. This requires a precise setup to where you dash at a manageable surface while underwater, and you're in the Special Fish state. You can float upwards, interacting with no collision. This trick is basically viable in UAC Atlantica, to where you can skip the final combat section, but it's disallowed everywhere just in case we find a different area where we can use it. Fun fact, if you reduce your FPS in the game to beneath 30 frames per second, your dashes will recharge in the air. Why? I don't know. Obviously, you can gain literally infinite horizontal distance using dashes at this frame rate. Yes, clipping happens when you dash into a climbable wall as you hit a death plane. This gives a glitched wall climb state to where you can move slowly, almost as if you have no clip enabled in console. Thus the name. This is disallowed because flying through the sky, yeah, totally game breaking as a glitch. Alright, this is actually a fun one. In Doom Hunter base, if you dash into this crusher as he crushes you, you gain massive speed, about 4 times regular movement. This speed boost is permanent until you reload checkpoint or complete the mission. Yeah, this speed boost would make all previous movement tech basically trivial, so we don't allow it in most categories. Fun fact, if you do this trick successfully 13 times in a row, you are going faster than the speed of light. The IDKFA glitch allows 2 weapon mods to be equipped at the same time. This is done by getting the IDKFA cheat code and art complex. Then, from the main menu, if you enter a level with the IDKFA glitch enabled, you have all the weapon mods. Menu clip the weapon mod you don't have in the menu, exit, return to the campaign, and then swap weapon mods. This will give you a weapon with properties of both attachments. This is most notably effective on the heavy cannon, to where you have micro missiles firing precision bolt shots, highly outclassing any other source of DPS. This trivializes all the nifty chainsaw routing and precise combat people that most people love in this run. Wait. This is literally cheating. Why is it allowed? Well, it's complicated. This is an inbuilt feature of the game. All you have to do is access it from a menu after grabbing a cheat code. So,
boom, I'm back, bitches. What's up? All right, who wants to play a drinking game with me? I'm going to need something to get through this video. Not for the reasons you think. I think this video is actually quite good. It's just, I have so much disagreement at every point. What's the game? This is Outer Wilds. It is a space exploration game. And you might be wondering, Rytro, you're a fucking Doom tuber. You speedrun. Why the fuck are you talking about some space exploration game randomly? To be real, I played through Outer Wilds on stream because I'm, like I said, I have a background in physics and astronomy. Like, I love this shit. I've been a space enthusiast ever since I was young. Like, immediately after my dinosaur phase, I was onto the space train. It was great. I drew galaxies in class. I liked gravitational effects, lensing, wormholes, all that shit. Me as a kid soaked that up, not understanding any of it. This game comes out. It's a game that's beloved. A lot of people love this, so it's very hyped. I'm hyped going into it. I'm hyped trying to, because my expectations are set. Like, okay, space exploration game, done well. I have physics. I have a degree in astronomy. I have a degree in physics. This is the one thing I know better than most people out there. Because most people don't have a physics fucking degree, you know? So it's like, I have a unique perspective to take for this game. Not to mention that in college, my favorite part of going to college was being a tutor / TA, teaching physics concepts to kids. Most of the time, kids who didn't even want to fucking be there, you know? So I had to try to communicate with these kids, and I had to learn how to teach effectively. I went to teaching seminars, I held groups, got current feedback, all that crap. So it's like, okay, I can use this game, a game that I'm actually quite qualified to talk into. Not to mention I'm an avid gamer, physics knowledge, and by the end of it, I think I'm a little bit of a critic. I think everyone knows from just having one conversation on stream for me, right? That I'm a little bit of a critic. I like to overanalyze stuff. Maybe this is just the shade of autism I have. I don't care if it is or not. I like doing it. So that's the most important thing, if my brain chemicals go woo. So the fact after I finished playing through this was so alluring to me. It was so, I felt like I could have a unique voice in this type of game. So I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna spend the next month making an Outer Wilds video. And I did. And you know how, wanna know something? 86% dislikes. 86% likes. 14%, that is my biggest, most disliked ratio video ever. Not to mention, only 15k views. Let me show you something that also breaks my heart about this. Boop, boop, boop. Give me 1 second. In for the exact page. I'm making sure I'm not leaking like any that crap, you know? Boop, boop. Oh, wait, I'm on the comment section. I need to go to content. So, people, I have a VOD channel, for those who don't know. And I uploaded a supercut of my playthrough to my VOD channel because I was like, oh, wow. Just have this as alternative content. Hopefully both does do well. And let me see here. There we are. This is a 3.5-hour supercut of me playing through the game. It's on my VOD channel. Actually, it's on my supercut channel now. This is the VOD channel. I moved everything over there because I didn't want VODs and supercuts to be on the same thing. So basically the supercut channel is whenever I have clips or additional out of context thing that I don't think are for the main channel, but I want out there, I post them there. I privated this video because it has 21.7K views, and it got all of that within a month. A little over a month. And this video that I've spent a lot more time trying to learn physics, impart a lesson into, and like basically tried my all with, gets 15K and 7. Like, that was such a shot in the knee of like, I can put more effort into something and have it do worse. Because like, I think everything about that supercut that I put here is in here and it's good. And I think that the lessons on top of it are good too. It's just, I don't know if I handicap myself by having a supercut and this video because that ruins people's impressions because they already saw my supercut, so they wouldn't watch my follow-up as soon as they recognize me. I don't know what it was. It was such a big freaking shot in the foot. So yeah, I know this video didn't do well, but I'm happy it exists. It's something that I wanted to make. It's something I provided perspective on, and it's something that I want to do again. So that's the preamble for why this. Let's just get into it.
Hey all, Outer Wilds is a space exploration.
Now you may be wondering, why isn't there a big jump scare like at the start of every other video? It's because Outer Wilds is a way more chill game, so chill open. That's my logic for
Exploration game where you can explore a whole solar system, figuring out mysteries of where a previous alien civilization disappeared, and finding out where all your fellow astronauts are, and of course...
Oh god, we're going right by the sun. Please no, please, what the fuck?
Now, for those who don't know, I have...
Getting tail whipped by a meteor is probably one of the best what the fuck moments I've had in this game.
I have a degree in physics and astronomy, so any game that's about exploring the stars and using physics concepts as game mechanics is all in my wheelhouse. So my eye has been on this game ever since it was released. So why am I only now playing it?
Wanna know a secret? Come here. I'm terrified of space.
The thought of being in a vast...
Dude, I'm fine with the audio being weird because it's a live action shot, but my goodness, is that such an abrupt change.
Empty space alone, where one mistake would
lead
lead to...
I should mention, people, if you haven't played Outer Wilds and you have any desire to do so, you should leave. I will spoil the whole game because that's what this video does. So yeah, just a warning, be prepped for it. I'm not gonna give another.
To a slow death of asphyxiation, yeah, let's say I find that quite terrifying. But curiosity killed Schrodinger's cat. Now, this game is all about exploration and figuring out things for yourself. So needless to say, this is the warning point for spoilers. Trust me, I think the game is something everyone should at least try. But if you've played it already, or don't care about such things, carry on, Space Cowboy. We'll be going over my...
The only reason I did that is because Cowboy Bebop is a space-themed show, and that's just what I thought of when I said cowboy. Like, that's the only reason that clip is in there. You'll be heading out then? Catch you later, Onyx. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good one.
First playthrough of this game, where I figure out the story at whatever pace I can. I offer my thoughts, possible theories, and even some criticisms.
Literally everyone, once they saw the criticism portion of this video.
Both from a physics standpoint and also a story standpoint. I want to point out that I don't cover the DLC in this video. I think any game should be able to stand on its own as a complete experience, although some of my questions might be answered there. So, with my limited knowledge of such a game, I booted up for my first playthrough to see what story lies ahead, what planet to explore, and figure out why 2 aliens are flirting so much on a public wall. What happened to them? Why am I exploring?
Literally, I can't tell you how many times aliens flirt with each other on a wall in this game. It's too many. It's too many.
And will we learn some interesting physics along the way? What are these statues?
That was the original title of this video because I wanted to, like, you know, reference Doom somewhat because I'm known for Doom. It's like Outer Wilds is a physicist ultra nightmare. Like, oh, that'd be a good way to combine both. And then I realized it's actually a shit title. So then I changed it later. That being said, I'm still okay with this, the informal title, while, you know, for the intro card. Also, it's the easiest fucking edit I could have. That is the easiest goddamn edit I could have done for an intro, but it just feels nice because that's what happens in the game. I saw the No Clip documentary after I made the video, and they do the exact same edit. They do the exact same edit, but they use the documentary footage. So
hey, this is a solar system, and now you might be asking, how does all this work? Well, it's a solar system quite similar to our own, except the solar system is scaled down to be around 15 kilometers wide. And despite not being realistic, given any laws of physics, I think this is a good compromise. Exploring a solar system on the scale of our own would be really boring. It would take months to get between planets. We start our adventure on this planet called Timberhearth. We are a Hearthian who is...
Casual reference to Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program I plans to be another thing in the physicist plays, but I'm gonna be real, I spent one stream trying to play it and all that stuff, and I just don't think I like the core gameplay of Kerbal Space Program. I just don't think it's something that appeals to me. I mean, I do like space games, I do like realistic stuff, but I don't know, I think the game's structured in just a way that it's just like, I don't really feel that much improvement, because it basically what it does is, it bombards you with tutorials in the beginning, and then it leaves you on your own devices to figure shit out on your own. I guess what I'm saying with Kerbal Space Program is like, I probably would have preferred, like, a structured tutorial that teaches you as you, you know, build stuff, rather than just the, here's a part, click on it, put the part on your ship, see how this part does X thing. Like, it's just like, you can't just have that to rely, so that's why, if I give Kerbal Space Program, like, another, like, 2 or 3 streams, I might really like it.
Camping beneath the stars right before we're about to take off on our first journey. We talk to all our friends, where they wish us good luck and hope we don't die horrifically out there. If only they knew. And the game diegetically introduces us to most of the game mechanics that we'll be using. There's a special gas around the solar system known as ghost matter, where its only defining property is that it will kill anything that touches it quite quickly and violently.
What type of place is this where they just have a wooden defense stopping some gas that can instantly kill you?
Yeah, why the fuck do they not have the fence a little higher? Like, just make it a little higher, dude. Just, like, this is civilization. If this was in the bumfuck nowheres next to Jimmy's Woods cabin, just like, come on, just like... I guess the Nomai are, the Hearthians here, are characterized as people who are uncaring for their death, you know? So, like, they only need something simple to stop them, but that's about it. Because if they die, oh well, who cares?
We can launch a probe into space, showing us that we can take pictures of things from a distance.
Oh, and they just, we mastered interdimensional space recall, but I'm the only astronomer.
We can go into the center of a planet to wrap our head around zero-G physics and the controls. Oh, and by the way, I'm using mouse and keyboard, despite the game's recommendation that I use gamepad. Heck you, game. I do what I want.
Yeah, heck you, game. Fucking nobody enforced me to have control. Unless it's like a 3D platformer. On a first-person game, always mouse and keyboard. Always.
And the museum has artifacts from all around the solar system, so we can get a little bit of a preview for everything it has to offer. We see these cool gravity crystals. We get introduced to the Outer Wilds Expedition Company, most of which are exploring the solar system right now.
Feldspar was the first Hearthian to intentionally launch in space, the first of what would be many landings on our moon, the Adelrock.
I love the word intentionally there because it implies that they got to the moon by accident at some point before. That's just funny writing. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the writing is like that is witty, that is good, that's a great line. One of my favorite things is I think it's Gabstro or one of your allies. He says that, like, he says something like, I tried to fix this problem, and out of everything I've tried, both ideas didn't work. Implying that he's only capable of thinking of 2 ideas to stop the problem. So, like, it has lots of witty humor like that.
Oh yeah, the moon has a name. It's called Adelrock. You know, who would ever name their moon just Moon? Like, the strange rock moving around in grotto.
Yeah, why do we call our moon Moon? This is stupid. Hey, give it a
appears to react to
name.
Conscious observation.
Give Moon a
Level-headed among
name.
us realize there must be some sort of optical illusion at play, but Gabriel claims the rock exists in all possible states until it is observed, whatever that means. Yep, this will definitely scare the fuck out of me later.
We see this deep-sea anglerfish. The plaque in front of it says it's from another planet called Dark Bramble.
We're never going there. Yep, never.
So, in order to explore the whole solar system except Dark Bramble, I need to get my keys
What's up, that
from the head
anglerfish?
nerd on the second floor.
All in all, it's a fine day for a launch.
That slide transition should have not. It should have been a zoom that, or a zoom from me into frame or something. Not the best transition.
I'm ready to die. That's what's gonna happen, people.
And now, I'm on my way out to where the beginning of this video plays. Huh, that was weird. Well, it becomes apparent real quick that I was so nervous playing this game, I had a few drinks to help me get through the first adventure.
And wait, I can roast a marshmallow. Oh, guys, we got to the gameplay.
To be fair, this is how I act when I'm completely sober. However, putting it after saying I've had a few drinks makes too much sense. That's just how I am.
Alcohol have to choose the planet to go to first. And
Like, this is the Katy Perry orbit, you know, you're hot and then you're cold. You're yes and then you're no. You're in, then you're out. Up, down.
And well, it's scary to just launch without knowing what I'm doing, so I went to the moon for my first training mission.
We need to build a more sensitive device if we would have located the eye of the Oh, they're trying to locate the center of the universe. That's what they mean by the eye, the center. I get it. Anna and those of us originally stranded on the Ember Twin built a quantum moon. Oh my goodness, there's gonna be a quantum moon.
After all that, I took my first trip to...
This was kind of like a prerequisite to my Doom video where I did Doom's greatest achievement, where I had title cards for like each planet and other stuff. I do like how I did this. There's definitely stuff I improve. I think I perfected this with Doom just because their photo mode is more generous. Because in Outer Wilds, like, the game has a weird coordinate system where it considers you its center and everything has a velocity relative. Basically a bunch of stuff that made like camera modes, no clips, and all that stuff like awkward. So there is some not good things in the visual department for, like, you know, these title cards, but I think they work well enough, and definitely they were a stepping stone for me to eventually, you know, get better at this with a new video.
Why? Because this planet has an alien satellite, and that's cool as hell.
Yeah, what's the worst thing that can happen? Hello. What happens? Did it not like me looking at that altar or something? I died from what?
What the hell happened?
To be fair, my reaction there was so genuine because, how do I put it? Bubbles just like, oh, I think you died. It's like, what? How? Because I wasn't anywhere facing the sun, which is kind of hilarious. But it's definitely a nice reveal to just be like, what the fuck happened?
Well, to do that, let me refer to this diagram in the museum. What happened was a supernova. Now, naturally, after the sun's been around for billions of years, if it's big enough, it will end its life via a violent explosion. But why? Well, inside a sun there are two forces...
Not so subtle Vsauce ripoff / reference, whatever you want to call it.
...acting inside it. The thermal force from the fusion outward and the gravity force inward from all the mass. Fusion, of course, being the elements inside the star combining to make heavier and heavier elements. This releases energy that provides the thermal force. But, eventually, the amount of gravitational pressure and temperature in the sun is not enough to fuse heavy elements the star just created. So, fusion stops, causing this balancing force to disappear. And now, all that gravitational force just pushes all the mass to go...
Maybe not as smooth with the arrows and stuff, but this is definitely understandable, which is my main priority. Like, this feels like, okay, great. I've just given, like, a freaking crash course on how suns work. How they why they expand as far as they do and all that jazz. Like, I fundamentally just gave that, which you don't really get in, you know, how do I put it? I don't see people talk about that aspect of stars enough. They just say fusion happens, but nothing describes how fusion is important for making the shape of a star, you know?
As compact as it can go. And much like the opening shot in a game of billiards,
But instead of one ball, imagine gazillions. Snap back to the game. If the sun just went supernova, that seems it wasn't natural. I mean, after all, the sun's supernova's at the end of its life, and the odds of it coincidentally Yeah, I think people, when they explain supernovas, they typically just say the sun explodes, but nobody ever goes into the reason why. So, I don't know. It's something I had that thought, which is why I made that section all that. Because I want to explain how the star gets to where it is and why supernovas happen. I feel like, hell, that is... If you explain that in that detail, you're more scientifically literate in regards to space than like 95% of people. Exploding of natural causes seems low. And even yet, I wake up back at the campfire as almost nothing ever happens, and it doesn't seem like a respawn. I think I'm in a time loop, and I have no idea how to solve either scenario, so let's just go back to Giant's Deep. No, I'm going to accelerate into the sun. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, disengage autopilot, Yeah, I use that a lot in this video where I found an editing technique where it's like I want my, my reaction to be more visually apparent, but I don't want that to distract from the game too much, so I did like this weird masking effect. I think it works pretty well for what I want to. I just need it more consistent. That's the thing. Consistency was kind of lacking in this video because I manually dragged it every time. Autopilot doesn't even account for you crashing into the sun. That seems like a fatal flaw. That is some Tesla autopilot shit right there. Ayo, Elon Musk, am I right? Imagine, Privet, the probe tracking module will be the first to know the coordinates of the eye of the universe. You'll be the first to see them. I am honored and Same, Privet, same. I guess I'm in here. Oh, fuck. What? Now, this planet is an ocean planet. It's completely covered in clouds and has many raging tornado storms across its whole surface. But luckily, there's some floating islands that I can land on and appear to have some information for me to scoop up. I'm in a fucking hurricane right now. Wait, did I just get launched into fucking space? I need a second. I just need like 2 seconds. I am oh my, and now we're back in the planet. Okay, it wasn't... Are you just gonna continue to play all throughout that, dude? You're so fucking nonchalant about it. So hey, don't freak out or anything. But lately I keep like dying repeatedly. I don't know. Yeah, we're in a time. That's dude, this character is like I said, this is like the only character I think in Outer Wilds that I like really connected to because his vibe was just so good. Like he's just so well characterized. I don't know what to say. A lazy scientist who wants to do minimal effort and is just more of a ponder. He's like how do I put it? He's like an armchair atheist, you know, where he just sits there and thinks but doesn't want to do much action. Like Gabbro's definitely my favorite. I'm Luke. Looks like you and I are the only ones who could tell that time's going all weird. I tried radioing Hanfels and asking if they died too, but they thought I was being metaphorical. A poor craftsman blames his tools. Damn right I blame my tools. My tools almost kill me. I have bad news at... Fucking, I got launched into... Can I do something on this planet without getting launched into space for 10 seconds, please? This is a huge... Wait, what if we go into the eye of it? Huh? What if we do that? Hold on. Just gonna... This is about... Okay, this reveal right here, like this thing that you could do with the tornado, this is Outer Wilds at its best. Like, it makes sense. Like, you would intuitively understand, like, if you know anything about tornadoes, that you can fly into, like, the eye of one. The eye of one has no weather. And it uses that intuition that you have built up from previous skills to be able to make this assumptions. I just wish they continued it. Because a lot of the reveals that the game relies on after that are silly, nonsensical, no way based in reality physics. Which, is that necessarily a flaw or not? Get into it. It's not amazing at what players want it to do. Yeah, it doesn't even account for stuff. Oh, I'm fucking right. Tornado knowledge coming in clutch. How'd I put it? But like, think about it this way. If you were pounding a nail and your hammer broke and the head flew off and hit you in like the chest or something and gave you a bruise, I'd blame my tool for that. The tool wasn't well maintained enough. And if your argument's like, well, then you didn't maintain the tool. Like, that was ultimately your fault. Like, Yeah, I guess we need to draw a line distinction of how far back we go, because we could blame everything on the heat death of the universe, and I feel like that's just absurdist, and it's silly, and it doesn't, like, you can't really get anything useful out of it, you know? More like I swung a hammer and hit my thumb. I think it's more like that, because the autopilot's supposed to get you to the place. That's the only inherent, like, thing with it, right? So, how do I put it? Imagine, I guess the equivalent is like you're swinging a hammer because your intent is to hit the nail, and then your intentions get fucked, like the hammer breaks mid-swing or something. I guess that's a more accurate metaphor.
Be welcomed in this place, this tower.
Now, if you kept swinging your hammer and hit your thumb after it broke, that's your fault, right? But, like, the hammer breaking isn't inherently your fault.
With all who asked knowledge needed to make his or her first.
So it's the only thing mass velocity accelerate. Okay, Anglerfish. So it's the devs that did that to me, not the tool, not me. It was the devs for programming it so poorly. There you go. Like I said, we can draw back causality as far as we want. Like, we have to stop after a point, or else we get absurdist. Like, I do it at the tool because it's arbitrary how far I do one step removed, right? You're just like, it's actually 2 steps removed. It's actually infinite step removed. Where do we draw the line? 1 is as arbitrary as like 2 or 3. I'm saying, but the point is you know what I mean when I blame it, right? It's like, it did not work as I intended. You get me? I think that's the only important part.
Hey, fuck it. Wait, this falls. Here goes nothing. The gate.
The devs designed for be a convenience for 3 players need to do. Here's one surrogate for a pilot. Yeah, I know. So it's the devs' fault because they designed it that way. It's the devs' fault. Like I said, Anglerfish, it doesn't matter. Like, you can draw causality back to any point. My point is, like, you being absurdist with the, oh, well, it's actually your fault because, well, I didn't know how it worked, right? So it's not like it could be my fault because I didn't have the information. That was me gaining the information, right? So it's the tool's fault, but if after the tool behaved differently than I expected, I fell into it, it'd be my fault. But no, it's the tool's fault that it doesn't account for the sun, right? Because it doesn't.
Fucking changes positions. Like, look. It's over there now. I see. And
that disconnect makes it so fun to watch. I agree that it's fun to watch. I just... Where it's at fault isn't. It is enjoyable. I get you. Don't get me wrong. I like it when players realize that autopilot doesn't account for, like, objects. It's a cool thing. But, yeah, I am right to say that the tool is shit for not being able to track sun, you know? Same way of people who are like, well, you should have known that it shouldn't have tracked. Like, you could do both. Both arguments can exist at the same time, you know?
I was right about the rock scary. I knew it. I knew it.
To be fair, okay, I'm so glad that I got, like, this tower first out of, like, mostly anything. Like, this is the first, like, major thing I went and discovered. And I feel like this set a poor expectation me for the rest of the game because I get disappointed by a lot after this. However, this reveal, this setup is so fucking amazing. I cannot describe how much I love a lot of it.
What does this say? Observing quantum object. Observing an image of a quantum object. If we take a picture of the tree, does it stay in the same... Oh my... Wait.
Like, this...
It's... Oh my god.
I still feel that today. Like, that is how much I'm surprised with you taking... Okay, I get into this later. I'll just let the video...
It's a game mechanic. Not gonna lie, it tickles my physicist's brain in places that haven't been tickled before. Oh my yes. Alright. That was perhaps one of the most satisfying reveals of my adult life. But why? Well, let's talk about superposition. At the quantum level, particles behave as their wave function. Every small particle, atom, or the like, exists as more of a probability function rather than particles. That's a little confusing, so I'll give an example. Now, an electron has a spin value. That spin can be up or down. If we want to know what spin it's currently at, we have to measure it, of course.
and it will be up or down as randomly as flipping a coin. But what does it do when we're not measuring it? It practically works as a mixture of both up and down states. Meaning, as long as we don't... I know it's kind of silly saying the not measurement device and using that to measure it to like show what it acts like, but it's such a silly thing, and I think it kind of demonstrates the point quite well, because not measurement is measurement. That feels like almost comedy at that point. Measure it, it will act like both up and down at the same time. So, another example, an electron orbiting an atom does not exist in an orbit like a planet around a star. It exists like it's at every point along the orbit, but when we look at it, it picks a state to be. And then, when we look away, and then look back later, it could be in a different state, because it collapsed into a different position. The moon works much the same way. We're gonna see what's in. Wait, where am I? It exists around every planet and more in the solar system, and it seemingly warps between all the planets at random intervals. It does this because, much like a quantum electron, it only stays at a planet because we or someone else is observing it. This game extends this same concept. So like most people I've seen, actually the few videos on Outer Wilds I've seen that I really like, that I feel like it adequately explore the physics in it. Up is Not Jump, I think, the video I'm referring to. He has a video where he talks about wave function collapse and quantum moon and stuff. He uses the Stern-Gerlach experiment to demonstrate that, which is a similar way of demonstrating superposition. But I didn't want to repeat the same field, so I was just like, let's just talk practically. What does it mean to be in a superposition if you're an electron around an atom? Stuff like that. And honestly, like, it doesn't do a good job of explaining why it behaves like a wave function, but other people have already did that. I can let them have the light. Like, I'm going to talk about just what it is. To an illogical extreme, where a photo observes an object, it counts as being observed by us, which of course, in our reality is silly. I mean, taking a photograph doesn't preserve an object's state, it captures the previous state and preserves an image of it with no bearing on the object's current state. This thing, I don't really mind. It's silly, yeah, but I mean, it's the first promising use of quantum mechanics in a video game. It obeys the logical extreme, but it's awesome. The thing I think that you can fix is to make it less silly and be more in line with like perception makes like quantum, is if your little drone thing was a camera actually, and it could transmit data to you in real time. And what you did was you video recorded it, and I feel like that would fix like the perception issue, because the image is just an image capture of a previous state, right? It's just, it in no way it affects itself. But a video, you'll feel like it is affecting it because a video is real time. That's my one point of where I'd say that you could change this fundamentally at like the core, and like you get an improved mechanic from it. I don't know what other issues that would give in the other stuff. I haven't thought all that out, but that's how you would fix this particular issue. Images of the quantum moon were not allowed, but they needed to take an image, or else they wouldn't be able to get on it. You can't get on the quantum moon without taking a picture. So I'm guessing, like, maybe they haven't. Only if you're driving to it can you take a picture. But yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, so I take a picture here. Oh, wait, hold on. Take a picture here. Both are observed now. Now I gotta take a picture of this one, so this is observed. Then I look away. No! Fuck! One's observed. I like it, because I got the puzzle, but I just forgot about one small, perfectly cut scream. Now I go over here, take a picture of both. A second nomai looking at the moon should be enough to lock in place. Yeah! Why isn't anyone... Okay, I guess, question, this feels very plot relevant. Like, what happens if the quantum moon, if we're trying to get it, that someone on Earth just sees it? Like, why doesn't that apply to us? And I know the answer is obvious. It's because gameplay. Because you can't have it as a reliable mechanic if you have it random if someone's looking at it or not, or effectively random. But at the same time, it's like, feels unrealistic to me that somebody's not looking out there at the stars because this is an astronomy-focused civilization. They don't see the quantum moon. And, you know, it just aligns with what... If that was actually a mechanic or something, like if we, for example, knew a schedule of somebody who would look out at the stars, like, every night or something, and then we go to the quantum moon at that point, that could be another way of doing the puzzle, have it time-based. There's actually a lot of ways you can skin this cat of fixing these like little bit issues. But yeah, I think that would be a fun mechanic to explore. I'd be fine with that. And DLC has a bunch of photos of the whole solar system conveniently missing Quantum Moon. I haven't played the DLC Anglerfish. This video does not cover it. I'm waiting. I'm gonna make a follow-up where I cover the DLC. But that project is a back burner sort of thing. But I did release this last year, so I do have to watch it.
Fucking puzzle solved. Let's go back to the ship. I want to see what my log says. Tower of Wait, that shit is all the way over here?
And with this known, I know why I wasn't able to get to the Quantum Moon. The fog would make me lose sight of the moon, and then it'd go back to its superposition. But now, I was able to explore it. Which, while I'm here, I don't get why not taking a picture of the moon and me entering the moon matters. I mean,
this is a big logic fuck up in the game as far as I'm concerned. It should make no difference if you have a photo or not. I get if you need 2 observers and you want to justify that. However, with the way the moon and the fog is set up, that 2 observers always counts as 1 observer because their reference frames are equivalent because they're both observing the same thing. This was a big logical thing for, like, I get it. It was locking it in, but yeah.
Crash into the moon, you are still observing the fog. You are just surrounded by it. But if you take a picture of it, you're observing the fog, as the whole planet is covered with it. So, what's the picture exactly preserving here? It frankly doesn't make much sense, even within the game.
So, like, by the logic, it'd have to be that the picture observing the full moon is different than you observing only the fog, but not the outline. It feels like the outline is what's important, but the outline isn't. That's the thing. Unless Outer Wilds is saying that, like, yeah, oh, it makes sense. It only works if you observe the full moon and someone go, like, but I view that as absurdist because it doesn't justify it. I think the game genuinely thinks that if you view it from outside, it will stay there. That means you can go in, which it doesn't provide any other logic. It's just that's what we learned from base mechanics, which is why I don't like this mechanic from a conceptual standpoint, because if you have physics knowledge, it effectively nerfs you. I always assume the thing that bothered most physicists would be scale. Here's the thing. I'm fine with the reduced scale argument, Anglerfish. I'm fine with that because that's the central premise of the game. The game teaches you that in like the first 10 minutes. That's what happens. This is a reveal that you can't really come to with physics intuition, if you get what I mean. Physics intuition actually leads you astray. Only if you don't think about it and just make the surface level assumption, maybe. It works, which... yeah. How do I put it? Thinking about something in detail should not make it worse, if you know what I mean, right?
Game's own rules.
What the fuck is in this thing? We're gonna find out what the fuck is in this thing. We're just gonna go straight in. No consequences. Please don't kill me.
Oh, also, because the scale is not necessarily an issue either, because in this universe, it's a separate universe than our own, all that jazz. It could just have higher gravity, and that could explain everything from a physics perspective. But this game behaves like it wants you to know physics concepts, but then disregard. It's strange. Strange. I'll get to it when I get to it, but yeah.
You know what? This is fine. Oh my goodness, there's writing here. Okay, so what's this? There's like 3 things going down. Is that a black hole? Please don't let there be a black... There's a black hole in this fucking game, isn't there? Recall the rule of the 6th location. What in the Recall the rule of quantum...
Sorry, I just love perfectly cutting out like my swear words because it makes me PG friendly, but also like I don't know, it's just you assuming the swear word just like makes it funny to me, if you get what I mean, because like I didn't say, you assumed it, and that's the fun.
The fuck? South Pole, the only significant thing, I crashed there. Wait, what the? Hello? Who the hell is this person? Hello? Hi? What's this? What's this noise? Where the fuck?
You can tell how much I like it. I use this a lot because it's just great. It's just great.
Is that? That's a black hole. Yeah, you know.
One thing I learned from watching the No Clip documentary that I actually really appreciate about this game, that gravitational lensing effect is accurate. The game development studio hired a aerospace engineer who literally used Einstein equations to calculate how gravitational lensing would affect a black hole this size. And attentions to detail like that are fucking awesome. I love it.
Just your typical black hole, just at the middle of this planet. Yeah, as you do. Where the fuck do I go from here? I guess maybe I try to make it for there, but can I even make... Okay, I guess we fucking try to make that jump. Oh god, I'm gonna... I'm not looking. But why am I scared here? Light is affected by every force, gravity including, meaning that when a light ray passes by a planet, the planet pulls on the light ray, changing its path a little bit. When a light ray is going directly away from the mass and still gets captured, that is a black hole. And because gravity gets weaker the further away you are from an...
I literally stole this pattern slash stuff. You can tell how it's a little faded. I took this diagram from a PDF of a physics textbook I had. Used it to represent a gravitational field, and then I just redrew the center. That's why these are dotted. It's a little sketchy, a little bit. It makes it feel a little bit hand-drawn, which I think is fine. It's aesthetic, but it's not consistent, which I'm But, like, I think it's a very good how do I put it? The most important thing is that you understand what I'm saying and that it comes through clear, and I think this diagram does that job perfectly.
Object, the last point at which light cannot escape the black hole's gravity, is how big the black hole is. Now, the amount of mass and density needed to make one of these things is insane. So much so that science says that at the exact center is a point of infinite density. But what does that mean? We aren't exactly sure. Now, imagine you're falling towards a black hole, feet first. Feet would
picture of me. I'm glad that this is still here for my younger years.
Feel a lot stronger gravitational force than the head. This would cause you to stretch like a rubber band, in a process that scientists literally call spaghettification. But that's enough physics. Let's get back to the playthrough. I am not looking. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Oh wait, I'm back. I'm back. Am I good? Am I good? This is a white hole. Much like black holes that can suck very well.
The white hole and the black holes do lensing to the HUD, which doesn't make sense. Do lensing to the HUD. I'm sorry, I just don't know what you mean by that. Like like the part where it lenses from originates from your HUD.
Well, white holes can blow very well. General relativity is the best model for gravity that we currently have, and it predicts black holes existing as I previously described, and we can see them. But that same math also allows for a spot that expels light and mass, a white hole.
The grid you see here, there's a grid.
It's just a consequence of our mathematical formulation.
Maybe it's just because I have a mod on and there's no HUD here that I did for grabbing this footage.
But
I'll see the next possible
no
instance.
Evidence in this universe. We haven't seen one. Except maybe we have. We have about 1 or 2 documented white holes that may have appeared. At least that's what some scientists attribute this behavior to. Genuinely, we don't know. But back to the game world.
How do I put it? Scientific consensus is that those aren't white holes, that they don't provide enough evidence from. So... yeah, I kind of, like, we don't know. That's technically true. We don't know. But no physicist who's worth their salt will consider them. It's more like a fringe theory that those were white holes. But at least there's some evidence for it that we just don't know how to properly explain. But, yeah. Text and graphics from spacesuit get warped? Oh, really? I think that's just more of a gameplay thing. That's a thing for us to experience the lensing more than it is an actual thing that happens in the game, right? Kind of like how music happens in movies. Of, yeah, the band isn't actually playing in the movie, the song, but it's for us to enjoy it, you know? It's like, it's an undiegetic, like, use of the Force.
In this universe, whatever goes into a black hole comes out a white hole. We're playing with portals. A neat concept to play with, despite it not being physical as far as we know.
But okay, I'm not dead. Wait, what the fuck did the black hole do? Shit, I should have looked!
Welcome to the White Hole Station. You fell through the black hole by accident. Don't worry, you aren't the first. This warp tower can return you to the brittle hollow. Every warp tower is tuned to a specific astral body. Tower's warp can only be used.
Okay, this just reminds me of later of the playthrough, a little bit spoilers for later. So there are more warp towers on this, in this game. And I was under the assumption that the way to get the Ash Twin project was to find a way to reattune another warp tower. I don't know why, that's just what I thought. Like, because like if you have a warp tower, either you need a warp tower that's tuned to an astral body, or you need a way to tune it. I always thought it was the way to tune it. because like even though the game didn't explicitly mention it, but you know, I thought there was a mechanic that, you know, because this game introduces a lot of mechanics to you after the fact. I thought there was a mechanic I was missing that I can find out a way to change the attunement and get to the Ash Twin project or something. Like that was my imagination for the big reveal, which honestly, kind of sick. I think I would really vibe with a game that did that rather than just have seen specific warp towers out there. But that's more of like a grocery list more than it is like a criticism. That's just me wishing that it was slightly different in the way I thought. The brief window when the tower is aligned with its corresponding astral body, in this case Brittle Hollow. Where the fuck am I? Oh my goodness, I made it back. Let's go. Well, I can't die anyhow, so let's get a little less terrified and go back to the ocean planet. Each statue will send a single Nomai's memory to his or her own storage unit within Ash Twin. Each storage unit will be equipped with a mask, the statue's counterpart, which will be able to send those stored memories back to the corresponding Nomai. If anything goes wrong with the Ash Twin project, the statues and their masks will make us aware of the situation and able to fix it. Otherwise, it would be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. So wait, in case of an issue, these statues were formed so that the people who had to fix the issue would effectively have infinite amount of time to work on them. I'm curious, is sending the bean's memories back in time the same as sending the bean itself back into... Oh my fucking goodness. As an example, if we were to send my memories back in time, is that same as sending me back in time? Not a physical body, but my essence. I mentioned there are two separate actions. Wouldn't both actions be effectively the same? The Nomai, they're making me existential. And after that, well, really nothing happened of note. I gave up on exploring the ocean planet because I didn't know what else to do, and I drank so much alcohol to avoid being terrified that I crashed through the sun trying to catch a supposed sun station. I also dicked around on Ember Twin and After Earth until I called it good and ended the playthrough for the night. Well, stream 2. I don't want to talk. Okay, I kind of do want to talk about it just a little bit, but like near the end of the first stream, I was actually really feeling the alcohol. I think I was actually pretty drunk there, because like from my terrification / incentive to basically get away from it. But yeah, so I don't. That's why that's brushed to the side, because that's a blur for me in my memory too. After looking over the footage, nothing was too interesting other than me just going places, going blah, 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 blah. Look at this, you know? I may be a little hungover. I decided to go explore the black hole planet, where I had a little less fear of being spaghettified. Holy crud, I went in a bit too hot. Went in too hot. Crash landing, baby. Perfect. Exactly where I wanted to be. See, that was all calculated. Okay, so I'm not near the... Yeah, this planet isn't safe. Fuck, how are you doing, brud? How you doing? You probably heard the others say it, right? I'm afraid of space. Seriously, I'm more surprised than anybody that I'm out here. Me and you both, buddy. Alright, well, figured out where this guy was, at least. Let's try using the gravity crystals instead of frickin' falling flat on my face. Alright, I said the opposite of what I did. I was testing myself. Oh, I was going to jump to that. Did that thing just crush me? Oh, hello. Gonna get some lore. Of Cyclone. Most cyclones and giant rotate clockwise. These are called cyclones Casanova, typically used to send posts. Oh, there's a different Casanova, cassava. I just kind of get the vibe of the word and I go for it at this point. I'm surprised if people are able to read literally everything they say. I basically just look for the vibe of the word and I assume, and that has punished me many a times. People in my Twitch chat can attest. Cyclone that sends you downward. So, okay, so rotates clockwise is something that launches you out of orbit. Counterclockwise sends you beneath. So cyclones can send me downwards now. But why? No, just kidding. This doesn't even represent physics in the slightest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel, because I love the reveals where it's like it relies on your previous knowledge, kind of like how the eye of the tornado has no like weather. So if you knew anything from tornado knowledge, it would be helpful to go in to get there. But How the fuck are you supposed to predict counterclockwise tornadoes like send you downward? Like that's just fucking absurd. It's an issue I still wrestle with this game, with how it makes up its weird rules that aren't intuitive. And yet it really benefits from having intuitive rules that you would know from real life knowledge. It kind of like it wants to have its cake and eat it too and have both in there. And I'm just wondering how a game that was based on intuitive mechanics that had some basis in reality, how effective that would be. I think it would be even better, honestly. Just said clockwise from above. Yes, we know that the clock's rotation changes depending on when you look. Well, the nerd. No. Okay, so that's spinning clockwise. Where's the counterclockwise one? Oh, there's the counterclockwise one. I see it. It's this one right here. All right, we're going underneath. So we're here. We're underneath the big currents. What the fuck? The core had another core. How do I get in this time? It's too electrified. Well, heck. Only one person who got to the core is on Dark Bramble. Okay, let's see what the sun is up to again. Yeah, since I don't remember this sun. planet for obvious way better reasons, than Dark Bramble.
Let's give this the... Welcome to Ash and Ember Twin. Every Groundhog Day, ash from the Ash Twin slowly transfers to the Ember Twin.
Somebody told me that in the comments of this video that there's a log stating that the ash transferring from Ash and Ember Twin only happens like once every 100 days or something. The fact that your time cycle starts on a perfectly with a cycle is a little convenient. I don't know how true that is. I'd have to look at a log, but if that's the case, like, it's another thing I don't like. But yeah.
Introduces a fun time dependency, as some caves in the Ember Twin
I haven't fact
get
checked
filled
it,
up
but
in the ash.
you know.
So I spear on over to Ember Twin to explore this for the next few hours.
Dude, I just love the Severed Steel soundtrack. The Severed Steel soundtrack is so good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, my montaging here wasn't the best, but like, I can just, the montage isn't good, but I vibe with the music. It's me using game OSTs to be a better YouTuber. Ah, gave me the system. Take that, game dev. Wait. What? If you come here looking for Coleus, this is where he vanished. He's been missing for 2 days now. Happened before Coleus disappeared. For examining different rocks, I recall Coleus standing on the largest one, the wandering rock. I was taking my notes, then my lantern died. When I lit again, Coleus and the rock were both... Wait. Like here, if I do this... Like, this is another one that benefits from observation. Like, how do I put it? Like, this isn't how entanglement or anything works in reality. I get into this. But, like... From the word entanglement and observation, you can arrive at the mechanic of this rock, and that's great. Because rather than the more specific physics definition, it's the general definition, but just apply the quantum word to it, you know? Like, and I feel like, I really like this one. But the tornado one, I'm still like, not the... Yeah, get out of here, get out of here. Okay, here I go. Let's put this away, turn off the light. Of course, because if you don't observe it, it can... And since you're touching it, you go with... That is... Dude. The game does so many cool things. Holy shit.
This is the rule of quantum entanglement. But what is entanglement? Now, a lot of tech bros, spiritual healers, and more will attempt to use this term to confuse you to buy something.
You have no idea how frickin' hippie shit that's totally inaccurate is... marketed off the back of just saying the word quantum. There's a lot. I remember seeing that YouTube short that I was showing in there that was trying to explain quantum entanglement, and I was genuinely pissed with how wrong they got quantum entanglement, because I'm pretty sure the guy who's speaking about it knows absolutely fucking nothing because they never went to a quantum course. But like, they're just some person who's like, yeah, I worked with the government and secret technology, blah, 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 but like, they don't understand like the physics. And if they understood the physics, they realize what they're saying is fucking ridiculous. Like, genuinely, it triggers me.
But it actually has a very specific definition. It means the state of two quantum objects at one measurement are linked. That's it.
Imagine we have a system of 2 electrons, both with spins up and down. Now, we can manipulate what state an individual electron can take by passing the unmeasured particle through a filter. Entanglement happens when we pass the 2 electrons through a series of filters such that one has to be upspins and the other downspins. Now, it doesn't matter which one is up or which one is down. So if we measure particle 1 and see that it's a downspin afterwards, we know for sure that the other one is upspin, all thanks to superposition. Each electron is in a state of up-downness until that point. The main use of this is that if we can preserve the unknownness of the particles after the filters by never measuring it, after an indeterminate amount of time, if we measure one particle, we know the state of the other at that very same moment in time. Spooky action at a distance. Okay, so entanglement, that's the whole reason why Einstein said spooky action at a distance, was because of those principles. Basically, I found it weird that measuring an object could have any effect at an object across the room. But quantum superposition is a fucky beast, huh? It fooled even the great Einstein. And Einstein, even when he's wrong, he's correct. So you know it's fucking big deal when he doesn't understand it. It's neat. But what does all that have to do with entanglement in the Outer Wilds? Well, almost nothing. It's almost as if when you touch a quantum object, you exhibit the same properties as the quantum object. So when you turn off the light and turn it back on, you seemingly teleport. But in-game, you became indeterminate with the rock while you weren't observed. So when you turn on the light and observe yourself, you collapse to a point the rock can exist at with it. This game uses the name entanglement in a way that hurts all the quantum knowledge I studied, but I really like this mechanic anyhow. It's at least in the spirit of the word entanglement, even if it isn't accurate to how it works in the real world. Well, moving on. I don't know. I feel like I'm willing to give ground on if you use the concept, or at least a word in the concept, or, you know, the general concept, but, you know, but, like, it's related to the concept in some way that makes intuitive sense, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind it when the game's, like, slightly out with physics, because you can infer it based on just what it is. Yeah, tornadoes spinning the other way. Lava meteors becoming more common when the sun expands. All that shit. Like, I'm just like, how? Why? You know? We arrive at exploring a settlement of the ancient Nomai. We learned very important information, such as a sun station that I was chasing earlier was meant to blow up the sun. I almost can't comprehend that this is being suggested seriously. The purpose of the sun station goes against every standard we hold ourselves to and everything we believe in as... Wait, like they have ideological problems with a sun station? If we fail, and the probability of this is not insignificant, we will without question destroy ourselves, all life here, and the rest of the star system. So that's why the sun's going supernova, because their sun station thing went wrong. Control annihilation of the entire... Spoilers! Yeah, I think literally everyone made this assumption when they figure out this writing. You know? Our star system's superior costs. We shouldn't build the sun station no matter how badly we want the knowledge that comes with it. Fear of failure is a poor reason to not to try. I believe if we're cautious, the sun station will work. Man, the dramatic irony. I also learned more about... Most surprise game rules feel arbitrary. I'm not tied to any physical, so it's refreshing a semblance of this world works this way and you can go feel for yourself. Don't get me wrong, like, if all of the mechanics were unintuitive, I think you might have an argument, but the game wants to have both, and I don't know if having both is good, because it kind of shows that you hold almost two opposing ideologies in a game, right? It's like the equivalent of thinking 2 + 2 = 4, and the equivalent of thinking 2 + 2 = 5 at the same time, right? Like, these thoughts are incongruent with each other. They don't overlap much, if any. It's very hard to make them both work at the same time. That's a fine line to walk, and I'm not sure this game does it well. About the eye. What is it? Well, that's supposedly what the Nomai ask as well. Be welcome to this place. The shrine is a space that's a reflection. I haven't played Tunic, by the way, so I can't weigh in on that, but I'm talking, you know, this. You think it's all intuitive? If it's all intuitive, it's not magical. If nothing is intuitive, it's not easy. No, I think definitely some things can be intuitive and magical. Like, for example, like, I don't know if this means what you're magical, but me entering the eye of the tornado because I knew tornado physics and knew that there was no weather in the center, like, that was fucking magical to me. I loved it. It was rewarding me for actually knowing something, which I think is the fun part. Because if you have it the opposite of where the rules can't be distinguished, like if the eye thing was never happened because it's not trying to emulate it, then you get punished for knowing things. Like that's just inherently true. And I would love to see a game where like this is like all the Eye of the Tornadoes, the entanglement, that type of stuff was all that it did. And if you have stuff that isn't intuitive, or at least that you can't easily think out at the moment, you introduce that in the beginning of the game. So then you can work that off as a basis, and you as like almost like a puzzle, kind of intellectually like follow like what are the consequences if the universe is different in this way, and the game plays with that for a lot of its puzzles. I think that sounds awesome. That's honestly my favorite type of game. You get me? Where they introduce something, they play with the mechanic until you get to the illogical extreme. So I think you can like have something that's not intuitive, but you got to be upright and it's got to be introduced early on. Otherwise, you get, like I said, this punishment for knowledge that I'm not a fan of. I'm good with hand waving on the hard science. Like, I get that, Anglerfish, but that's like a personal preference. Fair, but I don't know. When I talk about this game, like, I prefer to stick to the, how do I put it, the more objective-ish side of it, of how does this gameplay mechanic influence the player. And I don't like being punished for having real-world knowledge. That feels like a bad thing, and a system like that inherently punishes it. Be interested to hear your analysis of Science Talk and Half-Life games? Unchained, type that in my suggestions part in my Discord. Actually, the science of Half-Life might be a very interesting video, actually. That's barely silence. So? I don't know what you mean by that specifically. Science is all about a deductive reasoning. That's all science is. It's deductive reasoning. Taken to it and taken, well, not to an extreme. It's a method of deductive reasoning. That's all science is. You can apply science to anything, even wacky things. As long as it behaves with consistent rules, science will be able to determine it. Like, so if you start off early that something's unintuitive, and you give like the player like this thing to think about, this is something that will be relevant later. You can play a lot with that and test their intuition and their logical consequences of it, and that's game design that I freaking love. Feel like Half-Life science is kind of made up pseudo jargon. I don't know. I only played Half-Life 1, and that was like several years ago. I have no idea if that would hold up. That was before I got my degree, so I wouldn't be able to judge on that.
What brought us to the star system, the signal from the eye. We observed the eye's signal in our travels and followed it here to its source. What we know is this: the source of the signal, which we call the eye of the universe, is older than the universe itself. The rest we have yet to learn. Oh, so these are just science.
Okay. I want. Okay, I'm gonna be the big fucking nerd here. So I want them to say the method for why we think the eye is universe. It could be simple. Here's a simple scientific method that we could use to determine if the eye is older than the universe. There's this thing where things travel based on the amount of time that they travel to you. The wavelength will actually redshift or blue shift depending on if it's moving away or against you. What I want them to do is I want them to say that they got a redshift or blue shift value that would suggest an age way older than the universe. That's all they need to do. And I would be fucking happy. I would be ecstatic. That'd be great. I would fucking, you know? Like, that's all they need to do. And I would be down as a clown. A little Lovecraftian, human to accidentally tap it. Yeah, I mean, there's a thing in Half-Life where they don't know the foe they're going against. They work off rules that are seemingly there. But one has to imagine those rules are consistent. So that'd be the interesting, when physics differ, and in the alien world, how does physics work? I feel like that could be a very good like video or discussion.
Scientists trying to figure out what it is. I can't go down through here. I think all my paths are... Yeah, this is where I spend the end of my run.
I want to say that this is a very common experience. Being crushed in this room feels like a thing, but I also just hate the idea of just wasting 10 minutes of my time. I just hate that in general, but like, is it really that bad? I feel if you had a restart loop button in the menu, this would not even have a chance of being an issue. But with this, it's just like, should it be an issue? I think I lean yes. Because like, you can have the same impact without having like, you know, wasting your time. Jonathan Blow tried to do perspective puzzle here and made him very upset at the game. I would love if there was a perspective puzzle, actually, but I don't know if that inherently makes it good or bad that there isn't. I just hate being trapped there and wasting like 10 minutes of your time. Like, that's my overall deepest criticism. If there was a puzzle there that you could do to like wait out the time, that definitely would solve my problem with it. So maybe I can see an essence of what that Blow dude is thinking, but I don't think he eloquated it. I just think he thought it was this.
That was such a juicy crunch. What the heck?
My camera autofocus being an issue for the nth time in a row. I love it.
That was gruesome. So the Sun Station, the Orbital Cannon, Ember Twin Project, all that's gotta be related. I mean, of course it's related. I mean, it's the game. I know, all that jazz.
It's all related, huh, buddy? Little do you know. Little do you know.
Oh, there goes the probe. Am I dead? Oh, goodbye.
I got the achievement for that.
Achievement unlocked, baby. Gone in 60 seconds.
I just felt I took that quarter a little too short. Overall, he disliked the game, maybe because it wasn't what he would have designed. If you play The Witness, you'll know what I have played The Witness. I thought it was interesting. It was worth like a playthrough. I think if you try to do a lot of the side content, you'll fucking hate the game though. That's like the game that you just want to complete it and then be done with it, because if you spend more time, there'll be aspects you despise. That's how I thought of The Witness. It's been a while since I played it, so I don't have all my, criticisms offhand, but that was my general impression. I'd have to replay it to really know more values. I like this part of the game, don't get me wrong. I like most of it. There's only, like I said, the being punished for having knowledge is like the big issue that I take with everything, this video discusses so far.
And the high energy lab here adds something to the black/white hole relation we learned from last time. Records show that Nomai arriving at the warp receiver on Brittle Hollow very slightly before departing from the White Hole station. Rami and I are devising an experiment to test if this is a real phenomenon or simple machine error. Very slightly before departing. Wait. They arrive before they get there. What type of physics bullshit is this?
Yeah, we have no physical observation for suggesting
this is this is so weird. I think I stand on the whole physics, like, the tornado point of where I think, like, this point is probably bad, but I like it. Like, I genuinely like how they're doing that white holes have, like, this little time dilation effect, and everything goes into black hole, comes out of a white hole, and it's, like, it's cool, it's a fun concept to play through, but, like, I think it's bad design, but I love it, This is a weird, interesting, like, uncanny valley of two values, but,
Time travel of any sort happens like this, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's roll with it. An update. Our experiment here reproduced an anomaly in arrival and departure time, but Pi is unconvinced that it's more than equipment error. Hope it's to strengthen the effect and render it visible to the unaided eyes. Hypothesis confirmed. Hypothesis confirmed. I saw it. Pi saw it. Hypothesis confirmed. The observatory asking if creating a 22-minute interval is possible. That is, have something arrive 22 minutes before it actually sent through the warp. Wait, how long does a cycle last in this game? What? It feels like about 22 minutes? Something tells me the reason why we're in a time warp and a black hole.
I'm wondering why they specifically wanted 22 minutes. They would know as, like, talented physicists and engineers that you could do any arbitrary amount of time. Why does 22 minutes so important? I feel like that's enough time for their experiment. They calculated it. You kind of got to assume that they have a logic. But it's like, anytime after would also work. Probably anytime similar would work. But I guess I would have appreciated them saying around 20 minutes. Like, they anticipate, like, them running their experiment. Like, spoilers for the end, by the way. Them running their experiment would take around 20 minutes. So they said, okay, well, 20 minutes, that's how close is that? Is like, it's only a relative, all right? Like, how about we do 2 minutes longer? Like, I would love to see that conversation to give their logic of, like, okay, we expect to be 20 minutes, but to be safe, let's do 22. Like, I would love a discussion like that. People are afraid of, like, the nitty-gritty details when people discuss their logic for why they arrive at something. I actually really love when games go into detail on why they come on their conclusions and all that stuff. The probe has to travel at max for 22 minutes. You see, I wish... I agree with you. I think that's definitely the case, or close to the case, or close to the logic. Like, there's some logic tree in that general ballpark that the writers had in mind. I just want it to be explicit. Because, like, I don't like having to write for the writers, if you get what I mean. Like... I think I would love a conversation where they're like, oh, okay, 20 minutes to run the experiment. Make it 22 just in case. Like, and that's just an arbitrary number. Because it feels like an arbitrary number without any logic. So I'd rather, like, you know, how'd I put it? It being arbitrary and being addressed is less of it. I guess you could argue that's kind of like lampshading. That's like, yeah, okay, well, 22 minutes is just like a number we picked out of our ass. And, like, it really is still an issue that it's just arbitrary. But it's like, but I think arbitrary with some logic to it would be more to grab onto. It's more justified than just random number out of nowhere, you know? Yeah, anglerfish, I don't know. I don't remember those logs exact. When I made this video, I reread over everything multiple times. But yeah, that just time. This video was made, like I said, 7 months ago.
Entering is very related.
But why the heck is it happening? I mean, is a black hole being generated in my head, or
I'm curious, can I fly into it?
That's my head canon. They're generating a black hole in your head, and that's how your memories get transferred to a white hole in the thing. Dude, I want to know more about how the statues work. Like, I get it. I get that they're able to do, like, the game is, you know, characterizing them as that scientifically advanced enough to do so. However, I mechanically, it's existentially terrifying, right?
There we are. I'm going in, baby.
Oh yeah, that's true. They say 22 minutes, but that's like but that's accounting for regular orbital probe cannon fire time and all that stuff, which they overclock it to the max, so they need Layla. But how do I put it? It's in character that they would go against the regulations because they're gung ho. Okay, maybe not an issue, but like, yeah, thought it through. We tested the old noggin there. I think it's fine. I just would like, how do I put it? I like explanation because explanation's cool. I fucking love it when things make sense. You have no idea.
Of an orbital cannon that when we recall a ship, it's the ship that was on the comet. There are no survivors. Perfectly fine thing, I guess.
Hey, what's up, JD? How's it going?
I hit the ship. Where the heck are you?
I didn't realize that would launch at the time, so that was just funny as fuck to me.
I see where you're going.
I think it was the thing shot out by the orbital cannon. I'm gonna figure out what it does. It was nothing. I learned nothing. 22 minutes well spent.
I'm actually, okay, I kind of wish there was a world in which the probe did something to let you know that your time viewing it wasn't complete bullshit. But in the story that we're given, it makes sense why we wouldn't know it because it doesn't get anything. It's bullshit. Like, if there was a valuable something like a screen that just says sent back to ATP or sent back to Giant's Deep or something for analysis. Like, so that gives you an inclination of where it's connected to. And you wonder, like, oh, where does this part slot in and all that stuff. You fire it out after the fact, after you have the facts of the matter, but that's in the late game. You can't really discover what the purpose of this probe is until you get into the late game discoveries.
Well, I guess it wasn't all not worth it, because I was so outside of the terror path that was the supernova, and I still went back in time. Well, regardless, back to Ember Twin, where I learned that the Nomai children...
Yeah, I want to know how the fuck that Nomai statues send back your memories even if you're far enough away. Like, I get if there's a radius in which they're effective. Maybe the radius is just... Okay, the radius is probably just, like, way big enough that you can not help to outrun it at any point, which, like, fair. Nomai, super technologically advanced civilization, blah, 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 you know. Like, they would be able to do that, probably. But, how do I put it? I'm working in this, like, unknowingness of what the rules are, so I kind of have to assume what it is. Like, I feel like me knowing and knowing the capabilities, and for example, me going outside the radius and then getting a game over, wondering why the fuck that happened, and then me getting a log afterwards, realizing that it's a game over because I'm outside the range based on a log. Like, I feel like that would be super fun too. Like, that'd be a good discovery, and it works with the game mechanics, and it sets a hard, rigid boundary. Okay, thoughts. I'm thinking of a game that I would make that's in the style of Outer Wilds, you know, and So I think there's mechanically an argument for how that's better. I'd have to internalize on exactly why, but it just at intuition level, it feels better. Like I greatly prefer something like that.
Children had a game that they liked to play. Whoever was it when we ended last time is the anglerfish. Rule change, the anglerfish now has to wear a blindfold and
Hold on, people. I need to open a window. Here, just watch the video for a second.
not peek. Why are we changing it? It's too hard if you can't see anything. Aunt Pie says that real anglerfish are blind, so you have to wear a blindfold. The rule stands. Rule update. It's okay if the younger kids don't wear the blindfold when they're at it. The rest of us can still wear it for scientific accuracy and to make the game more even.
And despite having a bunch of interesting plot points to follow up on, I decided, fuck it, it's my story, let's explore Timberhearth.
That's one thing that's a beauty about this game. You have a lot of plot points and things to explore, and you can find it just as rewarding to go to somewhere where you have no plot points and find a new story and how it relates. Like I said, exploration-wise, I think this game is fucking untouched. Like, the way it mixes story and gameplay is in an exploration-like format, I think only future games can hope to emulate. Like, it does it that well. Yeah, so I like that the game lets you do all this, and in fact, it encourages it, and actually, it doesn't really encourage it. It kind of just lets that as viable as a strategy as actually following a plot, which is neat.
A spaceship with infinite fuel that can traverse all the
All
planets
right, I'm getting hot. I'm unbuttoning this shirt, people.
I want to explore
I'm gonna be casual today.
fictional Earth.
Mining site 2B.
One small detail. I actually put a PNG of 2B from Nier Automata there just because I thought it was funny for a split second, and that's the only reason why this scene exists.
It's okay, I got oxygen, so I should be fine, honestly. Oh, that's a geyser. Ah! Oh, handy. Now I can learn about lore. How much ore the Ash Twin project requires. The ore we're mining here will be used to craft a immensely thick protective shell that will physically seal off a chamber inside the twins' core. They're sealing off all entrances. I hope they planned a core.
Psycad is the best Nomai character. They make puns. They're great. Shut up. I'll kill anyone and myself if anything happens to them.
I like him. This is actually a little interesting. Let's go here, actually. Hello? What the fuck? This is from Dark Bramble, ain't it?
Oh, I forgot. I brought some tips because
people tell me that I should go to Dark Bramble?
And, if you remember the Quantum Moon, I need to learn one more quantum rule. And seemingly, it can only happen from this quantum tower on Brittle Hollow. But, how do I get to it? The gravity walkway up is freaking broken.
I have a theoretical idea that I can do.
How long am I gonna stream for? Till the end of this video, baby. We're almost close. We're an hour away. Oh, we're so excited. It's been a fucking 12-hour stream. God damn. But hey, I love doing these things, so it's fine.
To cheese this, but for now, let's just look. Fuck. Wait. I'll just like wait in orbit above it, and as soon as I see it go in, I'll follow in after it. It just fell. Cool. We follow it in. Oh, there it is. See it now. On your pilgrimage, the Quantum Moon will carry you, just as it carried me and many of our clan before me, the moon's sixth and most secret location. You'll be aided in your pilgrimage by the Shrine's clan built on the Quantum Moon. Remember this final rule. To explore the sixth location, the shrine must be on the moon's north pole. So if the shrine is on the moon's north pole, I can launch from it and get to a sixth location. Wait, it's a location I haven't been before. This is a location I haven't been before? Oh yeah, Dark Bramble. Oh, that's kind of a weird. There's this like quantum rule of entanglement of you can teleport on quantum objects when you don't observe them as long as you're touching them. And there's this rule of like quantum imaging to where it will stay in the same place as long as you're observing it. And then it's like, fuck you, North Pole. One of these quantum rules ain't the same as the other.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why there was such a disparity between the quantum rules and like between 2 and the 1. I would have preferred them to all be in the similar vein, but like it just feels like that they throw logic. It's just like, okay, 3 rules, one of them arbitrary, one of them gets you there. Like, congratulations.
Come on.
And then now, with all the information at my disposal, I just need to explore the rest of the Quantum Moon.
Called the rule of the sixth location. Called the rule of quantum entanglement. Called the rule of quantum imaging. What the fuck? I am on edge right now. Like, unironically, I'm startled. I expect like a jump scare to come at any second.
Yeah, maybe this might be a conversation in the future or something, but how effective that this game is being at making you scared, but not having anything outwardly scary. You love the DLC. Also, you have big and small things to criticize. Oh, don't get me wrong. On the base game, I have big things to criticize too. We're just not in that part of the video. Suffice it to say, I just hate how the story rounds up. How like the final thing of you ending up. But we'll get to that when we get to that, right? DLC, I would love to go into and do the same thing of tear apart the story in ways that I don't freaking think is good. And then like science. I love explaining science concepts, as I said earlier. Like, so that'd be the main reason for it. But I'm also a little bit of a critic and an asshole, so I'd love to tear apart someone's heartfelt work, you know?
Yeah, this is not ominous. Oh, hello. Oh, are you you alive? Who are you? Is a boss fight about to start? Pick up.
Okay, people, like, that might be a throwaway line. That might be, like, something where you think I'm exaggerating. I'm playing something up to, like, make a more entertaining stream / or whatever. No, I genuinely thought, like, I would not be surprised right now if suddenly, like, rocks start to form and there's a platforming boss fight or something. Like, I was prepared for that. In fact, I would have welcomed it, you know?
Pick up the quantum moonstone. Pick up the me? Is this your first time on the quantum moon? It's my first time here. If you've come looking for answers, I hope you can find them. We do not have much connection, you and I. Still, this encounter feels special. I hope you won't mind if I think of you as a friend.
Okay, to be fair, that's like one of the best lines in the game. Primarily, it's just because, like, it's such a special occasion and you meeting this person is, like, such an abstract that they feel like it's fate or, like, such connection with you. And that I would do that too in this circumstance, you get me? Like, you feel me?
I am Solomon, a Nomai. My clan arrived in the star system before my birth, and now we call it home. We are orbiting the eye of the universe now. Although we cannot see it, only the quantum moon's reflection of it, the eye is older than the universe itself. My clan believes it dwells in an extremely distant orbit around this star system. Suppose you could reach the eye of the universe? Would you try to enter it? What do you imagine the effects of a conscious observer might be? Oh, explain, identify. What's the definition of identify? Those are two tenets of Nomai philosophy, to seek out and understand our...
Yeah, okay, when we get into the story part, in a little bit of the rewrite, I was thinking of how I would make, like, you know, this game be better. I actually have a separate fundamental tenet I want to add to the Nomai, which I feel like would do a lot to explain, like, why they pass away. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That part of the video is, like, in an hour.
Our living.
But, you know.
If you encounter a quantum shard on another planet, the shard looks the same as the quantum moon's surface does now, while at the eye. From this, we can reasonably infer the quantum moon's natural state.
Here's the thing about this line. I'm not sure how logical, authoritative that how logical this is to assume that if an object from the quantum moon reflects the quantum moon, and the quantum moon in its natural state, is orbiting the eye of the universe, if it logically follows that the quantum moon would look like the eye of the universe. Because, like, how do we know what the original quantum... Like, we're kind of just making a lot of assumptions here that the quantum moon was originally the eye's moon here, when it could have just been magically captured after being in orbit around a planet around here, or some other, like, star. So, like, this feels, like, way too conclusional. I feel like this scene would benefit, and I'm talking, like, a lot, from just saying, like, this is our leading theory. It could be wrong, but if it were the case, this is how we would infer. Because, like, the Nomai is scientifically engineering as, like, a super smart, like, super space race and stuff. They would know scientific principles, they would know bias, they would know all these things. And they'd be like, we don't know all the values, but here's our best guess. And then their best guess ends up being right or something. Like, I think I'm fine with that. Get me. I just hate how they phrase this as it's, like, this is 100% the case. Like, you as scientists would not be able to say anything's 100% the case. No, that's how I feel like it would be more accurately represented. I don't think there's necessarily a story issue why they can't do that and why this is superior. I feel like we only gain making more sense from adding those revisions, right?
As we see it now, and the eye is its primary location.
Okay, it's more like making more sense is a positive and not a negative. There is not one person I know where they have a criticism of something saying that it makes too much sense. Like, that is never the criticism, right? However, it doesn't make sense is a major criticism that's applied to many movies. Like, just in a short nutshell. Like, that's what I would attribute to.
Normally,
like,
this uncertainty
offhand.
is only observable on a very small scale. As one approaches the eye, however, that uncertainty grows enormously. Quantum noon probably exhibits a macroscopic quantum behavior because of its proximity to the eye. I am on my first pilgrimage to the quantum moon. All Nomai and my clan make this journey when we come of age. I believe the eye called for a particular purpose. When I was a child, I used to believe that the eye was malevolent. But I have lured my clan to the star system only to then vanquish from them so completely. But I don't
Vanquish
fear
instead of
the eye
vanish.
anymore.
Love it.
In fact, it became my fondest hope to see the eye itself someday, but I fear this might be beyond my reach. They think I'm strange. I have a hypothesis that I may not be entirely alive. Oh my goodness, the dude is literally Schrodinger's cat. So that's why people were looking for the eye, because it's a place of pilgrimage for the quantum moon. But they were looking.
I had the causality flipped here, but I had the logic right. I just didn't have the information to know that the eye was the objective and they liked the quantum moon. I thought the roles were kind of reversed a little bit, but, you know, we figure it all out. That's the fun, right?
For the physical location of the eye itself. We just gotta figure out the mystery of everything else.
Okay, people. I'm gonna grab another drink, mainly just because I'm gonna need some more alcohol to get through the rest of this game. But I'll be right back, and we'll finish the video out. For now, I'll just play it. Basically, we're just exploring Ash Twin stuff. I'll rewind it if I think of anything, but nah.
All right, I have a lot of loose ends to tie up, but what exactly do I think's going on at this point, since this is the start of my third session with the game? So is the objective of this game to stop the supernova, aka is this game Groundhog Day in space? Okay, I don't know for sure, let me preface that. However, I think that's why we're quote-unquote in Groundhog Day, because the supernova happens, it's going to kill everyone, and we have to stop it. There's a probe that gets sent off at the beginning of the time cycle, and I don't know where the fuck it goes, and probably has some information and all that shit about what's my objective, but I don't know where it goes. I gotta figure that shit out. Because, like, apparently the tracking module for the probe to figure out where it is in the center of this goddamn planet. But the center of the goddamn planet's impenetrable because there's, like, this electric storm around it, and I don't know how to get through. And the guy who does know how to get through it, is crash-landed on Dark Bramble, and I'm not going there. But one place I can go is Brittle Hollow. Black hole force controls. Ooh, what's down here? Okay. What did the... Oh, and now things come back. Oh. Wait, is that a device that goes into the black hole to, like, get an essence of it to, like, make... Ooh. I remember that anglerfish fossil. We used to play in the fossil fish cave when we were... Wait, these are like the kids.
I'm back.
Of, like, the people who...
Oh, we're talking about anglerfish. Cool.
When they made the Hanging City? Damn, I'm, like, literally reading a history book.
Yeah, okay, gotta be real. The fact that there were, like, here for 2 generations and there was, like, different perspectives from generations is definitely a fun concept to play with. I just hate how it's justified by the end of it, but we'll get to it. That's like 45 minutes away from now. We're fine for now. We'll get to it.
Well, hello, Rock. How are you doing? I think I'm pretty late in the cycle. I might just want to restart it just so that I can get, quote-unquote, speed run back to the Hanging Eye area. Hold on, let me face plant this frickin' space station. What the? I took no damage from that? This game is so unrealistic.
That is funny.
So, oh, is this the vessel? The vessel detected the signal from the eye. Did it get pulled by Dark So literally this fucking, like, this weed planet just, like,
One thing that's okay, I guess. Why do I keep saying spoiler? You guys all know that this is spoiler attitude, right? We're in the Outer Wilds, where I'm reviewing a video. Downright, I'm gonna spoil all of it. Dark Bramble is given like an agency here, and I don't know how I feel about it because by the time we're exploring, Dark Bramble has no agency. I can't imagine how an alternate world will be where Dark Bramble captures like the spacecraft, and then like when you're flying by Dark Bramble, it like captures you as well. Like, and that's a fun gameplay segment that you can't avoid, and it's a big horror segment too. I would have feel like if there's no reason why Dark Bramble didn't lost its agency or ability to capture spaceships. That isn't explained. We kind of just have to assume. Maybe DLC covers it. I'm not quite exactly sure, but base game should stand on its own. All that stuff. Like, did they teleport just in it or outside? I kind of want this justified. Because it makes no sense why they aren't. Like, did Dark Bramble die? How did it die? What happened to it? I would love to figure all this out. But the game just says no and nothing about this. It just lost its... like... I feel like it genuinely hurts the game. It genuinely hurts the story that there's this inconsistency here. And I would want it justified. And I don't want to hear DLC as an argument.
Straight up captured it. Oh, and the escape vessel got captured. Oh, no. That means I'm gonna have to go there. Oh, wait. Do I have to go upside down to get to the black hole thing? Maybe. I bet I could also just fucking jetpack parkour my way to it, honestly. I'm tempted to do that. Fuck it. I'm gonna send it. Fuck. Missed it. Damn. Okay. Fine. I'm fine. Nailed it. Don't want to fucking hear it. I aimed for this place.
The cutest detail here is that the Nomai who came here made a school for their children, and they teach them history of the universe.
Explanation of festivals. All of the Nomai clans from all over the universe meet in one place to share what they've learned in science and art. It's called the festival. At some festival, one clan's big discovery can mean all the Nomai get to advance too, like a known as Warp Core, which made it possible so that everyone can warp long distances and explore more.
Here's the thing. This game does a good job of contextualizing, like, exposition. Like, it makes sense why you'd figure out a bunch of basic information about the Nomai culture in the universe from an elementary school equivalent, like, right? Like, it does a good job of contextualizing this. It's fantastic. And this is the best way to do exposition where, you know, you have a reason for exposition. Like, I am here of my own volition or own dumb luck that I got to a school where they were teaching basic things. If I'm in a school where they're teaching basic things, I should learn basic things, right? It's kind of that simple.
Okay, so Nomai are cultured people. They're like a spacefaring thing across the universe, and they share information with each other every once again. Formation of the universe. No one knows how this universe was made, but one thing we do really know is that it used to be very hot and very dense. This universe will keep getting colder and larger until one day the stars and the life they support will all die. That's scary to think about, even though Koei tells me that this won't happen in our lifetimes, but will happen to someone else's someday.
Foreshadowing is a literary device where...
But how did the universe begin? Well, we actually don't know. The only thing that we know is that it was really hot, really dense, and the universe expanded rapidly. We know this as when we look up at the sky, the farther we look, the further back in time we see.
Why can't I delete this message on my side?
The speed of light is constant, and all light abides by it. The light photons we pick up from the darkest parts in space are only from the beginning of the universe. This graph
there we
on the
are.
screen that you may have seen before is the cosmic background radiation.
Ah, fuck, timer, I forgot. What's another good one?
Universe, as in the first few minutes.
There we are.
Whenever light was
Copy
first
pastas,
produced.
remove that from the screen. We're happy here. Origin of the universe. Yeah, all this stuff. I feel like all this stuff sticks for itself. It's just a basic overview of how we think the beginning of the universe was.
But what caused it? Why did it expand? Did we come from nothing? All of these questions, science really hasn't answered yet. Maybe one day we'll know, but for now, we're quite stumped. And the Nomai were no closer despite having access to warp technology and black hole creating tech.
Which is hard to think about for too long without your brain hurting.
That is one of the peak lines from this game. It's hard to think about for too long without your brain hurting is fucking peak. Why is this kid so true? You know, like visit there for like a month or two and then come back. We're definitely, I think, at that point. Okay. Fucky, go, 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 go. Fucking nailed it. Cause like there's like a walkway and all that stuff up there. How the hell do I? Okay, you can. Oh, I did it. Okay, all skill. All of the warp towers are being constructed. I blame me being a speedrunner for having the knowledge to to look for a skip like that. Outside of the box thinking is just great,
on
you
ash
know?
twins. The black hole cores will go there. My gratitude. In that case, Poke, Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. The tower designs at the high energy lab on Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Wait, I've been to the high energy tower before. Fuck, I just didn't know I could find. Okay, well, I know where the. Now I know where the towers are. Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twin, does each tower have a perfectly aligned with the center of the astral body in which it's tuned? I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, the tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with the astral body. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not Poke. God, fucking savage. Of note, Yarrow believes...
I'll criticize this game a lot from a plot perspective. From a character perspective, my goodness, these dialogue options are fucking great. They're good at conveying what each Nomai is thinking and that they all have a personality and stuff. Fantastic. My head hurts watching the stream. Same. But I've been here for 12 hours. What's your fucking excuse?
He spotted a flaw in the warp tower sign, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because its warp receiver was never aligned overhead. No, Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the hourglass twins are so close together that they function as a single astral body.
I don't think this logically holds up. That two objects in orbit around each other count as the same astral body, just based on proximity. I think that's fucking ridiculous from a physics standpoint. I didn't bring this up in the video, so I'll talk about it now. Everything is interlocked to each other if you're talking about gravitationally bound objects, like the sun and the earth are gravitationally bound. There's a center mass between them. They are close enough. It's just that the center of mass is so favored in the sun's order that it's inside the sun. I think what the game is trying to do is that the only thing that matters with the object matter is the center of mass. But if that's the case, if this is the case, every single tower would be pointed at the fucking sun because that's the center astral thing for the solar system. Because all of them are interlocked with the sun, so that means the net center of mass is near the sun. I think... This thing where the astral twin bodies, like, share the same... I can get maybe the same body being at its center of mass. Like, if it's physically connected, that's something where you have a little bit more wiggle room to operate. But when it's just two things in close proximity orbiting each other, like... Does the Ash Twin... Maybe it only factors when they're... Okay, maybe if they made the junction of where they need connected mass, which is why you could only teleport to the Ash Twin while they're exchanging mass. That could be a great writing workaround. And since we're always exchanging sands by basically the time of the loop, or by the time that you need to access the loop, and all that jazz, that they could have used that as a logic tree. But how... But... So... They function as a single astral body. That's not specific enough. I feel like that is a way that you can headcanon it to making that this mass thing works and then getting the same reveal. But with them just being in close proximity, that is not close enough justification. Because after all, close proximity is subjective. What is close? Close compared to what? Close compared to me to this desk? Oh, well, the planets are fucking far apart. Close compared to me to the farthest distance in the universe? That's pretty damn close. Like... That's kind of the issue we get into here with subjective terms. Like, I guess how I put, like, say, hard science would make this section freaking great. Especially because all these, writings we're saying are scientists, engineers. They're intellectuals. They would know to talk in this way. And the fact that they don't is like, it bothers me a lot. I'm gonna be real. It bothers me a fucking lot.
With a shared alignment point in between them. Yep. It took me twice learning about warp towers in order to realize, like, yeah, that's what's on Ash Twin, dumbass Lamau. In case you're wondering, I played this game 3 separate times, each a week spaced apart, so not everything was fresh in my head. Not to mention, I only claim to be a physicist, not smart. So
true, I'm a physicist, but that doesn't mean I'm smart. I'm just a physicist, baby. Not gonna assume more than that. That's all we do. Some players must have wanted to retune a tower to a different place. Yeah. But how'd I put it? Every line they had, like if the tower shifted, it wouldn't align anymore. Like that's like, yeah, it wouldn't align with the astral body. But but you can tune a tower to a different astral body, provided, because, you know, most orbits in the sun, how they work. Okay, most people don't know this, but every planet is on a 2D plane, basically, because that's how the sun formed. There was a disk around the protostar that is the sun, and then they all formed on the same disk because of a concept called conservation of angular momentum. That means that there would be several points where the same tower could align with the same astral body, even if its space didn't change. So that's kind of the framework I was working off of, where, like, yeah, there are multiple points where the same tower would align with multiple planets. Like, that's just true based on simple geometry and formation of solar system. You get me?
So, let's figure out what all these towers do. I think this is a warp tower, right? Like, it has to be. I think it is. Yeah, because there's like a little black hole thing right there. It delves down to a lot of precise factors. Oh my goodness. Oh, so that's how you're supposed to get here. Oh, I know. So there's a warp tower to the sun station. That's how you're supposed to get. That makes, but I wonder where that warp tower is. This is broken slightly, so let me in. Let me in. Oh, motherfucker. Hello, world. You're probably wondering how I got into this situation.
It's kind of weird to me how there's never a time where, like, the, oh, wait, this is warping. Okay, I was, sorry, I was thinking of a different criticism. That doesn't apply here.
Teleport.
I was mistaken.
Beam me up, Scott.
Never mind.
Yes. I'm on the Emperor. Fucking hell. Is this not a warp tower? This feels so much like a warp tower. Oh, it is on top. Where's this one go? Now we're gonna teleport straight to the center of the sun. Damn. Think about how cool that would have been. Wait. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. What?
Okay, that is a pretty big coincidence with how the orbits line up. That happens out of the, I'm glad for this moment. It was confusing as fuck, and I loved it, and it made sense within the game's own logic. Like, this is the type of experience where it's like, yeah, I don't know if it's just random chance if I did that or if I was meant to do that right when the supernova, and that's pretty great because scientific method is like you not knowing from the possible options which is true. That captures, like,
wait, I realized the thing. I can warp to the Ash Twin Tower before the sand falls if I go to the teleporter spot on Ember Twin, and then from Ash Twin I could use the other teleporter to teleport somewhere else. Maybe that's the solution. Pretty very well could be the case. And the teleporting in
oh yeah, I'm gonna be real. This aspect of the video, I find no defense of. It makes no sense why white hole, black hole forms only perform when you're on the frickin' Ash Twin Tower and not on the receiver. I'll let it play. But yeah, this section, like, I find no justification for.
In this game is not at all intuitive, if I'm going to be frank. The way warp towers are explained is that it depends on the black hole, white hole effect we experience a few times. And well, I tried going the opposite way, from warp receiver to tower, because if a black hole white hole pair forms, it shouldn't matter what side you're on. But why does it have to be initiated from one side, then two-sided teleportation can occur? How did No Mind teleport back to the Ash Twin once they got to another planet? It seems like that they had to have one person constantly on Ash Twin to initiate the teleport so that someone wanting to come back with them could get there. Which, honestly, just seems like very clunky design. Not to mention, the link seems to require that a person is on the pad to initiate the warp. Why? The black hole should be able to form regardless if a person is there or not. Why are we needed there? And I have too many questions.
Yeah, I hope Anglerfish that part of the video answers a little bit of your concerns, but yeah, I don't care if they acknowledge it. The point is that it doesn't make sense even if they acknowledge it. If they acknowledge it and still doesn't make sense, that's just lampshading, which ain't good. That's just them being like, it works this way, shut up, don't think about it, which I don't accept as a valid response to anything.
with no satisfying answer.
I had to be told by chat that I couldn't go from receiver to tower. That's how little this game, like, doesn't tell you that. You kind of just find out about it through some natural method. I would have been bored as shit and been trying so many solutions if I didn't know that. Maybe there's a line explicitly somewhere, however this game's wide and varied that I missed it. I feel like having that line be so this stuff. It's clear the devs having an undo button because no other case. Well, okay, so it's shit. It's just the game's devs did it for a gameplay reason. Like, you get me? Like, my point is that gameplay and story don't have to, like, separate. You can have story that intermingles with gameplay. You can have a mechanic that works with gameplay. Why did they decide to have this? Just make the tower two-way. You would fix this issue. And I don't think it would change much about the game. It would just me teleport to that other tower, figuring out that the sand is still covering the other stuff, so fuck, I have to find a different solution. And the logic would still stay in the world, right? So making it two-way, I think it's just a net benefit. There's no downside to doing it. It's only improvement.
Perhaps going on with the game would answer them.
Me being sassy, having post-game knowledge.
But this game does have quantum effects where it's like, it does depend on the physical observer of like you holding a picture of it or you doing all this stuff. So it's just like, I don't know whether or not to believe it just happens regardless of me or not, because that's kind of just how it be.
Yeah, like I said, you get into this issue where the game has defined physics and then has undefined physics, and it always uses undefined physics as its escape hole to like lure it is like, no, it was supposed to be this way the whole, like, I get it, like, but you can write, like, any story where you just, like, have the reveal dependent on the fact that you don't know what it is. It's some outside force and all that stuff. There is a two-way advanced warp core? Are you talking about the stuff that we get at the Ash Twin project, like that warp core? I didn't realize it was, I guess it uses black hole, white hole technology to do whatever a warp core is. I assume that there's science explained off stream that generates power. I don't know how black hole, white hole stuff does that, but that is so far back enough that I'm willing to give game credit that, like, hey, we use this technology, developed a warp core, and it does stuff. Believe us, like, don't get me wrong, it's fine. The game sets that up. I'm not a big fan of some of the other stuff where it's just like the reveal is that, oh, you just never knew about it before, so you could never intuit that it would have happened, and I'm just like, okay, throwing out my notes. My perspective of the world is completely wrong. Like,
okay, it's like 3
not
minutes.
because I really made an invalid assumption or something, but more just because the game just didn't explain details and I had nothing to work with, so I wouldn't know. I think there's a distinct difference between those two scenarios.
It's okay, well, fuck it, let's just try it. I fucking did it. Alright, and now I wait to be teleported.
One point is that they think it couldn't create it, which is why their shuttles are stupid. Launcher recall. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm fine with the warp core plotline. Like, I don't think there's much wrong there. They're just, black hole, white hole can warp you in time, thus implying that it can warp you in space is no big issue. Because as we all know, space is time. Thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, like, I don't think that's too far of a stretch to assume that a warp core that could go through time would be fine for helping you travel through space as well. Like, there'd be some synergy there. Like, there's a logic tree. I have issues where cases where there isn't a logic tree, you know? Or rather, if they use the veil of you don't know fucking anything as an excuse for why something works, which that just feels cheap, and any writer could do that by saying, like, you just didn't know about this, therefore that's what happened. Like, you can write any story that way and justify any story that way. So it's not inherently good or bad. It's just... it pisses me off because the writer's like, I can make it so that any story works with this. But it's just like, no, you're just using a basic strategy that's unfair. It's like the equivalent of using like a skill in like League of Legends or Dota or something, where it's you don't have to think, you just press these buttons and you win. There's no really tactical knowledge of it. These are just an I win button. That's the equivalent of like an I win button for storytelling, which that's not necessarily being crafted at it. That's just knowing an exploit, right? That's all it is.
Teleported. Oh, hello. Let's go. I'm on the sun, baby. First.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm fine with the concept of warp towers and all that stuff. I just wish the rules were more consistent, because right now it's like, if rules aren't consistent, you get punished for logically thinking, which, when is there a situation that you ever want to punish logically thinking? I can think of some, like, maybe horror games where the fact that it's illogical adds the horror element, but what about this game? How does illogic add? I don't. This is too big for me to ponder right now with this much alcohol in me. I'm gonna be real.
First man to land on the sun. Well, besides the civilization that, you know,
It's the whimsy aspect. Here's the thing, the whimsy aspect is shit. Get the whimsy aspect out of here. The whimsy is garbage. Don't accept it. It's out of here. It's all bad. Whimsy is bad. Ah! Like, all that crap. Like, because, like, it being indeterminate is a big issue for me. Don't get me wrong. Because, like, the best way I can think about this is, like, think about this juggler. Think about it. If you're a juggler, you can juggle one ball expertly. You just throw it up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. That's a perfect juggle by every definition. There's no mistakes. You are perfectly throwing this ball up in the air. Now imagine you're a juggler with 20 balls. A juggler with 20 balls doing it perfectly is way more impressive than a juggler with one ball doing it perfectly. I feel like them writing that it's in the veil of unknownness is the equivalent to juggling one ball. But you setting up all your rules, you doing all this stuff, the work that happens in the first intro of the game, so that you have all this basis to work off of and still tell an interesting story, that's the equivalent of juggling 20 balls. And so I feel I feel a little bit scammed, because this is a person who's just using a basic trick. He's juggling a very simple order, and that's how they get it. A juggler 10 who drops 1 looks as bad as a juggles 20 and drops 1. That's kind of in the same vein. I could definitely use my same metaphor with that, but I used extremes just to make my point, like, abhorrently clear. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I use extremes to, you know, accentuate the point, if you get what I mean.
There's more of these things. Sorry.
But how do I put it? If, yeah, so, like, my point is, like using the veil of unknowingness, and you just don't know this yet, and that's a defense for everything, is like juggling one ball. But setting everything up and still having it work after is like juggling 20 balls, and 20 balls is the more impressive thing, so I think I would prefer seeing the juggling 20 balls over the one ball, if you get what I mean. I hope that logic makes it clear.
Natural life cycle, now approaching red giant stage, evacuate sun station.
Oh, by the way, I'm talking about this. I did the calculations, even with the decreased time/space scale. A supernova happening this quick is bullshit. Like, it shouldn't go from red giant to fucking supernova that quickly.
0 minutes, 9 seconds. Oh, God.
But then again, this is a different world, different physics.
I'm about to die. Don't worry, if I put this here, I'll be fine.
Also, I freaking love how I was just like 12 seconds from, like, entering the sun. It was great timing.
Well, one quick trick back, and I find out the rest of what I need to know. In summary, the Sun Station was designed to make a supernova in order to power the Ash Twin project, which is related to our memories being sent back in time. But the Sun Station was unsuccessful. It couldn't make the sun explode. And while the Nomai reconvene and decide what to do next, a comet gets gravitationally bound to the solar system. It's the Interloper, and they decide to go check it out to see what it is. And considering the fact that the Sun Station never got into operational condition, well, fuck. I guess something happens. Uh-oh.
Okay, this is the beginning. This is the fucking beginning where I start to hate this story. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of aspects of the story I still like. This isn't all negatives and stuff. But goodness, what they're beginning to justify with this timeline here is fucking ridiculous. Like, I'll just let it play, and I'll address it more when I get to the thing.
Wait. Before I do that, what the hell? The Sun Station failed? Does that mean at the end of each time loop, that's the natural death of the sun? God, I hope it isn't.
Okay,
okay, my go-to theory, because I was hoping that it wasn't, because I had faith that this game was definitely more written than I gave it credit for. Spoiler. But, I thought it was something, oh, come on, because it's like, it's expanding into a red giant. We're near the end of the star, not the exact end. But it expanding into a red giant caused it that the interloper's orbit would intersect, and the interaction between the interloper and the sun would cause the supernova effect, because there's some material there that would do that. Like, this is sci-fi, this is science fiction, that's in the realm of possibility. It definitely makes way more sense than, I repeat, random meteor. As long as we're clear on that, let's move on. The interloper. I should have had a fate transition
That's the white
there.
hole station, right? Yeah, that's the white hole station.
This was clearly on me. This is a case of where it's not the tool's fault, it's totally mine.
Yeah, okay, autopilot is perfectly functioning, I must admit. So there's this right here. Oh, it's starting to crack because I'm getting close to the sun. Cool, let's see what the heck is inside. I'm receiving a much stronger energy readings now that we're beneath the crust. Whatever it is must lie somewhere below, closer to the comet's center. I'm starting to think it's more dangerous than we Oh, please, no. Please, no. Keep the shuttle warm for us, Clary. We'll return the moment we identified the source of the energy reads. Oh, no, they didn't make it back. Please, I swear, if a piranha from fucking Dark Bramble jumps out at me, I'm going to be scared shitless.
I would have loved for that to happen, I'm not gonna lie. Emotionally, like, that would be perfect. And I would love some link between this and Dark Bramble a little bit. I think you could do a lot with that. And I feel like, okay, what I'm saying right now is primarily fan fiction, because that doesn't happen. It doesn't make sense with the current story. What I'm saying is, like, if the story was different and it was like that, I'd be fine with it. Yo, Calfira, thank you so much for the raid. Hi. Wave 62 and Brutal Cyber Grind. Yo, fucking nice. But weak Calfie, like, what the fuck, dude? Get 7 more levels. Like, dude, not even worth it if you don't fucking get to that wave, you know? Hope it was fun, Calfira. Hi, people from Calfira's stream. My name is Rytro. I'm an FPS speedrunner / physicist / YouTuber / whatever the fuck you want to call me. And today I'm watching through all my old videos. Today we're talking about the Outer Wilds video that I made. If you haven't played Outer Wilds, I'd highly recommend you probably leave the stream and experience the game yourself. But if you don't care about that, welcome. Join. It'll be fine. But yeah. 1 second. Okay. I'll wait a bit so I just don't spoil this for anything. But I have a drink in hand, people. Is anybody drinking anything tonight? Anything cool? Anything good? Anything interesting? This is just Canadian whiskey I got at Costco. Like, there's nothing too interesting. Rex Dragon, Jester, Kadulal, Captain Mayhem, Adorables. Got a Pepsi. Does that count? Is there rum in it? But yeah, like I said, I'm reviewing a video where I do completely spoil a space exploration game with a heavy emphasis on story / exploration. And I wouldn't want to ruin the experience for anyone if they want to play it. Because I do think this game is best experience first though. So this is my permission to tell you, leave the stream now. I will not hold any grudges. Back. Barbados rum punch with homemade super lime juice. That's Trader Vic Scat. Yeah, dude. Nice. Yo, welcome back, Hellfira. Yeah, as I was just saying, I'll repeat it just slightly. We are covering, it's my 4-year stream anniversary. Well, technically it's my 4-year stream anniversary still for the next hour, so I gotta finish the video quick. But so I'm reviewing every video I made on YouTube from the past year. This is the Outer Wilds video. Outer Wilds is very spoiler heavy. It definitely ruins your experience if you know about some of the stuff that happens later in the game. So this is my point where I tell you all, if you care about such things, please leave. And I feel like I'm being very generous with the spoilers here. So yeah, no problems if you leave it now. We're just going to talk about this because it's the end of the stream.
Happy anniversary less than 3.
Alfira,
Happy anniversary less than 3.
Why did TTS do that doubled? Regardless, I love it. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, Calfira. I truly appreciate it. But yeah, we're going to continue this in about a minute or so. If that's your cutoff to leave, I guess. If you don't want it. If you still want to do that and talk about Outer Wilds, I'm talking about the story, my criticisms with it, physics in the Outer Wilds and how it relates to the real world, all that crap. If you're interested in that, feel free to stick around. If not, fucking just leave me. Find some Call of Duty streamer. Like, you'll be fine. Feel me? Yeah, 62 is pretty good. It's only 7 levels short of perfection, though. You'll follow, but you need to get to bed as always 1 a.m. Totally fair, dude. It's good. I'll be ready and running for other reasons. So if I can make room, take my kobolds and the shinies and see if I get you off. Yeah, no, that's totally fine, Calfire. Thank you again for the raid and for dropping off people. And if you want to stay here, it's fine. If not, I totally get it, folks. Catch you later. Okay, we're going to be continuing 3, 2, 1. So, like, spoilers, you can click. You should have clicked off by now. Let's go.
And now I go left. Go left. I'm running out of fuel, though. Okay, what's this? What's this?
Okay, so I played a lot of music from the Zero Escape OST here because Zero Escape is about this horror-filled puzzle game where it's built on the decisions of choices, building on that, and all that crap, and interrelation between multi-time. It's actually a fucking crazy as hell game that I fucking love. I don't think it's good, but I love it. Like, it's like anime. It fills that anime niche for me. And I feel like that accentuates what's going on here a little bit, where it's just like, oh god, what the fuck's going on? I have all these puzzle pieces, but don't know how to fit them together. How will this fit into the puzzle?
Spherical stone casing here.
That's just me waiting for you to tell about my Zero Escape video I have planned, but like, shut up, people. I have too many videos planned. Too many. I want to talk about a lot of shit, okay?
Seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather the source of what's in the stone. I'm detecting some form of exotic matter. Stone is muting our energy readings. It should be at least 10 times what we're seeing. At least. Pi, I don't think we want this matter interacting with us. As far as I can tell, direct contact would be almost fatal. So I'm guessing what happens, maybe, is that this comet, when it crashes into the sun during like its 3rd orbit, that's what kills everything, question mark?
So, the ghost matter that we see everywhere was supplied by this comet. That's why all the Nomai died. That's why the sun station never got operational. And that's why all the ships are not recalled. They died within a very short time of them landing on the comet. A very short time after they failed the sun station for the first time. I'm out of options to explore with that. I went through most of the tower.
Okay, so those facts on their own without any additional context. Fucking stupid. Random comet deciding the plot of the Nomai is ridiculously. But hey, I'm hopeful. I at least am presenting the fact that it could be justified with later storytelling. It'd be difficult to do, but I'd be welcome to them saying that this comet isn't random and like there's more reasoning for it that we just don't understand. Then again, this is like we're talking about juggling one ball at this point. Don't get me wrong. We're still juggling one ball with the appeal to knowledge that we don't know yet. But juggling one ball is better than juggling 0 balls, right? Okay.
Towers on Ash Tower and found warps to other planets. And looks like we finally have to go to
I fucking love Urdak music layered over top of this. Urdak fulfills the creepy but familiar sense, the slightly off kilter while you're exploring it stuff. Doom Eternal like does a lot of things right. It does also a shit ton wrong. But one thing it nails is the ambiance here. Like when I was thinking of Dark Bramble section, I only thought of Urdak. I actually do some things with the music here, but I'll get to that when I get to that.
Let's see what's in the core.
Also, I'm surprised that it literally in an hour and a half video, it took me 50 minutes to get to Dark Bramble. I think that's a fucking achievement. Most people go to Dark Bramble a lot earlier, I would assume.
Fuck, nothing. Okay, now it's no longer anything. Okay, those are lights. Is that like an anglerfish like light? Is that what the hell is that red light?
Like, I just think the music fits so well for the environment. I don't know. Some people complain about my music usage in this video. I don't know. I see scenes like this and I feel like it just fucking fits so well. And like, I wish I could understand why people say that this music doesn't fit well in this scenario. I just can't see it. Like, I am incapable. Like, my perception is just like, this is just so fitting. You get me?
What in the space-time continue fuck?
Yeah, when the space-time continue fuck is a great line. I want that on a shirt. When the space-time continue fuck. Like, need that on a shirt. Retro lore.
Hold on. I just need a second. Give me like 1 second. Okay, I don't think it's alive. But what are the odds until I find an alive one?
And here we find the biggest Chad in the whole solar system. You know what? Sure, he deserves it too.
I had to re-upload this video at some point because I used too much of the meme song and it got copyright ID'd. It only took a day to like re-render and re-upload, but like still, like I wanted to make this joke because a Feldspar is the fucking Chad. He is so cool, dude. He is Shadow the Hedgehog with like dual Uzis. Like he is insane. You get me?
Is such a Chad, he flies his ship at top speed to pick up your girl. He's Tokyo drifted every anglerfish in the solar system, and he's been to the center of Giant's Deep. Wait, how did he do that?
Giant's Deep core, huh? Ah, that was a wild one. Since you're asking, I gotta assume you haven't made it down there yourself yet, right? If I tell you how, feels kinda like no, please, dude. On a completely unrelated note, there was a big hollow vine my ship crashed into. If I were you, I'd take a walk and see where it ends.
Oh, there's a jellyfish. Wait, I go through the jellyfish. Do I go through it always?
What the fuck? Note to Feldspar. Do not eat this even if you are dying. It would be too sad if this were the last thing you ever ate in this life. Guess the jellyfish are only useful institution for electricity. Again,
institution from electricity. Dude, I just sometimes can't read something. I get what it is. Don't get me wrong. I internalize it, but it's just like I can't read it. Like I said, I had a stuttering tick when I was younger. I feel like me misreading words are just kind of like a amalgamation of that in some aspect. So I don't blame myself too much. However, it's just awkward, you know? I had this cut in mind since I started making this. In Crab Champions, there was a song called Jellyfish. And it just felt the jellyfish vibe so well that I'm like, okay, Outer Wilds, when I played that game, I'm gonna need to implement this whenever I do the jellyfish thing. And that's what this is. Bam, 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 bam,
my
bam.
boys, we did it. Okay, what the hell is this? All right, we go in. Now we're gonna figure out where this frickin' thing went.
And with that, I think we have enough puzzles to put it together what the orbital probe cannon was meant to do.
We have enough puzzles, enough pieces of the puzzle. But whatever, enough puzzles, that's fine. I mean, the pieces of the puzzles are puzzles, so it makes sense.
They couldn't locate the eye's signal anymore, but they know it's somewhere in the general area. So they decided to brute force it, sending probes scattered around the solar system in random directions, hoping that one would just, by chance, come close to the eye. And it has. 9 million probes. That's a lot of probes. How'd they even have the materials for all that? Regardless, we have the location of the Eye of the Universe, but it's in Nomai. We don't know how to convert this to our language because, you know, we don't have a translator.
That is the worst fucking reveal in the game. That is the worst. That you cannot translate the coordinates. Like, what the fuck? Like, you have a device meant for translating the alien language, and then you get symbols in an alien language that you don't understand. And the translator does fucking nothing. Ah, what the? Come on! like the example I always go to is latitude and longitude on Earth. If I give you a latitude, longitude of place, you can trace it to the exact place on the Earth of where the town is or whatever. But those are fundamentally numbers. You can understand numbers through a translator. We can know what the numbers are. They could just be coordinates, kind of like latitude and longitude. With no context, we would have nothing to know about because we don't know the system they're working with. They should have gone with that approach rather than, I literally cannot translate this if I want to. That feels like such bullshit. Instructions for a taste spot? Yeah, like a spatial coordinate system. Think about it this way. Like I'm saying, the alternative, people, it's not that this isn't in the game. The alternative is that we have a coordinate system that works with their space-time bending ship, and we just have no way to interpret it. I would prefer that approach of where we are given numbers that make sense, that do all these things Nestle, but we just have no way interpreting it. That would make more sense from a causal play. Get me? Because otherwise, it just seems like we can't translate it because fuck you, that's why. Like, that is such an unfulfilling answer when it just gives us something and then just expects us to be happy with it. Like, think of infinite probability address that compressible. That is you're touching on the point that I exactly want, anglerfish. I want us to like put the translator up to it and us to get incomprehensible garbage backwards. But we're just told that we can't do it. Why? I'd be fine if it's incomprehensible garbage. That's fine. The game thinks it's comprehensible. We just can't do it because we don't have anything to interpret. But we have something to interpret it. Just make it incomprehensible even with the interpret. It feels like such a fucking shortcoming. I'm genuinely pissed about this plot point. I'm genuinely angry about that because it's fucking stupid. And it's just as simple as that.
So we can't fly to it.
Don't get me wrong. I will clarify, people. I love this game. This game has a lot that it does well. This specific point triggers the fuck out of me. Like, it's that simple.
What's one place we can visit?
The fuck hit me? Was that a fish? No, that was okay, that was not a fish. That was just a vine. Motherfucker! I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Where do I go?
Okay, one small thing you'll see in the scene. This is... I actually blend together music tracks. Every time I'm chased by a fish, I play the combat theme from Urdak in Doom Eternal, while every time I'm just exploring, it's just a regular Urdak theme. It's a small detail that not many people add this, but I think it literally adds to the feeling of tension, at least in these things, because I was fucking scared when I explored this place. It was, dude, I was so like, the one thing I hate is the fear of not knowing, and the fact of not knowing an anglerfish was near me is fucking, it's a lot. You get me? Yeah. Most people see the coordinate entry area before they see the chords. This is a reveal is huge. Hold on, I'm just trying to consider what you said. The weird console. I think. Okay, so one thing. One thing you won't see because I manipulated the footage slightly through this. I think I did go to the ship first and then get to the coordinates second. Like I got both. I got them in that order. So I don't like. How do I put it? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, people. I don't know exactly what I was saying. I would like the console to make no sense on the translator, because that reinforces everything. Without it, we get no reinforcement, which means that we're basically just playing by some arbitrary rules, seat of our pants type shit. Of where, yeah, they can... Here's the thing. If the coordinates gave us gibberish, but we don't know how to interpret it, and then we bring it to a ship and interpret it, like, that's something. But we're just not told what the coordinates are, because the writer doesn't want to give us the bags, because if it gives us the bags, if it gives us these prepositions, if it gives us this information, they know that they could fuck up later. So like, the best call in this case is just to abstract the information so that they don't have the possibility of fucking up. That these number coordinates that they give for this hypothetical, like, coordinates of the eye of the universe, like, there's not any inconsistency. So we're just not going to tell you. Which I feel like that is just such a cop-out in terms of writing. That is like you have something great there. Yeah, you have something that you can relate to real-world stuff, and you just do nothing. How do I put it? A part of the reason that makes me so frustrated with a lot of this is that it feels like such simple changes could make the story way better, but they don't make them. I don't give points for close enough. I give points for accuracy. Like, if that makes sense. Like, oh god, and like that aspect, I just heavily despise.
Where do I go? Where do I go? Do not. I'm all good, baby.
Did I play the DLC? Not yet. Not yet. This is only the base game.
There's a fucking angler in there, isn't there? I'm gonna see one, aren't I?
I guess we gotta go in.
Please, angler, do not.
Also, hi, Ice Cream Man. How's it going?
You can't get in this deep. You can't get in this.
Definitely worth it. Essence from Coaster for Story. Yeah, I definitely get that. I got that vibe from the comment section of this video. However, I'm of the opinion that a base game should be able to make complete sense from a writing/story perspective all on its own. It shouldn't require DLC. That's my main issue. So, like, don't get me wrong. If my questions are answered in DLC, I'm more than willing to accept that. My point will then just change to it's shit that it's not in the base game and it's locked behind a DLC paywall. That's all it will do.
Deep. You can't get it then. Oh, shut up. I know there's a simple solution that I'm just not getting.
Chat just being sold with spamming thinking emojis, and I was just like, god damn, there's something I'm clearly missing here. I get this reveal later.
Honestly. Okay, but some of the headlights...
Don't think you'll get many answers to DLC and questions you ask? Then the game's bad. Like, yeah. Okay, over-exaggeration, but you know what I mean. These aspects that I'm criticizing, if they aren't explained in the DLC, they're shit otherwise. Like, if they don't have an... I'm more than willing to admit that some of my questions are answered. But if they don't have an answer and they're just left vague, like, I've already explained why that's a problem, right? I feel like we could just move on.
Note to self, are anglerfish who will try to fucking eat me. And confirm they are blind.
You see the fangs right there? I am fucking startled, damn.
Wait, I got in there. Game. My question is, like, if they don't see me, how do... Wait. Is it because of the noise the ship is making? That could be what it
is. Extremely good, though. It's basically something of a story. I almost cried at the end of it. Yeah, I have it on my list. I will play it eventually. Don't get me wrong. I will play the Outer Wilds DLC because I want to make a follow-up video to this that I currently have. Because a lot of people take issues from my perspective. But I feel like a lot of this stream, a lot of the follow-up DLC video, will be expressing more about the issues that with this game. Because I focused on my playthrough and the physics in this video, and then I only had a criticism section like right at the end where I fucking hated some stuff, and I explained exactly why. And that 5-minute section, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of framework that needs to be to justify it, but I gave my general that because that's a general view of how I feel about those things. To me to logically prove it, it would take like 20 or something minutes because I have to work at baselines. I have to get to philosophical undertones on what words mean and their influence on society and all that shit. And that is too much autism for this video. Next one, I'm more than willing to justify because I've been called out on it. So now I have more of a reason to talk about, you know, philosophically, how I arrive at a lot of my conclusions and all that jazz, which I plan on it being fun. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I shouldn't be talking about this much. Let's just watch the fucking video.
This could be literally because the ship makes noise because it has rocket propulsors and all that jazz. If I do the jetpack, maybe the propulsors are so slow enough they won't get detected. But just like, okay, this... In my defense, people, why I think like a ship would be fine is because this core is exposed to the cold, empty vacuum of space, all right? So, like, in space, there's no atmosphere, which means there's no medium
therefore sound can't propagate. So like they wouldn't be able to detect me otherwise because they can't hear, right? Like, okay, that was my logic. I feel like with the mist and like the implied stuff that you can easily imply atmosphere here. I would say that the issue I get into is that you can easily imply that there is an atmosphere by almost the same logic, by different variables that are just as valid. I was more behaving in the, you know, the latter, but I accept that, like, yeah, I was just making wrong intuitions off the wrong things. But then we get into the whole issue of this game requires some physics knowledge for some reveals, and it rewards it, and it disrewards stuff for having physics knowledge. And I feel like this is a case where literally it does both at the same time. They can't see. Okay, it was the spaceship. It was the fucking fucker. How did it see me? I'm fine. I'm fine. I swear I'm fine. Wait. If they're detecting me by sound, that means it's the jets. It's the jets that's detecting me. So if I use a little bit of jets going forward and then I lay off it, I'm making no sounds because I'm going in straight motion. That must be what it is. Okay, so let's go like something like this. And then just let go and let constant motion take me. Yo, Newton's first law. Ain't that great, people? I love it when games incorporate Newton's first law. Honestly, you can't see this, but my emotional state is just going into fucking higher anarchy at this point. Okay. The only thing I would change, honestly, is I wish there was a meter that detected like when you're in an atmosphere or not. And then I think it would be perfect. Yeah, I still think I would like that change. I think there's nothing gained from a little thing in your meter. Like if, for example, like right beneath here, like atmosphere detected here, you lose nothing in the game and you gain a bunch of information that you can use. Like, okay, atmosphere, wait, sound needs mediums to propagate, which is atmosphere. Like, oh, then you could suddenly come to the conclusion, but without knowing that there isn't any atmosphere here, because it could just be space fog. It could not be an atmosphere. It could just be fog or some visual effect from a gameplay element. Like, clarifying that would do wonders for someone like, right? Oh, I'm gonna go close to one. I'll be fine, though. Their positions seem... Oh, my goodness. I could not... I might be fine. I honestly don't think this might not be fine. Ah, fuck. No, they got me. Yeah. Also, that's not conservation of momentum. That's an object at rest tends to stay at rest, and an object in motion tends to stay in motion. Get fucked. I'm fine. I had to look away from the screen for a second, but I'm fine. I'm fucking fine. You can tell how I'm fine by how much I'm reassuring I'm fine. Although I'm... Step 1 on how to tell if someone's not fine. I might have to exit the, Motherfucker. I'm gonna get eaten, am I? Fucking nope. Bitch. I'm out of here. Fuck you. How the fuck? How the fuck did I avoid that? Okay, there is no world in which I survived that, and I did. Okay, I think I go this way. I don't think I'm gonna hit anything. Yeah, I totally am hitting something. I totally am hitting something. I'm just gonna have to wait till after that. Have some goldfish, watch the popcorn. I might just barely hit it, actually. I'm gonna have to pray that I don't. No, I'm gonna hit it. Yeah. Doesn't see me. I don't think yet. I think I'm fine. Fucking run. It's just spawn camping me. And I'm at the ship. But I have an issue. The war. Yeah, that's where the cut kind of. I just included all the me getting eaten by anglerfish segments together. You can. I made it at a timer. Oh, only 20 days of school make you fail. That feels okay. I'm gonna be real. I literally physics teaching is my expertise. 20 days from a high school physics class feels like fucking nothing. You're tested way more on what you learned the previous, like, what, 120 days you were in school than you were in those 20 days. Like, you don't fail because of that. You can definitely get, like, a 3 or 4 on AP because, like, without the last 20 days. Now, if you're just complaining that he's shit, like, that's a different thing. But 20 days don't mean jack crap when taking an AP physics test. Last test, the whole class got below a 50. I don't know. Could be that he's a really good teacher and he just gave you, like, a horde test. I'd have to know more specifics, basically, is what I'm saying. Like I said, physics education is literally probably the one thing I'm more specialized than, like, 99.9% of people. That's the one thing that I fucking love, right? I would need to know more to just make it be an arbiter on, like, if it's that's good or bad. Warp core in the center console is broken, so it being able to teleport and thus bring us elsewhere is disabled. And even better, logs from the ship tell the tale of this ship going missing as a legend in some Nomai culture. This happened a long time ago, and many of the Nomais had decided to band together as they say the universe is dying. Well, I was able to infer this after the fact, but maybe I would just like more clearer indication of that these are logs from the present, and that the others are, like, warp logs of captain's stuff. Well, like, some indication, like, the first message that, like, this is they gave. Like, for example, very, very simplistic. Less than optimal, but it gets the job done, and it demonstrates that show that my point doesn't need, that, you know, this doesn't have to be the case. Like, you can have, like, a ship log date on the current ship's log. It's like a time, like, that's, like, 2000 or something. And then we get this ship log that says, like, current log 52,000. Like, an obscene amount of time in the future. I feel like that's an easy way that's diegetic, that makes sense why things are here, and why, and how to distinguish that this is so far in the future. You're gonna try to get him to play Outer Wilds? Fuck. What? Bart has a paper written NASA, but can't teach physics class. He doesn't teach, like, half the material, so we encounter problems on the test that we'll never seen before, but know how to solve. I mean, I guess it depends on exactly what those problems are. Like, are those problems logical extensions of concepts he's taught? Physics has a lot of that, where you need to learn concepts, and then you apply those concepts in other areas. So you not being explicitly shown the problem is not inherently bad. It just means you didn't learn the concept. Which, that's the thing. Physics is built on small things adding up over time and together into something beautiful and elegant and predictable. I love physics. I could go on about this. A happy ending. So, I can't warp to the eye of the universe because the power is out. What do I do? Well, the only thing left is the Ash Twin project. But I need to find a way to get into it. I was a little lost, so I thought out my logic with my chat. How do I put it? Yes/no? Yeah, how about this? I just ask a bunch of yes/no questions. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. Is there a warp tower to the Ash Twin project? Yes. Okay, there is. I just don't know where that warp tower fucking is. The Ash... Okay, so you had to teleport to the... Okay, so the alignment tower has to be towards the center of an astral body, right? Has to be towards the center of it. So I guess that means, theoretically, a tower on the Ash Twin could teleport to the center of the Ash Twin, because it only has to point towards the center point between the Ember Twin and the Ash Twin. That might be it. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of convinced that's it. I was thinking it had to be somewhere else in the universe, but, like, no, the Ash Twin could theoretically teleport to itself because of its weird bimodal planet phenomenon. Okay. So I think... So yeah, I don't have a problem with this as a real. I actually think it's a pretty good one. I just wish that there was more context linking that, like, the astral... How do I put it? I know it explicitly says that the Ash Twin and the Ember Twin are one astral body. I would like a mechanism to explain why they're the same body. That's what I was missing. Because I have difficulty understanding something if I can't understand the why of it. And the why of something is very important to why it is actually how it is. So, like, one could argue that the why and the how are interlinked. And if you're someone like me who just focuses a lot on the why and the reasoning and the logic, figuring out that the Ash Twin project could be teleported from the Ash Twin is just... That's just a logical, like, thing that will happen. This teleported me to the Ember Twin. This part right here. So that means that this one teleports me to the Ash Twin's location. However, the issue is that when the sandstorm comes over here, I get pulled up by the sandstorm, so I'm not able to take the teleporter pad. So, okay. So, like, I have to be here to initiate the quote-unquote quantum warp, right? Please go down. Please go down quick enough. Please go down quick enough. I didn't get the warp. Maybe what I do is, like, as soon as I see the sandstorm coming, I step off to the side where I'm in cover, and then while it's, like, overhead, I immediately try to run in this before it could even, like, pull me up. I think that's what I have to do. Okay, so it's coming soon. It's coming soon. And go. Oh my goodness. Oh my, that's the fucking, there we go. There we fucking go, baby. See, like, me logically figuring that out from the base principles, like, it's great. What I'm saying is I'm advocating for experience with more, like, less justified confusion, if you get what I mean. Like, I don't think the confusion there was necessarily justified, because I don't think, how are you expected to understand something if you don't know why it works, right? Like, so if we know more about the why, I would be more justified in thinking that, like, okay, I could do that or something. Also, like, there's a little bit of unknownness, like, how would I know that the sand wouldn't pull me up in time before hitting the warp tower? Like, you either have to intuit that, or you have to guess at it. You can't really, like, logically arrive. Like, it's just like a, what if this is the case? Test it. Which I guess is a scientific method. This point isn't as strong as I'm letting on with this whole thing. I'm actually more just thinking out loud. I don't think it's as much as a flaw as I'm letting on here, but yeah. I think what I'm saying is, like, I want more justification for me being a dumbass there, if you get what I mean. I don't think the game provides enough justification where me being a dumbass is necessarily the worst thing, you know? And here we are, the Ash Twin project, where luckily, because this is a very protective shell, they also imparted a lot of their history of the project and what they were up to here, where the whole story starts to wrap together with the Nomai. So,
yeah, it's rewind time.
All right, I'm bracing yourself. This is the part of the video where I say Outer Wilds is shit. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think the whole game is shit. There's just some reveals done that only attainable by Ash Twin or relevant, like, plot lines that are fucking stupid. And I'll get into that. But yeah, I'm just saying, prep yourself, clench your butt cheeks, because fucking this is gonna... If you like this game, this is gonna be rough. Nomai came here on a big ship after very suddenly getting a signal that was older than the universe itself. The leaders jump on this opportunity to find it, as it is a major scientific discovery. But upon teleporting to the solar system, they land not too far away from Dark Bramble, where Dark Bramble attacks, eating the whole ship. They were only able to have 2 Nomai escape pods. Yeah, I don't know if that picture is supposed to be taken literally or figuratively. I feel like it's literal. I feel like the Nomai are scientifically and engineering enough that they wouldn't do, like, abstract pain, that they would tell you logically what happens. But the fact that Dark Bramble is sentient is fucking stupid. Pods make it, especially when you don't see it have any sentience nowadays. Out before the ship was eventually enveloped. These escape pods went on to make settlements on Ember Twin and Brittle Hollow, where the first few days were tough, with Ember Twin being so hot and Brittle Hollow being attacked constantly by a volcanic moon. They slowly raised a generation or two of Nomai, living on worshipping their cause for coming here, while conducting some manufactured black holes technology to help with their search of the eye, or to get home. They found out that the black hole white hole transportation has time travel effect, and the amount of time the object jumped was directly related to the energy used to make the black hole. Off this, they decided to make the Ash Twin project. Their plan was to fire a probe to look for the Eye of the Universe, but unfortunately, the amount of time required to fire a probe after probe after probe would take very long.
That is very low pixelated, however, I just like the cut over again and again. It pixelated and it being not well put together because of its low resolution. There's narrative semblance there. Oh, I said a pretentious video essay thing. Let's go.
They would look into these statues so that they could send their memories back in time, plug in a different trajectory for an orbital probe cannon, and see if it hits the eye. And then they rinse and repeat until they find it.
Yeah, I feel like if the orbital probe cannon works automatically regardless of conscious observers, what's the point of the masks? I feel like there's an issue here somewhere. Maybe I'm just unable to peek at it. But it's like, you don't need both systems. I guess maybe one could be a failsafe than the other, but that's me writing fanfiction, because the game doesn't say that's the case. Like, okay, moving on.
The only issue with this plan is that the energy to send something back in time 22 minutes was way greater than they could make with their technology. So they decided to blow up the sun in order to generate enough energy to time travel back the 22 minutes. Enough time to run the experiment. To do this, they developed statues in order to send memories back in time on Giant's Deep. They developed the fuel core to power the statues in Brittle Hollow. They mined ore in Timberhearth to encase the statues so that they can survive the supernova long enough to activate it, and all of the energy came together in the center of the Ash Twin, which held the power source for the statues. The Sun Station failed though, so the Ash Twin project was put on hold as a comet came into the solar system. But unfortunately, it was filled with ghost matter, an exotic matter that the Nomai had never seen. And despite trying to warn the rest of the species, every Nomai died, including Solomon, who was taking her pilgrimage to the moon around that time. In fact,
I only really learned Solomon was a she, was a female, as some may say. Like, later on. I don't know. The Nomai addressed each other very I only found this after research, like, because in the inside I was just like, they're people. I don't even know if they're gendered or not. I don't know. I feel like that's a cool representation because at the same time, it's like they're just people. There's no need to be gendered when you don't need to. Like, they're just addressing each other as people. So, like, neat. But, like, her specifically being like a kind of an abstract thought, like, I kind of respect it. I don't think it's bad or good or anything. I don't know if it's, how do I put it? I don't know how justified I am in thinking that, like, it's not the case. I never gave it much thought, you know?
fast forward to today, where the remnants of Nomai technology kick up again because of the supernova.
He's just chilling,
The
exactly,
failsafe,
exactly.
in case something went wrong, gets triggered by the natural end to the star. You, of course, was walking by to do your first space adventure when suddenly the
Emperor, sheesh, take me to dinner.
failsafe triggered
Why
on
not?
you, Gabbro, and one other person as indicated by these statues. But we don't
I'll
know
send
the
it to
third.
you after
That's
stream,
probably what
okay?
the DLC is about. And you, luckily, just developed the first Nomai translation device. Good thing this didn't happen on any one of the other passing persons who were in the museum that day.
Okay, it is very convenient that you are the one who gets absorbed by the statue and not one of the many people who are in the museum. Like, that's just one layer of coincidence. We'll get into it. This becomes way layered, like an onion or something. We'll get into my issues with it.
Alright, let's rip this band-aid off. It's clear I had issues early on, and now here's where I can tell them, now that we have the full context. This game is built around insanely convenient and sometimes impossible circumstances. Let me describe to you the amount of luck involved here. The orbital probe cannon around Giant's Deep breaks just as you wake up in your time loop, the control module falls into the center of Giant's Deep completely and not end up in different currents, the Nomai get killed off by a comet just after the sun station completes and fails, Brittle Hollow still mostly intact,
and the civilization that evolved on one of the planets becomes spacefaring with an ancient translator right as the supernova begins. If just one of these previous events...
So yeah, all 4 of these points are my main issues with the game. These facts either imply a very coincidental nature in terms of world building or story or plot. And I think both are kind of... I think no matter how you interpret these, like, provided that you agree with me on all these base principles, I feel like these are all just net negative. Some people disagree on me that, I'll get to that later.
Did not happen, our adventure would be completely different. It's a title worthy of cosmic coincidence. Like, imagine the translator taking a few more nights to finish. The story wouldn't happen. And to be honest, I don't know how exactly I feel about it. I guess the game wanted you to feel like you had the obvious answer, that all these things were causally related, but to slowly unveil that was the most unlikely of scenarios. Which is true.
What the fuck, Ember? Did you just... I didn't get a notification, so I don't believe that is true. Get the fuck out. Clickbait, gaslighting, get out of here, girl boss.
True. However, I think the story should have gone with the complicated but realistic storytelling, rather than contrived without causality.
Yeah, that's how I basically just... I would prefer, like, it... Wait, what you... On my screen, it seems that you cheered 2 cheers of 99 bits. That's more money for me. Ayo, let's go. Unironically, I got 2... I think I scammed 20 bucks out of Ember. Let's go, dudes. Fucking did it. Yeah, Ice Cream Man. I get into this issue a little bit. I talked about it earlier. One of my biggest issues with that is that is unscientific of volcanic moons basically erupting more. And so how can you logically make that a thing? That's what I'm saying. Is that if this game is a mystery, which it is a mystery, that reveal is shit because there's no causality there. There's no way to figure out the mystery from the base components because you don't have the causal link. You just don't have it. That's kind of my point. Maybe scam 20 bucks out of Twitch? Hell yeah, let's go.
But before you say Rytro, it is really convenient that all of this happened, but how does that make it bad? This is a topic that probably deserves its own video.
Okay, one channel I can't recommend more is Mahler. He makes great videos on video essays, art analysis. I recently watched a video where he talked about the Fallout show, and he was able to eloquate quite succinctly and quite crudely why I hated the Fallout show. It's because of logical inconsistencies, inconsistent character motivations, and inconsistencies with writing and storytelling. So I think all of that. Mahler, a great story point, although very long, is very true. This video I'm referencing is an hour and a half. However, he does break down literally all of video analysis, like video essays, and why people, when they assert that they have feelings about something, when they state factual things after, is that, then your feeling statement didn't matter because what you said is deeply untrue. It doesn't matter if you feel it's true. You asserted it was, just through the veil of saying to feel. It does say it in the game. No, Ice Cream Man, I don't think if you got that distinction from my rebuttal that you understood fully what my point was. My point is that sky is blue is a true thing. However, there's nuance here because the sky is actually black when the sun is on the other side of the earth. Ignore that. Sun in the sky, we're assuming sky is blue, right? That is an objective fact. That is something of our worlds that we can assume and stuff. What part of your world can you assume that increased sunlight means to increase volcanic activity? Nothing. Nothing about real world does that. Because why? Because we don't know a lot of volcanoes. On the lifespan of a human, you wouldn't be able to tell about volcanoes and how they erupt and what causes them to. That isn't something that's generally known. Now imagine you are someone who generally knows what volcanoes do. In research, they found that sunlight and sunlight activity is not at all related to the frequency of volcano eruptions. That would inherently imply that there's no causal effect. That's basically my point, is that This is a very abstract idea. There is a thin veil that's like, sun is hot, therefore if more hot, volcano more hot, therefore more sun. But that's elementary school logic. That doesn't at all check out. If you look at it any deeper than that surface level thought, the logic isn't true. Like, it falls apart very quickly. That's kind of my point with the saying that the HoloLens is volcanic stuff, is that it's a bullshit answer to explain why it's broken apart so much, but there's so much in the game that goes against literally that thing that shows that it isn't the case. I'm not the biggest fan of it. That's it. I hope that eloquently explains my issues with that defense. Because I don't explain it in this video. Like I said, there's only like a 5-minute video on like the issues I find with it, so I'm not able to explain everything. However, I would like to make a follow-up where I do explain everything. Because I think then if I lay my viewpoint out on the table, if I explain all the logic and the reasons for why I think what I do, I find it pretty hard to disagree. I didn't do this in that video. It's one of my major mistakes. One of my things that I don't necessarily appreciate is that I kind of went half-assed in this because I prioritized physics in my first playthrough over the backbone of my critical analysis. And the other words, like Mr. Miyagi says, you either learn karate or you don't. You stay on this side of the street or the other. If you go halfway and learn karate, you'll get run over. That's exactly the case that happened here. I went half-assed with my analysis, and thus nobody was really convinced. And people who thought what they came in coming into the analysis, they think the same way. It's my fault for not really providing an environment where everything is properly justified, and I get that. And I hope to correct it eventually. That's it.
Video by someone who's way smarter.
Yo, what's up, Malakaba? Am I okay? No, my name is Rytro with an underscore
than me. So, I'll briefly say that contrivances ruins the stakes of storytelling.
This is true.
It peels the veil of the world working on logic and reasoning to instead be the motivation of the writer forcing the ending or outcome they want.
To be fair, I get that a lot with the end of plot conclusions in this game. That is just the writer forcing an ending that's tragic and sweet and not at all justified.
Typically, a contrivance to set up a story isn't necessarily a bad thing. For example, in a story about humans meeting aliens for the first time, it's very low odds that anyone individually gets to meet an alien. However, the point of the story is first contact with aliens and the reactions of both species. So in order to tell that story, it's a necessity for one very lucky or unlucky person to be in the alien's first presence.
Yeah, that's just saying that contrivance can happen, and that contrivance, this is what's known commonly in writing as the starting cause effect, or the inciting incident. Of inciting incident, what dictates the story and how people feel and how people act and all that stuff, but it behaves logically afterward. As in, like, the story is kind of impossible to tell without having this inciting incident, so it's required, so because that's what the story's about, right? But in order for Outer Wilds to use that inciting thing, you have to claim that 4 separate events have an inciting incident clause when it only works once. Like, that's my big issue with it.
Thus, we must distill what it is the Outer Wilds is about before we can talk about what contrivances are necessary. There are 2 key factors that I think this game is all about: the mystery of why there is a time travel loop and exploring the ruins of an ancient civilization across the star system.
I think those 2 traits, like I said, time travel loop, exploring the existence of an ancient civilization. Without those 2 things, Outer Wilds would not be Outer Wilds. I feel like so many people miss this. It's just like, those are the 2 main points that I think of Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds. You could do anything else with that story, and like you'd have it. I think I get lost in the specifics here, but those are the cores of Outer Wilds. I don't think anything else is core. I think the central gameplay loop is basically that, and the central story revolves around that, so you need those 2 things.
I guess you can also include this solar system being close to the eye of the universe as a coincidence as well, but the reason the ancient civilization is here in the first place was because it is so close to the eye. So
yeah, so basically what I was just saying, here's that coincidence in these 2 circumstances are actually leech off of one another, because like I said, it's somebody, if an eye sent out a signal to the universe, somebody may have saw it, and these are the story of somebody saw it, and then them coming here, living here, and all that stuff, and in close proximity. Like, that's all related to the eye causality, which this is the story about the people, such the ancient civilization, that caught the signal of the eye, and then you are a civilization that just evolved on top of that. They're kind of like two separate scenarios. However, I don't think the evolved one is thrived on top of that, if you get what I mean. I'd be willing to elaborate if someone has questions on that, but let's just move.
So in reality, those 2 points are intertwined. So with the 2 points in mind, let's try to revise this. Because an indie team made this game, I'm going to try to suggest a story that's very similar to the game's story, that requires a minimal amount of work to change it. Imagine a universe where the Nomai civilization just arrived to the solar system, and things play out as they did. Now, instead of a comet that just so happened to come to the solar system at the wrong time, it was the Nomai themselves that caused their destruction. And
dude, yeah, there's so much you can do with a civilization causing themselves to go extinct. There's so many ways you can go that story. Why the fuck do you need random meteor? Okay, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Getting my hell self. Let's go.
And when you look, there's already motivation for this in a wall writing in Ember Twin City, where some people ethically disagree with the Ash Twin project. Maybe a villain of the Nomai takes such a strong stance against the Ash Twin project, they sabotage the Sun Station and attempt to kill the Nomai responsible.
You have no idea. This one suggestion I make, how to make a story in the same vein of Outer Wilds, and have it all causally linked together. This one example is like the nitpick that make me, oh no, it can't be the case. Like, I'm giving an example of how things could be causally related. I'm not necessarily giving that this is the best example. This is great, but shows that you don't need, that you can have the core gameplay, the core time loop, the core gameplay loop of Outer Wilds while having a story that relies on causal sense. Like, that character motivation relies on, civilization just acting and behaving. I don't know. I guess the best way of describing it is like people. But random meteor absolves anyone of any wrongdoing because it doesn't matter. There's a comet that's due to arrive at this place and it will kill everyone. And that's such a fucking cop-out. That is such a goddamn cop-out.
And with this coup attempt, the plan was to release ghost matter deposit that was found on the interloper, which, in my revision, was gravitationally locked to the system before the Nomai ever showed up. Thus, the comet arriving is never a coincidence, but it's just how the solar system always was. Let's flash forward to current day. You are just an average Hearthian in the world, where one day, you walk past the sculpture and bam, you've been Ash Twin Project. And despite everything you tell people, a supernova keeps happening to send you back in time. So you have to learn how to make a translator, you have to learn how to fly, and you have to get to the root of what the hell is going on here.
So here's the thing with coincidence driving story that a lot of stories do kind of all right, is that usually you have the coincidence, the inciting incident, be the motivation for the character engaging with the story. That's basically the central point here, is that, okay, I'm a character who found myself in shit circumstances. How do I get myself out of it? Okay, cool. There's the inciting incident, and we have a direct reason for the character to engage in the plot because they found themselves in a situation when they didn't want to. So now they have to solve it. And suddenly, bam, we have this great interwoven way of combining coincidence and storytelling while also having an endearing character. Like, it just feels like so weird how they didn't do something like this. But then again, due to other gameplay restraints, which I touch on a little bit, this type of story that I'm suggesting is not possible because of certain things.
One of the benefits of the movie Groundhog Day is that when you have practically infinite time in a time loop, you can learn everything, from playing the piano at a master's level to learning the language of an alien civilization, which I feel is a neat concept to play with infinite time.
Yeah, they could have just hand-waved, like, you understand alien civilization? You had literally infinite time. You could read that. Perfect. Then you don't have to rely on the translator being finished somewhat around when you would depart. That's a coincidence that doesn't need to happen, because you can replace that with a causal link, you know?
This revision, of course, would require multiple changes to gameplay and payoffs. For example, learning the language and learning to fly a ship may be way too tedious from a gameplay standpoint, but this could quickly be solved with a time skip or montage of your character learning it. It would lose the impact of the first, oh fuck, I'm in a time loop and the sun just exploded, while you were exploring for the first few minutes, but that's a cost I think is worth. Additionally,
Yeah, I think I'm firmly stanced on this point that, like, nothing is worth the coincidence of you finishing the translator, starting on your mission right as you get time. Like, that is just such an unworthy amount of coincidence. Like, because like the inciting incident, if we go by the inciting incident clause argument, is the nomai detecting the signal. That is the net cause. It just so happens that through world building, there's evolution going on a planet, which is fine. We don't know the universe. Evolution could be happening on multiple planets all the time across the solar system. And then we get there, you know, we become a developing situation near where the sun ends. You know, all that crap. I'm surprised they just didn't go that approach.
There would have to be some writings about the villain's plans in a secret room or two, and you'd have to modify existing writings to hint that something is amiss. But other than that, you can keep the rest of the story the same, which is a better story in my opinion, because instead of relying on contrivance to set the story on motion, it's primarily character motivation that causes nearly every event.
I had a comment on this video recently that said I wanted a character-driven story, and they said that Outer Wilds trivia is more plot-driven. And that was a defense. Plot-driven? I'm sorry, I didn't realize fucking random meteors killing an entire civilization was plot-driven and not just shit writing, but like... Bruh! No, but the random comment is so great, dude. Like, characters react that the comment is random, and therefore it's good. I get so fed up with those types of research.
Again, the point of me making these broad revisions is to show that making a story like The Outer Wilds does not need to rely on contrivance. So since the point is proven,
So yeah, me with that line is basically just saying like, hey, you can have a story without these that would have the same gore gameplay / story. And everyone who kind of disagrees with me in the comments and all that shit, they just ignore that point, that the broad revisions are here to fix the point of contrivance. Like, I'm demonstrating that it's not impossible to make a story like that. Now, some people may be like, oh, but I like how the nomai know that they're about to die, and when they realize... Like, don't get me wrong. That's fine. Like, I think characters reacting in the face of certain doom or a coincidental doom is valuable. My point is that the point of coincidental doom is so extreme that it outweighs any reaction they have to it, because it's just so shit on a general perspective. At least when we're talking about internal consistency. Because, let's be real, random comment, ending the story, one of the worst things you could possibly do.
I want to move on to the other 2 points that I don't feel are too plot critical. Giant's Deep and Brittle Hollow worlds. Giant's Deep probe tracking...
Yeah, I go into this because I'm just like, I'm more interested in the world building and stuff, and I'm wondering how better it can work and all that shit. That's basically the main point of me addressing all this. I think there's definitely better world building you can do for these things. I'll just respond when it comes up.
Module falls into the core of the planet, despite the water currents and despite the electrical core. This is the only thing I actually consider a plot hole in the whole game.
Okay, if you disagree with me on the fucking core, on the tracking module falling to the core, it's not the currents that's my issue. It's the fucking electric field over here that repulses anything non-insulative. I hate how I had to explain this, but we have to, 1, assume that this part of the ship is perfectly insulative. 2, that it remains perfectly insulative when it fucking blew up. And then 3, we also have to assume that the currents were not strong enough to redirect it so that it misses the core and all that shit. That is so much unbelievability that it's nothing. It's a plot hole. It has to be. Because if we're implying that it's insulative, that it can survive being insulative by falling down, we are implying that the nomai are just like autistically intelligent to the nth degree. Where they foresaw every possible thing. It's like, we need to make everything insulation and all that. But like, no, like they're scientists, they're engineers. They would know that making it insulated would be extra cost and thus not worth it. They would take the means of less effort. Just, that's the smart thing to do. And the nomai are smart, right? People who disagree with me on this section, I feel like just they stop at currents and never consider what the deeper implications of the world and its setup really imply. I feel like that's what it is. And it's not necessarily a fault on them. It's just they haven't thought about it. Like, and fair, like if you haven't thought about it and you still enjoy it, that's fine, dude. But like me thinking about it too much and not like it, like that's the thing. Like that's valid too.
And I don't think there is a way to easily fix this while having the coordinates of the eye in the core. I guess the best band-aid solution would be to have the cannon break way long ago, and increase the time gap between the Nomai
So,
and the
okay, hold on, I'll
Parthians,
let this
so that
play.
it wasn't too unlikely that the cannon found the coordinates of the eye. And maybe the tracking module could have caused the electrified core that was once only coral. Because of all the alien technology that was in the tracking module, I don't think that this is too far-fetched. The other orbital cannon parts could still be orbiting the planet or floating on the surface. Brittle Hollow.
Okay, so people brought this out. This is an ally token. There's actually an explanation for why the probes have like infinite probes seeking stuff out, and my revision doesn't make too much sense. Is because the orbital probe cannon is hooked up to the ATP, and thus the orbital probe cannon received the time loop. And then it happens 9 million-ish times before getting to this, to where we got ATP'd and then all that stuff. Yes, I kind of just, I admit the L, I just missed one log. That's my bad. I missed it through all my revisions, like, okay, on me. I totally admit where I am wrong. I'll take the L there. It still doesn't fix the issue of the fucking, like, tracking module falling into the center of the crap. So, like, it does fix some issues I have with the story and some in this, but, it doesn't fix everything. Hi, Onyx. You're getting to the very big spoiler section, so if you still want to not play the game, you should probably leave. I'm talking about all my criticisms and the responses to some of my criticisms, so, that depends on full plot knowledge, so just warning.
Is a really simple idea. Just have the planet half destroyed by the time of the game.
Fun fact, if you fast forward time and then like use a console command to bring back the sun's lifespan, you actually get a slightly destroyed Brittle Hollow world. It's actually pretty cool. I wish it was staying in, like, I get into this, but like, what if Brittle Hollow was just holding on and it was like just the scraps of a planet and you could explore both sides? That sounds very engaging. I actually fucking really like it. Damn, yeah. I can end every 30 minutes, see if you're still up to this. Of course I am. I love being too much in detail. That's my whole brand.
Therefore, it's not mostly intact, it's beaten to crap and holding on. It shows the history of this planet being bombarded. This is probably the biggest change with the least amount of payoff, because then you'd have to modify exploring the city on the parts that are still on the planet, and the bits of the cities that are in the White Hole Station.
Which, by the way, I'm not gonna lie. Nobody brings up that this point is bad. I just think this is a fire gameplay decision. Like, regardless of what the Outer Worlds is or isn't, I think this is just, like, this would be a great way to implement in an Outer Wilds-esque game.
Which, now that I say that, actually sounds like pretty sweet from a gameplay perspective.
Thank you,
It does
Retro.
solve the coincidence of it just falling apart when the adventure takes place.
Okay. One small thing with Brittle Hollow. There is that log in the volcanic moon that says that volcanic activity is increased to increase sun activity. And I didn't bring it up in this video because I did know about it. However, that just seemed like such shit, such bad writing, that I would have preferred if it was just by coincidence that Brittle Hollow is still the same. So I was giving the game the benefit of the doubt by saying it's coincidence. This is obviously way more nuanced, as I talked about earlier in this video and through the explanations of everything. This game does stuff that's scientifically inaccurate that I quite like / check up on that don't think unknow about. Like the tornado spinning in opposite direction sending you downwards. How the fuck are you supposed to intuit that? That doesn't make any physical sense. Same way in which the volcanic moon increasing activity when the solar activity flares. That doesn't make any sense. Those should be relatively the same level for me, but the volcanic moon is way, way, way more shit. And I don't know how to necessarily make up that loss thing. I think it's because if you're looking for answers into why things are the way they are, Brittle Hollow being mostly torn to crap, just recently falling because of increased volcanic activity due to solar things, that is the conclusion for why world building is the way it is. The Giant's Deep having tornado twist the other way instead of send downwards, that's not a conclusion. That's a setup. That's a setup to get you to explore. That's a setup in the game. That's early game stuff. I think this goes more fundamentally back on my path of, like, if you have stuff that's different from real world physics and you want to rely on intuition, You have to introduce those mechanics early on, or else you won't be able to deduce them. That's the main thing that I think that separates these two variables as different for me. Is like, whether does this like weird coincidence, weird physics effect set up the story, or does it conclude it? I think inherently concluding it off of stuff that is like doesn't make any sense, like scientifically or logically. Like, dude, this is a mystery game. A lot of the fun people have with mystery games is that they can figure out the conclusion if they're smart enough and work with the details enough. This game is built so much on coincidence that you cannot predict the end until you get to it, until you experience it, until you get an answer. You can't use your previous built-up stuff to predict where it will go. And that's one of the biggest issues I take with this game. Because this game is totally a mystery game. It is totally. You're exploring civilization, all these factors and crap. It's a mystery game. People who like figuring out mysteries will be missing out on a lot because they will be unable to predict where it goes. Because it is held through the proverbial veil of, you just didn't know. This is just what happened. It's the writer holding a cloth in front of you, blinding you from ever seeing what's going on. And like I said with the juggling ball example, what's more impressive, juggling 1 ball or 20 balls? This is a very simple story that they just obfuscated information and thus got a response from. And just because you don't know, how do I put it? It'd be way more impressive if there were 20 balls, if there was a bunch of stuff in orbit that all made sense and then it causally relied on each other. That is a way more impressive story to me. But just having, like, nah, it happens because I want it to, like... Okay, I ranted enough. Let's move on.
4 of these big coincidences would be excluded, while having mostly the same story with the same themes, and the same gameplay loop. The only coincidence that
I'm still adamant behind that decision. Same gameplay loop, same overall story. It's about the same.
That is a necessity is that there is a spacefaring civilization at the time of the supernova, because how else can you explore a solar system at the end of time without that? To touch on my very early points, the quantum noon needing a picture, the orbital cannon having infinite probes, not being able to translate...
Again, admit it, they didn't have infinite probes. They had one probe that just time loops 9 million times. I missed that. It's not really a biggest issue on it. So it's like, that point is brought up as more like a nitpick. Like a slightly consequential problem. But everything else is just way more than that. But yeah, no. I was wrong. I like I said, I'll admit that always.
The eye's coordinates all would need more justification, as currently, there's absolutely none. But these should be simple, because all we need is the writer waving their hand and saying, alien science, or something like that, and I would buy into it.
Yeah. I think I say this right here. It's like, I want the writer to wave their hand and say alien science, and I would be fine with it. The fact that they don't think inherently implies that they think it stands on their own. That, oh, you can obviously see that. When no, it's not the case. It's, at least for people like me, where it's like, it's not immediately intuitive.
Sorry, I might have gone rantro for a bit too long. I forgot that I still have yet to complete the game.
And I definitely didn't internalize all my previous criticisms, but I realized that this power source looks nearly identical to the power source of the ship. And the ship can warp to any location I want.
So hi, people who are no longer here who like the Outer Wilds. This game's fucking garbage. Any questions? I love the game. Its conclusion is just jack shit, though. I find no excuse for why all these things have to happen.
Want to. And I found the know my coordinates for the eye of the universe. And well, I might be disappointed, but I might as well see what the heck the eye of the universe is.
Bum, 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 bum. I fucking love the music in this game. I fucking love it. This track is such a fucking banger. I am dead? Oh, is that... Oh, that because I took it out. Yeah, that makes sense. I got to the bad ends of the game. Bum. 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 Bam. Bam. Wow. I forget the OST I use here, actually. Hold on, let me check the description. I think this is Ancient Glades. Yeah, this is definitely Ancient Glades playing here. Okay, noted. Our solar system, supernova in the background. An entire civilization is now dead forever. But at least it took Dark Bramble with it. Fucking worth. The Know My Worth. I am fucking... Yeah. Don't care if that solar system is fucking dead. The anglerfish are dead. That's all that matters. That's the net good for society, for the universe, you know? Worship this place ever since they detected it. They tried to spit God in the face by time traveling to locate it, and died before they could see their plans to fruition. The place, older than the universe. All I had to do was see what's inside. Do these things abide by quantum effects? No, they don't anymore. What? Okay, so, okay, nitpick. Not at all relevant to the story or central gameplay or anything. But like, I fucking, you built up this quantum entanglement rule. I did a picture. I did all that shit, and it still leaves. Why did it fucking leave? What was the mechanic that made it leave? Is there just some abstract other freaking variable in the universe that causes this to happen? Why are you introducing it 5 minutes from the end of the game? Yeah, like I said, there's some issues with the story in this game. So there's a vacuum over here at the South Pole. It's because the eye of the universe is like super quantum, so like quantum rules don't apply. Like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like there's no defense for why this happens. I feel like the only defense people would say is that, yeah, it's kind of shit, but it's a nitpick. It doesn't really matter too much, which fair. It doesn't matter too much. I agree on that point. However, it pisses me off. Oh, by the looks of it. Anything interesting in here? And then we go here. I'm not mommy yet. What the fuck is going on? I'm in the museum. Okay, this museum is the one part about the ending of Outer Wilds that I really like. I think the museum is a great way of reflecting on your journey and stuff. I just wish it went beyond that, because the section after this disappoints me. I don't like it. But my goodness, the museum, and just as a vague concept of everything people here, it's great. Am I a physicist? Yes, I have a degree in physics and astronomy. And a master's in plasma engineering, if you fucking care, but nobody does. Museum? No, mine never got to see it for themselves, but thanks to their efforts and technology, Earthian was able to reach the eye of the universe. That's me! Observe. I will say, execution-wise, there's a lot I like about this conclusion. Like that, like having a central gameplay mechanic of you looking at the solar system from the globe, that being used to give you a cosmic perspective. Oh, chills, dude. That is such a great way to reuse a mechanic for a greater purpose. I just wish I wasn't so disappointed by other stuff. Hello? Oh, what the hell? Is there just a bunch of galaxies in a forest? The heck? What's this? Hello? It's me!
Fuck yeah, I'd like to roast a marshmallow at the end of the universe. Are you kidding me?
One thing I didn't realize is that after the fact, roasting marshmallows at the end of the universe is actually a very popular Outer Wilds video. That's, I didn't realize. I just came up with that on the spot. But, okay, funny coincidence, I guess.
Perfect. Oh, Esker? What the fuck is Esker doing here? Do you hear music? All right, I'll follow it. See you in a bit, Esker. There's a banjo. Oh, every time I turn off the lights. Oh, that's you. Welcome, Rybeck. It's not quite time yet. I'm pretty sure we need the others for this spark. You need no everyone. No rush. Take your time. Might not even exist here. To the next.
That is existentially terrifying. I will give that. How do I put it? I love this game so much in terms of its vague ideas and concepts. I just wish it was fucking executed. Like, I don't think anyone would be complaining if it was executed better. But hey, that's just me.
So we need to grab the other astronomer. I can't. I fucking can't.
The game... Dude, okay, the game giving me this jump scare was the biggest frickin'... It was the biggest goddamn, like, fuck you. And I love it. This, because this whole area is supposed to reflect your journey. It's supposed to reflect what you did. So an anglefish being there is perfectly reasonable. And it scares the fuck out of me. It's fantastic. This aspect I absolutely adore about this game. Great. Having played so many games in rather unconventional methods, do you feel the urge to design games yourself? Actually, yes, Pravin. I get into this with some of my casual streams, so if you're ever curious, hang out Thursdays on my streams. I talk a lot about what I just casually think when I'm playing like some Dark Souls or something like that. But I actually have the idea of a game that I would love to make someday. I have a whole mechanic that I want to base around. It's like an FPS sort of game. And I feel like I would really be able to hone in on all that. I have like a draft game design document and everything about it. Like, I take this shit seriously. Like, my autism is that intense, if you get what I mean. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to share too many details on because I'm afraid somebody would steal it. Because unironically, I believe in the idea that much. But hey, me designing a game or me making a game would happen when I get a prevalence of free time. I don't get much free time because, how do I put it? Fuck it. We're close enough to the end of the stream. I can say this. I was job searching for after my grad school degree, plasma engineering, for getting a job somewhere in fusion or fusion materials, something like that. But actually on YouTube has taken such a positive swing for me. I've got enough views per month, enough views in X amount of time to justify that I can actually kind of like live off YouTube, and I can live off like me having an online platform and that stuff. So although the money is tight now and I only have just barely enough to afford for rent and stuff, I want to take this dive because it's something I'm passionate about. Get what I mean? I like talking about things. I like sharing my perspective. I like giving criticism, speedrunning and stuff, all that crap. And I got the stuff to do that. So I don't care if I'm having a very meager wage. Like stuff what I do on these videos. Stuff I talked about all today when reviewing all the videos I released in the past year. Like, stuff that I thrive for. I actually fucking love. It's great, and I don't care if, like, I can't afford as good as food and stuff afterward, because, like, I'm happy just doing this. So, yeah, I guess that's the first time I publicly said it, but yeah, people, after I move, like, in a week or two, after I'm living not on my own, but I'm living with my my siblings, paying rent and stuff off of primarily YouTube/Twitch/Patreon/ related income. I can't do this without you people. Get a little bit emotional just saying like, hey, like I'm appreciative. But yeah, I got people watching, I got people doing it. It's enough to make meager living, and I'm fine with that. And that's cool, because I genuinely enjoy making these videos, talking about it, streaming about it, and all that shit. I'm looking upwards, but there's any chance that this this prospect can crash in a week, month, 2 months, year? Like, not at all secure. But I like it too much that I just ignore that some aspect. No. Okay, sorry. I feel like I got too a little emotional how future events will play out. Let's try to finish this video. We only got like 8 minutes left. Game just did not. It did fucking not. Onwards and upwards. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Across Old Bart, an ancient glade. It's always okay. Go this. Okay, I'm sorry for being all that gay bullshit and touchy bullshit. Fuck that shit. That shit is stupid. Let's get back to video game criticisms where stuff actually fucking matters. I wish there was more done with the ancient glaive on Timberhearth. Because I spent a whole time exploring ancient glaive, expecting there to be some great answer, but no, it's basically there just to teach you fundamentally quantum observation. Why isn't there a puzzle that gives me like a hint or like a cool gemstone or at least like a realization or something? Like, you could easily have that fucking happen. Why do you have the freaking callback to the ancient grove here at the end of the fucking game when the thing itself did fucking nothing? I just don't understand. I don't understand the writer's mind. Like, why not make the ancient glaive like actually have something that's worth value? And that teaches the player a lesson for making this. And if they don't have it and they're just following signs at the end, so be it. That's their decision for not engaging with the ancient glaive quest. But this is just like, there's no benefit. Like, you're just kind of like, you have to follow the signs. Like, all there is here. This way. Wait. How the fuck does that make sense? I just zoomed in on spooky action at a distance, bitch. I'm actually fine with this, because at the eye of the universe where quantum effects and all that stuff is stuff, like, you'd expect physics to break down a little. I'm fine with this being wacky, all crazy and stuff, and all that crap. I just have a problem with how it relates. And I press E. Okay, I didn't realize I could do spooky action at a distance. Holy crud, this is a quantum game. Okay. Ah, there you go. Previous writer. Thank you. Up. Wait, did everything just... Well, I've been in this ship before. I know what to do. That's also one of the sequences in the Outer Wilds. I really love that. Really love that segment. I think it's great, and it fits well with you exploring after Solomon, that stuff. It's one of the few things that I think the game does beat. Like this right here. Fucking... I guess we're all here now. Oh my goodness, we got Schrodinger's cat. He's here too. Solanum, what's up? Is it time to find out? Yes, it is. The song is new to me, but I'm honored to be a part of it. Should I begin? Yes. Yes, please all begin. Sorry, just chat messages. Eston todos los homies. Having some non-English speakers in there. It's just kind of funny. Did it disapprove of me roasting marshmallows? Why? The past is the past now, but you know, that's okay. It's never really gone completely. The future's always built on past, even we don't get to see it. So, time for something new now. Even if it's over now, I had a good time learning. I think the rules are about to change. Wow. How long has it been since I got to make music with everyone around a campfire? Really happy we're all here now. I'm kind of upset that Esker never really got a conclusion to his story arc. That it's just like he never got people just... I would have loved it, like, if there was like a plot line or a quest line where it's like I could, by conversation with people, get them to really care more about Esker. Because Esker's just a loner fucking cowboy on the moon. Dude, how impactful would it have been to, like, get people to be like, oh, hey, have you heard Esker? He's done this thing. You should check in on him. And like me through dialogue options or solving certain information, get people to check in on Esker. And then him, by the end of a loop, could feel happy that his friends like check in on him. Feels loved. I feel like that could be very... I feel like it's a wasted opportunity. I don't necessarily think that's a criticism. It's a wasted opportunity. But yeah. Yo, what's up, Ram? You're drunk? Yo, cheers, dude. I'm actually supposed to finish this, but don't fucking watch. I'm almost done with this fucking 14-hour stream. I've been live for 14 hours. Shut up, bitch. Like, I'm allowed to be a little sappy. I'm allowed to be a little large. Like, it's expected. Tiredness. Now. Hey, you cut it a little close, don't you think? We worked it out all right in the end, I suppose. When am I drinking this whiskey? There's some beasties in the next one. I tell you what, this has been really fun, and I got to help make something pretty cool. I've got no complaints. I mean, not me exactly, but close enough. It's the best kind of thing that makes glad you stopped and smelled the pine trees along the way, you know? Some people say that that line means a lot to them. I don't know. It just feels too general for me to really connect with. Like, stop and smell the pine trees along the way. Like, that's basically what it is saying, like, enjoy the experience for what it is, not what it will be. Enjoy your time, and that's the important thing. Which, fair. I think that's a fine message. It's a good message. My problem is why is somebody telling me this at the literal end of a story? Enjoy the roses? The roses are fucking 5 miles past me, dude. Like, I like the message. I think it's horrible in execution where it's said in the story. Like, wish I would have stopped to smell the roses and just enjoyed it. Like, yeah, I get it. I guess, like, Gabbro's the type of person who would say that during the adventure. And I think he does say something along the line. But, like, here, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because of all the shit that happens at the conclusion here. But, I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of how it's executed. I think I explained this a little bit in coming section, so I'll drop this and we'll re-pick it up when we get to it in a few minutes, but still. 11 a.m., you're really making the possibility of day drink? Stop. No, I'm only going to be streaming for like 20 more minutes. Don't even try. Yeah. I believe we reached the end of our journey. All that remains to collapse the innumerable possibilities before us. Are you ready to learn what comes next? Sure. I admire your curiosity, friends. Let's find out together. Jump. Hello? All right, I'm going to preface this by this next scene. Okay, spoilers for anyone who just doesn't want to be fucking completely left out of the fucking left-right field when they play this game. But this conclusion that comes here is fucking beautiful. I love it, actually. I just wish it had different setup. When I added you on Snapchat, I don't use Snapchat RAM. If I added you, you would never get any use of it. I don't even have it downloaded on my phone. Like, that's bad. So yeah, people, what I'm saying is, in this conclusion, like, I fucking love a lot of the execution of it. I love a lot of the performance. I just think in a different story, this would be so impactful on me. But because of a lot of the bullshit that I've seen with this, like, it's just not as impactful. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to see and be impacted by stuff when you think it's... Like, how do I put it? Like, this is a structure, this is a building built on a faulty foundation here. So if it falls over, I'm not expecting it. It just kind of happened. That's just what you expect. I feel like that's a similar circumstance of what's happening. Yo, Joey, thanks for the raid, dude. Full warning for anyone from Joey's stream joining. We are watching my Outer Wilds video, which does include full spoilers for the game, which I will be spoiling immediately, right now, as soon as I hit play. So leave. This is your warning. And if you have not taken this warning, then, like, I don't know. I'm not your mother. You have no right to be upset. I did everything in my power. Okay, let's hit play. Did we just witness a second Big Bang? What the fuck? I honestly don't know. What? What happened there? Something, the real point of the universe was the friends we made along the way? Now, I can perfectly see how people like this ending. It's a scene that's very up to interpretation. You see everyone you talked to beforehand join together in one last song. before a bang. A second universe created, habitable in 14 billion years for more species to explore. However, just look at me just taking my headphones off being like, no way is the game going this fucking direction. No way is it. And it did. And okay, to be fair, this is me going no way and absolutely fucking loving it. I'm in disbelief because I love it. Like, this ain't just me just being angry because, like, old man fucking hates game. This is me being angry because, like, oh god, I would love this. If it wasn't for all the bullshit before. I'm gonna be real, I find it underwhelming. I didn't really spend much time with the NPCs. I talked to all of them, once, twice maybe. I didn't really care for them except for Solomon, because she was there at such a turning point of the understanding in a very long, intimate conversation, where she tells you, straight up, she thinks of you as a friend. Is this just me saying that I think in love language that words of affirmation is how I just like to receive things? Do people want to read that deep into this? Is that words of affirmation just means that much to me? I don't know even if that goes that far. I just think, like, she's just friendly. How do you put it? If someone explicitly states that they're a friend to you, like, you definitely feel closer as a friend to them, right? If they haven't done so before. None of the other people really exploit that. Like, you don't really get to know. They don't, like, some of them give some affectionate-esque statement, but it's all utilitarian. Like, they only are explaining because they asked you, not because, like, all the freaking, like, interactions built out. Psychoanalyzing the Outer Wilds? Yeah, your point. I love psychoanalyzing stuff. Me thinking about why things happen and the impact of them is, like, one of the things I enjoy most. Like, it's a great hobby of mine. My heart sank there, I'm gonna be real. Despite all that, I still love the execution of it. Bravo. I have no idea why any of this makes sense. But I'm guessing the game is going for is that the eye is a quantum object, which is described to represent objects nearby. And it's reflecting, well, aspects of you, your reality, your friends, the observatory. To which some may say that the characters mean a lot to the Hearthian you're playing as, and that's why they're here, not... Okay, I bring up this argument because this is what people said when I posted my Outer Wilds supercut. I had these thoughts after the game. I don't think you're much of a character in this game. I guess I'll let the video explain why. You. But I don't think that's a good counter. After all, your character is meant to be a stand-in for you. That's why you control the dialogue options, and that's why you decide where to go. This point would only be true if the character you played had some agency, but they don't. Some would argue that the character does have agency because there's a finite list of options. All of them are a personality that a character can take. However, I would say that's analyzing this to the point of ridiculousness, because I think it's okay, I hate appeal to intuition, but I feel like with the way they structure this game is that they're asking you what you think and then giving you a wide variety of options to select what closest happens to your belief, not exactly it. What's more likely, that it's giving you a bunch of options for you to express yourself, or it's giving you options for which the character could express themselves, all of which that are wildly different? Like, I feel like the character has no agency is such a good argument. In the cases where two of their answers to the same question are the fucking opposite. This happens so many times in the game. Yeah. Am I going to be streaming for much longer? I foresee not much more longer than 15 minutes, so I'll be ending quite soon. You have it all. I can't help but think that maybe a version of the game that reflected your personal journey. Like, imagine the order you explored the solar system was mirrored here. A section for each planet, and you go through them in the order you first. You should raid me. Ram, are you self-promoing? I'll ban you. You better fucking shut your mouth. Like, for me, the order would have been something like going through an ocean section where I have to traverse tornadoes, followed by a quantum moon section that may have a small quantum observation puzzle, followed by brittle hollow section that has to deal with platforming or falling into a black hole, and so on and so on. Such an emphasis on the people you meet, I feel, is just a disproportionate amount of time to what this game had me do. I didn't spend all this time in the game conversing endlessly with these folks. I spent it in a spaceship. I spent it roaming a planet. I spent it being a space detective. Yeah, I feel like that point still rings true. The end puts so much of an emphasis on you caring about people that you met along the way, but the game wasn't about the people you met along the way. The game was about your adventure of discovering a story, fundamentally. And I could argue that some is about the people you met along. Don't get me wrong, that's an element of it. It's just not as major as you discovering stuff for yourself, you being a space detective and all that stuff. That's all what I'm saying. So at the ending, what I'm saying is like, because most people went on a journey, they went on exploration, they discovered a story in their own way, ending that reflects way more of their journey rather than the characters they meet would be more impactful. Because everyone is required to have a journey to explore in order to get to the ends. You're not required to talk with a lot of the NPCs. In fact, you don't even need to. That's what I'm saying is like, it's a way more relatable experience if you have the ends represent the journey rather than the characters. And that's not to dissuade people who like the characters. Like, don't get me wrong. I like the characters a lot too. Some of them. Not a lot of them. A few. But, it's just like, I have trouble related to the characters of which I didn't speak a lot to. And now, sure, you can speak to them a lot too, but the game in no way requires you to. There's only like 2 NPCs that are really plot critical, and that's about it. Yeah. How's the day been going? We're almost done. I'm so fucking close. I'm in the finish line. I'm just trying to get it.
But all this does not describe why there is a Big Bang after observing it. And well, I can't think of a reason why this would cause a Big Bang that the game does not allude to. I think that's a major missed opportunity. So here's a possible work-in with quantum physics of why a bang happens. And let's have one last physics lesson at the end of the universe.
So yeah, I think I do a pretty well job saying that I just don't like the ending. And like, that's not to say the ending is bad. I think it's great in a lot of places. It's just it doesn't personally touch to me because I don't personally relate to all the characters. But I do relate to a journey and all that stuff. So what I'm saying here is I'm just saying, like, here's a few dialogue options. Here's a few things where you can make, like, the ending make a little bit more sense from a physics perspective. Yeah, catch you later, Leone. Hope you have a good one, dude. It's weird to think that I've been streaming longer than you've been working, but what the fuck ever. That's just...
No, we're done with that. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is a simple equation. For this one, we're going to use momentum and position. It describes how certainty in one value comes at the cost of certainty in another. So, for example, knowing the position of a particle makes knowing the momentum of the object more difficult. When entering the eye, how much can you really be wrong about the location of the eye? I mean, you're directly observing it, you're right in front of it. That would be almost zero. And as the uncertainty in the position approaches zero, the uncertainty in this momentum gets bigger and bigger, almost to an infinite amount. And if you picked a number between 1 and practically infinity, well, it's likely going to be a big number. A really big amount of momentum. A really big amount of energy.
Yo, bringing in freaking energy equation in this shit. Let's fucking go, dude.
Any spare matter it hits would be super hot and super fast, much like the Big Bang.
Still, I think if this physics work-in was explained at least somewhat, or at least alluded to in the museum, I'd have no fucking issues with it. Because this is using, okay, sure, there's some absurdity a little bit in the fact that saying uncertainty is equivalent to the randomness of momentum. Like, the uncertainty of momentum is not like an exact one-to-one correlation with the randomness of picking a random value of momentum. But I say it's close enough to draw an intuitive link. Like, those are in, like, an order of approximation of each other, to where, under a certain interpretation, it works. So the game could basically just be an argument for the ad interpretation. That's basically how you would justify it.
However, what is a conscious observer? This game brings up this point all the time when referencing the eye and other quantum effects, but what is its significance? Now, quantum mechanics is true about the interaction between particles that get measured,
But that measuring doesn't have to be done by conscious people. These particles are forced to define spins and other properties when it reacts with anything that needs that information, whether we observe it or not. Gravity, electromagnetic, and every other force that requires that information in order to work. The only way that this makes sense is that the Outer Wilds says that people are special in comparison to ordinary matter. But when you think about it, a person is just a collection of atoms that aren't conscious, but yet the whole is. Just like the Nomai, just like the Harthians, and just like you and me. That people are more than the sum of their parts. So I guess Outer Wilds is a spiritual game, and there's no way around that. Okay, as much as I shit on the story and about the Outer Wilds, I think that the fact that deeply, when it talk about conscious observers and when you think about it more, the only logical explanation is an argument for the soul or spiritualism. It's a great message for the game that we are more than just matter. There's something empowering about that. There's something that's a good storyline about that. It's just fucking flawed in execution. Like, I love the idea. I think that's why Outer Wilds, like, don't get me wrong. Outer Wilds, good game. Highly recommend. I give it like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Like, somewhere around that. Like, it's worth playing. 5 being average. This isn't like an IGN 6 or 7, where 6 or 7 means fucking unplayable. 5 means, like, it's playable just barely. Like, it's neither good nor bad. It was merely worth your time. So I give this a 6 or 7, which is actually quite a high review. And this is because I like the ideas, I like the gameplay, I like all that stuff so much. I just wish it had better fucking writing. It's that simple. I just wish it had better writing. But yeah, that's the reason why I ranted a lot why some of the sections of this video exist, is because, like, I'm disappointed. I was really invested. I really liked the story. I was hooked the first 1 or 2 sessions of playing this game. The game fucking lost me. That's, it hurts. It hurts because I had such high expectations from what the game was setting up, from what the game was doing and all this crap. And I just, it just dropped the ball. I don't know. There's no other way simpler to just really describe it. That's how it is. Hey all, thanks for watching something completely different from me. I found out after the playthrough that you can literally break the universe. You can do this by recalling your camera while 2 exist at the same time via black hole, white hole technology. I think this is just hilarious, as it shows that the rules of the game aren't able to exist in a consistent universe. I think the developers have a pretty good sense of humor from including that, that the laws don't quite add up in the universe, and as you get contradictions and paradoxes that fucking fundamentally break it. Like, don't get me wrong, that's the way how you do humor. That's the way how you do absurdism a little bit, is where you have a logic, and then you play with that logic with other, like, just commonly built logic until one of them fucking explodes. If the game had that sense of tone the whole time, I might be a little bit kinder on it, but it seems to think that, like, some of those absurdist points are, like, genuine, which is, I guess, kind of where I take issue, if that makes sense, because it's, like, presented in such a genuine way. Good one, devs. This was a work of passion, my biggest project to date, and honestly, I don't think it's going to do well. And something I want to do more like this in the future. Stop by my Twitch, where I speedrun and do other playthroughs that inspire videos like this. Subscribe to my Patreon if you want to help with this cosmic journey. And finally, more physics lessons later. Peace. I was right at the end when I made this. This video didn't do well. Only 15k views. That's like nothing compared to what some stuff on my channel does, what the average on my channel does. So would people say that this video, I made it and I'm just fucking wrong and I'm just trying to be sensationalist or like appeal to contrarianism or something like that, and I don't generally feel it, like it hurts because I made this video fully expecting it. Fully expecting that my audience wouldn't like it. Fully expecting that me taking such a controversial stake to a game that is beloved by a cult following, that I would not be accepted. So I don't think there's really motivation to really say that I did this for any reason other than what I put in the video as I think to be true. Some stuff in the comments, like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people in the comment section who politely disagree with me, who say where I think I have factual inaccuracies, to where I misrepresent stuff. And those people are great. I love those people. I appreciate any constructive criticism where you think that I presented my points poorly or that I got stuff factually wrong. I genuinely like that because that means I can improve on my own content and reflect on it and consider more things when working on stuff in the future. There's a few comments though that I think a lot about that's like that imply that I don't know what I'm talking about, that I don't know what I think is true, that I'm actually misinformed, and that I'm not considering things. I just find those deeply hurtful. Because, like, I have no motivation to misrepresent myself. Like, I don't. Like, I just think these things. Now, if I'm wrong or misguided, I get you. But to think that I'm presenting all the information with a malintent of not really believing what I say, that's just hurtful. I feel like people are doing this in this video because they disagree with me. And I want to make it clear that because you disagree with me, you're lying. Doesn't mean that we're both lying. Doesn't mean that one of us is telling the truth and one of us isn't. If we have differing perspectives. And I get it. Like, that's basically the gist of what I think, that a lot of people dislike this. I feel like it's human psychology to some extent. That if you don't agree with something, you dislike it. That's just true. That's just the psychological effect. And I feel like that's what a majority of these dislikes are. People who disagree with me, who don't agree with my view, who don't do this stuff. If anyone think, I get it if that's the point, that they don't think I'm accurate, they don't think I'm truthful, they don't think I'm, they don't think I'm accurate, they don't think I'm working off correct information. The people who generally, like, who dislike because I think I'm disingenuous, like, I don't know what else to say other than fuck you, dude. Like, you feel me? Like, I genuinely feel what I said in this video. I believe what I said to be true, and I will defend that in a lot of circumstances. I'll do that. I'm not disingenuous. I don't think I am. I put my soul into this video. This was my biggest project to date when I made it, and I fucking love this video. It combines a lot of aspects that I really appreciate. My playthrough, my physics perspective, criticism, and theory on criticism. Like, all of these are fucking passions that intertwine, intermingle, in a thing that I fucking love, and I enjoy a lot about the internet. And I meant all of it. Yeah. I meant all of it. I don't, and if people tell me I'm wrong, I get you. If you think I'm wrong, I totally get why you would disagree with me. It's fine. But I'm not disingenuous. I am not disingenuous. I believe everything. I am willing to change my mind in a lot of information. I have a lot of good conversations with people in the comment section of this video where we just talk about the logical accuracy of some of the stuff, the world building, the logs, and they're generally good conversations that will influence the future video I make on this. And I'm very appreciative of it. I just this amount of freaking dislike and discomfort over me just having a general opinion hours into it that the story is shit and that there's a lot of aspects I don't like that don't work together. Like, that's not me saying that, like, this story's bad. It just has some inconsistency / stuff that's incongruent with each other. And I think that makes the game worse than what it could be. That overall is my stake at the end of the day. And I just feel like people don't get that point. You know? Like, it's not like I even insult people. I just kind of explain logic and logic fallacies, but that people attach so much to, like, these Boolean values of what they value. What I like is good and what I dislike is bad. And, like, I don't want to say that people's feelings are invalid when they watch this video. But then again, that means my feelings are valid when I made this video. You get me? Like, you feel me? Like it's just a simple loop of yeah, I got a couple things wrong. I addressed that. I don't think that changes my overall point. I do have a few things wrong, and I feel like people dismissing me based on like the orbital probe cannon, for example. That's the major thing I got wrong in this video. Who dismiss all my points based on that are just using fallacious reasoning to apply one mistake to the other mistake, which, don't get me wrong, I don't blame people necessarily for thinking that, but it's like, there's no real reason to do that. There's no logical reason to do that. I feel like that reason is fundamentally fallacious. Hey, Onyx, you caught it at the end. I'm getting emotional right now because this video makes me emotional. That's how it be. I feel like the agree to disagree opinion has slowly died out with the binary nature of likes and dislikes. I feel like agree to disagree is just always a shit argument. Like, if anyone says I agree to disagree, what they actually mean is like, I don't agree with you, but I don't want to argue. I feel like that's what it boils down to, if you get what I mean. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you have logical and, like, consistent and good reasons for disagreeing with somebody, why wouldn't you just fucking say that rather than just say agree to disagree? Like, if you have a way to disprove this person's logic system, you would do it, right? There's something important you didn't take into account. All your arguments have been valid. I absolutely have your back on it, but also, oh my goodness, I'm about to be fucking attacked by Ram. Let's go, dude. Where am I wrong? Tell me. Oh, okay, this is a thing that hasn't been brought up in this video, but I'll touch on because we're ending stream, because I will be gone in a few minutes, people. Yeah. A lot of people, what they said is when I gave criticisms to this game, is that I cannot criticize this game to that extent because there's no objective standard for what's good or bad art. So therefore, me making disagreements with how the story directed, with what makes the best story and what makes a good/bad story, all my takes on that are wrong because art is inherently subjective. I just want to say, this video right here, I put a lot of time, effort, and work into. I chose the visuals that played when I said stuff. I went through my screen clips thinking for the best thing to show you all. I had to choose the words I said when I described something. By every definition, this video is art. It's something I created. It's something I'm proud of. So who the fuck are you to say that there is something wrong with it? Who the fuck are you? This is art. You can't criticize. Like, you feel me? Like, so like the whole art is defense argument isn't valid because it applies to both to my criticism and the game. So yeah, people, I feel quite deeply about this. I only talk this much at the end. I do have a genuine. I don't want to. Otherwise, I hope a lot of this has been insightful. But yeah, if you want to judge me by saying that I can't criticize Outer Wilds because it's art, you can't criticize my criticism because my criticism is art, bitch. It's that simple. So we get into this infinite recursion loop of criticism where it doesn't work and it keeps not working. So we get stuff like that. Yeah. So I feel like that's a broad defense of a lot of the takes I take in this video. I stand behind nearly all of what I said, and I want to do a follow-up to correct a lot of my shortcomings in this video because I think there is a lot, I mean a lot of stuff to discuss here. And I would like to get into the broader implications of why they're good or bad, and fundamentally, why are they good or bad? And a discussion of all those things. And I think that would make a banger follow-up video that will probably get 2,000 views. Because this did jack shit. It did jack shit, and I want to make another one. I'm proud of this video. This video, and a lot of my life that I think this is a turning point in how I viewed content creation. This project was inherently for me, for no one else. Not to be a contrarian, not to prove someone right or wrong, not to appeal to a mass market, people who love Outer Wilds and think it's the best game of all time with no. Wasn't for any of those people. For me. Sorry. I feel deeply about the project. Like, I wasted a month of my life doing this for no other reason that I believe. And that's what I'm proud of. So yeah, I know some things in this video aren't as eloquent as I know I did a little bit of bad job explaining criticism stuff. I know I did a lot wrong. But the general things of what I do, the general things of what I said, the general things of what I believe and think true about this game, I stand by 100%. There's some wishy-washy room in terms of like factual accuracy. Don't get me wrong. Everyone could be wrong in facts, you get me, but like I truly love this video. It's great. I'm a little bit sad that this video was posted on my channel, you know? I'm a speedrun YouTuber. I speedrun Doom games. I talk about gameplay mechanics and stuff, and me caring about this much and making a video about it and having it being fucking blasted into the fucking floor for being wrong when I truly believe I'm not. It was an emotional experience. In the sense of that in the sense of I've never experienced this much criticism before, which makes me better for it. But like I said, like I'm not disingenuous. That's the main thing. I believe in everything you said, and I'm ingenuously believe. I might be faulty in some aspects, true. At worst, it's a passion project of yours. At best, it was a genuine commentary of a beautiful game. I think it was both. It was both. It's a passion project. It was a genuine commentary on a game I find beautiful in a lot of ways. It's just, I feel it weird that human psychology kind of dictates that if you don't like aspects of a game, that means you don't like the whole game. I think this is a great game with a shit conclusion and some shit storytelling at the end. That's what I fundamentally. I will definitely clarify this and do a follow-up video because of course I want to. It will probably do shit. That video won't do well. But I'll do it for me. And that's the... Okay, sorry. I got really emotional. I don't think I've ever cried on stream. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I've done it. Thanks, Onyx. I very much appreciate it. Definitely play the game. Watch the video. Let me know what you think. Even if you don't agree with me, I hope you at least understand my point. And that's really... we're talking about fundamental issues, things that I think that should be better, and things that I want to happen from this video. I want people to try to understand me. I want people to understand what I... And I feel like a lot of the criticism I got from this video, a lot of the things that brought up, because they don't understand my point. And a lot of what they said is like, out of lack of understanding, they just assume the worst case and that I'm wrong, rather than inquire more about my understanding. And I feel like that's endemic with what's wrong with society. When somebody gives you an opinion you don't quite understand, what do? You say fuck you rather than what the fuck do you mean? Like, you get me? So yeah, that's the first time Outer Wilds made me cry, but it was more in terms of my video on it, more than anything. Still a good game. Highly recommend you play it. Definitely fucking put on your diaper before you watch my video. Yeah, at least hear about my points? Thank you. Yeah. All that stuff. Happy anniversary. Looking forward to more content. Thank you so much, Brappen. I'm done with being emotional. I had a fun time. It's been all good and stuff. Thank you, people. It's been a 14.5-hour stream. I had a bit to drink. I'm a little bit emotional. That's because of you guys. Yeah. As I said, for people who didn't stick around for the mid-outer, I'm picking up YouTube full time. I'm gonna try to do it full time, from now on. So you should expect a few more content out of me and some more videos in the future. The Outer Wilds follow-up, that'll be like a fucking year. I'm gonna be real. I got so many stuff I want to do, but I definitely want to revisit this because of how people made me feel. And I'm thankful for everybody. I know I'm not a quite big of a YouTube, anything, honestly. But the views are good enough for me to make a meager living. And I feel like me getting my message out there a little bit is fulfilling enough for me to be fine with that. That's about it. That's all that matters. Those are any other facts, like, I don't. But yeah. Let's raid somebody. Bye. Kev is live. Mitch is grabs Emerald. I don't know. I only know one of these people. Kev might already be, but he'll at least provide. Hopefully y'all like his stream. I hope y'all enjoyed this. If you enjoyed my meager ramblings, my emotional stuff and 30s and all that crap, I hope you at least understand me more. That's the most. Let's give Kev some love. I'm going to get out of here. It's been a good stream, people. It's been a good stream. Had a really fun time. This stream was like 14 hours, people, and it felt like 2. Like, I'm not joking when I say people who stop by the stream. I've never felt more loved. No sense. Appreciate all of you. I'll upload this to YouTube on the VOD channel soon. And otherwise, if not, I'll probably turn this into a main channel video where I'll cut out everything and I'll just leave in the sappy emotional stuff. Because that's fucking content, baby. I'm such growth mindset on this fucking... No, the review video will not do well at all. I don't expect it. I just expect to be a time capsule. Time capsule is basically what. Peace, people. Catch you later. I'll see you back on Tuesday.